This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Cricket coverage today. I'm Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex. Alongside me, Nick Webb from BBC Wales. It's the final day of this county championship match between Sussex and Glamorgan, and on a day when all three results are still possible. Glamorgan leading by 141. They're effectively 141 for 5. Kieran Carlson 187 not out. He batted beautifully, and although we were saying all day yesterday, Nick, and you had correspondents getting in touch saying all three results are still possible, we didn't really believe it yesterday, but the more the day went on, the more it became true.
Absolutely. It was a really gritty fight from Kieran Carlson. He took the attack to the opposition. Marnus Labuschagne mixing attack with periods of solid defence. And Well, Glamorgan lost a couple of wickets in the final session just to give Sussex a bit of hope, and it would be difficult to assess the balance at the moment between a draw, a Sussex win, and the very outside possibility of a Glamorgan victory, I think.
Yeah. We'll talk about the game again in a minute. Post-match yesterday, all the talk was about Ollie Robinson. A lot of press here yesterday, and everybody keen to understand why Ollie Robinson didn't bowl after lunch yesterday. So Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, came out after the game and explained to the assembled press pack that Ollie Robinson had a sore ankle. I'm sure you've read that in the press today already online. You saw it in Nick's piece last night on the BBC Sport website. So Ollie Robinson having a scan tomorrow. He won't play today, and we wait to see the result of that and wish Ollie well and hope it's nothing too serious. What Paul Farbrace did go on to say was he was disappointed, though, in the way that Sussex bowled. It's a bit of a recurring theme, and Paul was saying that. So he'll be hoping that his Sussex bowlers bowl a little better today, but no doubt depleted by the loss of Ollie Robinson. Who did you speak to last night, Nick?
Yeah, I had a word with Marnus Labuschagne, who was typically really disappointed despite his magnificent performance. He said he felt it was a bit underwhelming not having been able to go on with Kieran Carlson and put Glamorgan in more of a position where they could dictate the course of the match and potentially look to force a victory, which he admitted was sort of now second on the schedule behind saving the game. Obviously they want to make sure they can't lose, I think, but nice to talk to Marnus Labuschagne, have a good chat with him, and I asked at the end about the possibility of him coming back next season. He said, well, he's a one county man, but and he loves it here, but the subtext was it's a bit early to say, but he sounded positive about it.
Well, the shame today is that we've had 3 days of really good crowds here at Hove, possibly the weather, perhaps more likely the Steve Smith effect, but also Marnus Labuschagne. There were plenty of Glamorgan supporters here yesterday. Some good cricket, and today is probably going to be the smallest crowd of the entire match. You can get in half prices, £10 to get in for adults today, £5 for under 18s, and £2.50 for under 14s. So if you're around the Hove area, I think a lot of people will be making their way to the Annex Stadium along the A27 because Brighton and Hove Albion are playing at home today, and that always takes people away from the cricket, and it is a big game today as well. But if you're thinking of, you can listen to the football and come and watch the cricket, it should be a cracking day's cricket. I agree with Nick. I don't see there being a Glamorgan declaration. You never know. The lead 141 and the players are making their way out on the field of play. I think having done all this hard work, I don't think Kieran Carlson will want to even risk throwing the game away by giving Sussex even a sniff.
Absolutely. I think it'll be up to Sussex to force this game by bowling Glamorgan out before lunch and giving themselves enough time to get to whatever targets they face. I think if Sussex gets Glamorgan all out with a lead of 200 or thereabouts and 50-60 overs, then they'll be big favourites. If we get to an equation of 250 lead and 50 overs, then you're talking maybe 50-50. If it's anything more than 250, then I think Glamorgan are relatively safe, depending on, of course, on how much there is left in the match. So lots of time runs and required run rate equations to be done through the course of the morning. But I think obviously the absence of Ollie Robinson will give Glamorgan some degree of hope that they can bat successfully through the morning session and into the afternoon.
I wonder whether we might see a cameo from Steve Smith later on today. We shall see. 96 overs to be bowled in the day. It's quite a breezy day down on the south coast, despite it being lovely and sunny, a bit of high-level cloud. And Eric Avelos is going to get us underway here at Hove, running down the hill and coming into bowl to Chris Cooke, who's 12 not out and plays the first ball away to mid-off, fielded by Jack Carson, and there is no run. 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on mid wicket, a square leg and a fine leg. As Carvelos, who is in his 25th over, very tidy figures from Harry Carvelos, 25 overs, 7 maidens, no wicket for 69. He's on his way. Right arm over the wicket bowls to Cooke, and Cooke is forward, and a similar delivery, and plays down the track on this occasion. Carvelos fields with his left hand, and there is no run.
Yeah, a little credit to Tom Haynes, who Marnus Labuschagne mentioned specifically, is finding it difficult to score off him.
Oh, interesting. And we might well see a bit of Tom Haynes, because there's only really 3 seam bowlers in this Sussex side. Ari Carvelos, Finn Hudson-Prentice and Tom Haynes. He bowls a bit of medium pace, a nagging length. Tom Haynes bowls. In comes Carvelos bowls, and Cooke steers that into the offside. Fielded there by... now, who's that? That looks like Harrison Ward, I think, who may be on 12th men duties out there, actually. Changed around a bit yesterday. Tom Clark was 12th man for a long while yesterday. Sean Hunt was on duty as well, but that looks like Harrison Ward in the covers. Who
Wearing
will be
35?
Yeah.
Should be him.
Yeah. In comes Carvelos again. Bowls and let go outside the off stump by Cooke through to keeper Carter. And there is no run. Harrison Ward, who will be hoping to play in the T20 campaign that gets underway for Sussex here on Friday against Somerset, and that's the reason why at the far end of the ground there are 4 temporary stands with blue seats. They're not normally there, but they're put up specifically for the T20, and I'm sure if the weather holds, I think it's meant to be half decent this week. Should be a good crowd here on Friday night as Carvelos is in, bowls, and Cooke drives. A good delivery again by Carvelos. He just nags away outside of the off stump, played firmly to mid off, and there is no run.
The Cooke fitness update, he was refereeing the football match rather than playing in it, so
that's probably wise anyway, I think.
Given his slight groin issue that led him to miss keeping wicket.
So, final ball of the opening over, bowled by Ari Carvelos. He's in and bowls, and Cooke steers that into the offside. So, nice and tidy from Ari Carvelos out into the offside. Figures of 25 overs, 8 maidens, no wicket for 69. And a very good morning wherever you've joined us from on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales, BBC Radio Sussex, live here from Hove with Glamorgan 400. Without adding to their overnight score, 499 for 5. Kieran Carlson on 127. He was given a life yesterday, well, really 2 lives. He was dropped on 3 in the slips, and then dropped when he was on 21. A difficult caught and bowled opportunity with Jack Carson, the bowler. The other member of our commentary team today was here on Friday. He's back today, and the great news is he's back. Really, the best news is it's good to see him, but we're even more pleased because he's bought biscuits with him today. 2 packs of biscuits has Liam O'Brien bought, and we'll hear from Liam at 11:30.
So this is already the 3rd highest second innings total recorded by Glamorgan, Dr. Andrew Hignell informs me, as Jack Carson starts a new over to Kieran Carlson, and there's an appeal. First ball, as that one cut back a bit at Carlson. Bit of spin there, hope for Carson. Carlson is just 4 short of equalling, and therefore 5 short of setting a personal career best. And in comes Carson again. Carlson gets right forward and defends, and there is no run. In my efforts to bring up the stream on the Sussex website, I've somehow managed to get a shot of you and our Leicestershire colleague Richard Ray.
Oh, really?
As Carson bowls to Carlson, who turns it down to square leg, but there's a tumbling stop and no opportunity to add the first run of the morning. Listening to BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra as Carson bowls, and Carlson is forward, and this will be the first run of the morning, and it'll be the 500 up for Glamorgan, and they're able to come back for a second run. 501 for 5, and Carlson moves to 189 not out, just 2 short of his previous CB. Slip and a short leg for the off spinner, bowling to the Glamorgan acting captain, and Carlson is forward, playing that out into the offside, and they don't decide to risk a single. I don't think there'll be much in the way of risky running with Chris Cooke there at the moment. A bit surprised to see him batting without a runner. As down the pitch comes Carlson, but defends when he gets there. Carlson gets a hand to it in his follow-through, so we've just had the one scoring shot in the first couple of overs. Carlson taking a couple down towards third man. Glamorgan a 501 for 5. And the lead, therefore, is 143. But more importantly, from the Sussex point of view, it's 2 overs fewer that they've got to work with to bowl Glamorgan out.
Just 2 other games going on in the county championship today. One of those up at Trent Bridge, where Essex are 201 for 1, leading Nottinghamshire by 57. So very much looks like that game is heading for a draw. So Alistair Cooke at 88 not out. I was listening actually to some audio this morning as break-off in comes Ari Carvelos, who runs in down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Cooke, who lets that ball of good length pass by outside the off stump, and there is no run. It was someone who was inside Trent Bridge yesterday watching the cricket, but all you could hear in the background was the roar from the football that was being played at the City ground, and it was incredibly loud. I mean, the grounds are very close to each other. In fact, you know, you tend to park at Trent Bridge cricket ground when you're going to see the football at the City ground, so it is very close. But probably more sore heads, I would imagine, in Nottingham today, as in comes Carvelos bowls, and Cooke is forward to a ball that would have hit off stump. Good, tight, accurate bowling from Harry Carvelos. So it looks like it's heading for a draw there. Not so down at Bristol, where Durham are looking to consolidate their place at the top of Division 2 of the County Championship. Gloucestershire 187 for 6, still needing another 239 to beat Durham. Carvelos runs towards us, bowls Cooke up on his toes and plays that firmly to mid-off and picks up a single. Does Chris Cooke, that's his first run of the day. He goes to 13, the total to 502 for 5. And you can see the flags, the Glamorgan and Sussex flowers are on the flagpoles on the clock tower scoreboard away right to our right-hand side. And they're really billowing this morning, and the trees around the ground are swaying in the breeze as well. So it's quite a brisk wind down here on the south coast this morning. But sunny and dry. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and that's a good shout from Harry Carvelos. I wonder if he got a little nick on that. Kieran Carlson, just a bit of movement from Harry Carvelos. Interesting last night talking to Paul Farbrace when we'd finished talking about Ollie Robinson, and he was saying that he still believes there's a little bit in this pitch if you put it in the right areas. He still thinks there's a little bit of help for the bowlers. He just felt that Sussex didn't do that enough yesterday. Carvelos with 2 slips. He's in them bowls. Oh, it's a good delivery, and he beats Carlson outside the off stump. He just bowls this really nagging line and length, Harry Carvelos, and that just drifted past the outside edge of Kieran Carlson's bat.
Yes, just a little bit of away movement maybe, or away drift, and Carlson didn't really need to play at it and would have been kicking himself had he got out to that one.
The sun has momentarily gone behind a cloud as in comes Carvelos. Bowls, and another good delivery, pitching on around middle and off, played to mid-off. There is no run, so just the 1 run coming off Harry Carvelos' over. He's now bowled 28 overs, 8 maidens, 0 for 70. Glamorgan 502 for 5. Carlson on 189, as Nick was saying, within 2 of his best first-class score. Chris Cooke on 13.
Yes, this is one of the largest differences between first and second innings totals that Glamorgan have registered as well. Dr. Hignell has been busy overnight. It's currently the 4th greatest difference between first and second innings knocks. Most of those, well, 3 out of the 4 have been second innings recoveries by Glamorgan. The biggest, as Carson is into Cooke, who's stretching forward, pushing it on the offside this time. They will take the single, and Carlson has to hurry actually as the throw comes in from the covers. The biggest difference between first and second innings totals was in 1993, so 30 years ago, when Glamorgan ran up 562 for 3 in the first innings, and then was shot out for 109 in the second innings against Middlesex in Cardiff, and I believe they lost the match. Having had a big record partnership between Richards and Dale, I think it was. I'll check that in a moment. As down the pitch comes Carlson and eventually calls for the single as the ball squirts into the offside, not quite straight to a fielder. So by the time Alsop had fielded it, they were through. Mid-off again is set slightly back. Tom Haynes not really saving the single. There's an extra single saver is brought in for Chris Cooke. Point comes in off the boundary, and Cooke is back on his stumps, punching it airily on the onside. Really didn't time that one at all, just chipped it up, and if there had been a shorter mid-wicket, he would have been in business, but it bounced well short of Coles as it was. So Cooke driving the next one rather more convincingly back to the bowler. Yeah, the 93 game was when there was the 425 stand between Richards and Dale, and Glamorgan lost the match. As that one's outside off stump, and Cooke has nothing to do with it, thrusting his left pad forward.
I don't know if it's just me, but I can't see Cheteshwar Pujara on the field. It looks to me like Tom Alsop is directing affairs from cover, unless my eyes deceive me.
Flatter delivery from Carson, played back to the bowler, he fields in his follow-through round to mid-wicket, so a neat piece of fielding. Another dot ball, 2 singles off the over. Glamorgan have added 5 this morning. But most importantly, they have survived 4 overs. Well, we've got Ward out as one fielder.
I think Henry Crocombe is on the field as well. I think he's coming down here to find leg. So Cheteshwar Pujara is not on the field. I'm fairly certain he was on initially. So Henry Crocombe and Harrison Ward are on at the moment for Ollie Robinson, who won't play any part today. We already know that. And Cheteshwar Pujara, who's currently not on the field. I'm not entirely sure why that is. But Harry Carvelos, with 4 overs gone this morning, it is in and bowls to Kieran Carlson, who plays it onto the onside. Do you want to take the microphone, Nick? Because Kieran Carlson's very close to going through a personal best here.
Thank you very much. As the ball is returned up towards Carvelos at the Cromwell Road end, the crowd is relatively sparse after we had a few vociferous types in yesterday, which enlivened the atmosphere, and the school kids on Friday, and a good buzz on Thursday. Carvelos is in to bowl to Kieran Carlson, who is forward, steering that one out into the offside, and there's no run as it's fielded at backward point.
I'm fairly sure that Pujara was on the field at the start, because I'm fairly sure he was fielding at mid-on, but I can't be 100% certain about that. But certainly Tom Alsop is in charge, and he'll be in charge for the next championship game here against Worcester, when Pujara is away with India in the World Test Championship.
As Carvelos is in to bowl, and Carlson is forward, defending up to mid-on, and there's no run. The batting to come for Glamorgan, Michael Neser at 8. Tim van der Hoogten at 9. James Harris will probably stay at 10, having slipped down a little this season, and Jamie McIlroy will be number 11. 504 for 5. The lead 146 as Carvelos is into bowl, and Carlson jabs it out into the offside, but it is straight toward its cover. So Sussex have used, by my reckoning, at least 4 substitute fielders in this match. Crocombe, Hunt, Clark and Ward.
Yes. Yep, quite right.
Sharing the duties round. Maybe one or two of them might have been playing a bit of club cricket yesterday. As Carvallis balls. Oh, this is nearly going to be caught. I said it was going to be caught. It popped up on the onside and somehow it managed to fly wide of or at mid-wicket and short of mid-on as well. The ball just dollied up in the air. Agonisingly for all concerned, it fell to earth.
Well, when it's not going for you, it's not going for you, will it?
Carlson on 190. Carvallis bowls. Chops this one down on the offside. There'll be at least a single, and they will turn and come back for the second run. And Kieran Carlson has a career best as he moves on to 192 not out. And the captaincy responsibilities obviously really agreeing with Kieran Carlson as he leads from the front in Glamorgan's efforts to avoid defeat here in Hove. Kieran Carlson, career best, 192 not out.
Yeah, terrific innings, and as you say, absolutely leading from the front, and that partnership with Marnus Labuschagne, 288 yesterday, and he's carrying on where he left off. However, I mean, that ball, I don't know if it got off a length thing. It always seemed to come, I don't know if it came off the top of his bat or came off his glove, but it just ballooned into the onside. And it just agonisingly for Sussex dropped between a couple of fielders. Jack Carlson coming into bowl from the C end of the ground. He's got a slip and a short leg. He's in and bowls to Cooke, who's forward, clips to mid-wicket. And there is no run. You can contact us if you'd like to send us an email if you feel you'd like to. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Or you can tweet us at NickWebb2017 or at BBC Sussex Sport. As in comes Carlson bowls and Cooke defends down the track, and there is no run. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Online, BBC Wales, BBC Radio Sussex, on a beautiful morning here in Hove. Bit of high-level cloud, but lovely sunny conditions at the minute as Carlson is in bowls to Cooke, who's back on his stumps and plays with a very straight bat to mid-on, fielded there by James Coles, who rushes in from mid-wicket to field. So apart from the slip and the short leg, there's a backward point, a cover mid-off, a long on, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a square leg. As Carlson in his 42nd over is in and bowls, gives that plenty of air, but forward comes Cooke, not to be tempted, and the ball rolls out on the offside, filled in there at extra cover by Tom Alsop, who seems to have taken over captaincy duties because Cheteshwar Pujara not on the field at the moment. Carlson in again, bowls. Cooke forward to a nice looping leg break from Jack Carlson. He's got figures of 2 for 183. He's already back at his mark. Come on, Jack, is the cry from one of the Sussex fielders. Carlson in again, bowls, and with a flick of the wrists, Cooke turns this into the onside and picks up a single to Harrison Ward, who comes running in from underneath the clock tower scoreboard here at Hove and gets in the throw. Just the one run off the over. Cooke will pinch the strike. He goes to 15, and Glamorgan 507 for 5. It means the lead is 149.
Steve West says if Glamorgan survive till lunchtime and add 100, they're still far from the relative safety of a draw. I think we're sort of into the tipping point when the lead, if the lead reaches 250.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I mean, I think if Sussex had to chase sort of 6 and over later today, they'd definitely have a go, because it's a good pitch and a fast outfield.
Yep. As Carvallis will come in to bowl to Cooke, who is forward defending. Eddie Baton says, bat until an hour before tea, then have a think, then probably bat some more. It's not the great escape yet. It's a very fine effort, but it's not Headingley and it's not 1981.
Yeah, and I just can't see any sort of carrot being dangled here by Glamorgan. Having done all this hard work, why would they want to risk throwing all that work away? Sussex are going to need to bowl Glamorgan out here.
As the tall figure of Carvelis comes bouncing down the slopes, bowled a full-length ball that Cooke drives through the vacant mid-off position. There'll be a couple of runs, and that'll be it. Ian Evans tweets, finding it very confusing that Sussex is sponsored by a firm that shares the name of the town I was brought up with in West Wales. Bat till tea, boys. Yes, it's a bit odd having what is a place name as the name of the company, isn't it? But there we are.
It is a place name, is it?
It's a county and a town.
Yeah.
As Carvelis bowls, that's kept a little bit low, and Cooke did well to dig it out and defend it on the onside.
Just the odd one has done that, Nick, from that end, hasn't it? I mean, the one in the previous over where Carlson got himself in, the ball seemed to get up on him, and that one kept a little low, so there is hope here for the bowlers.
Yeah, just the 10 runs added this morning, and a couple of nasty moments for the batters. Carlson lobbing one in the air just short of a fielder. As Carvelis is in to bowl to Cooke and gets another one that keeps low, and he chops down and plays it out on the onside. This is getting really tricky for these Glamorgan batters. Edward Cooper, hopefully a rewarding day for Glamorgan and the St Helens Balconeers for 49 years of support. So, yes, a party from the Balconeers is here somewhere. As that is defended by Cooke on the offside, and this time it is between fielders, and he will go through for the single. Jokingly asks, having given out the entry prices, what's the entry price for Welsh bus pass holders? I'm not sure that gets you a discount.
So would the Balconeers be a group who have come down for the match then, Nick?
Yeah, one of the supporters groups, they organise coaches or minibuses to around half a dozen away matches a year usually. As that is driven back at him, and that's it, caught and bowled. Carlson goes for 192. Sussex have their breakthrough. Glamorgan 510 for 6, game on.
Well, Ari Carvelis, that was caught and bowled. It was driven back by Kieran Carlson, and Ari Carvelis was going to make no mistake whatsoever. Funnily enough, as I left the ground last night, I walked out with Ari Carvelis and I asked how tired he was, because this is only his second game of the season. He bowled a lot of overs at Leicester last week. He said, no, I'm fine. And he's bowled really accurately and really well. But let's listen to the applause. There's not a big crowd here, but Kieran Carlson makes his way off 192 in 361 minutes, 18 fours, 2 sixes. That's a wonderful effort by the skipper, and we'll just listen to him as he makes his way off. And very sportingly, there's not a huge amount of people here, but those Sussex fans that are here standing and applauding as well, and that's been a wonderful effort by Kieran Carlson. He's gone past his personal best score, but that's a huge wicket as far as Sussex are concerned.
Well, it's the one Sussex wanted above all this morning, isn't it? To get the skipper, the guy who's well set at the wicket and has scored quite freely for most of his innings, and he's drilled one back at the bowler. And Carvelis getting a catch which is coming fast at him, but for return catch, it's the sort of height you want, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Into the chest area.
Yeah, it was. And I think reward for Ari Carvelis. I think he's bowled really well. He's had to take on the mantle here of the strike bowler in the absence of Ollie Robinson, and he's been really economic. I mean, he's going for less than 3 and over. 28 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 75. They're really excellent figures. So, the next man in is Michael Neser, who's a very fine player, we know, but I just wonder if the door is now slightly ajar.
Carlson faced 278 deliveries. He hit 18 fours and 2 sixes.
So the sun has gone in momentarily as Jack Carlson comes in from the C end of the ground, bowls to Chris Cooke, who is on 18, slipping a short leg. Carlson in again, Bowls and played firmly by Cooke to mid-wicket. Stopped there by James Cole. There is no run. Glamorgan were very positive yesterday throughout, Nick, and I don't see that stopping today because the lead is only just over 150. And they'll feel that runs on the board are also important here. As in comes Carlson, bowls. Cooke is forward, plays defensively to Crocombe, who fields a point. There is no run. Still, Cheteshwar Pujara isn't on the field. So we'll try and understand, see if we get a message to understand why that is. Carlson waits again, pauses at the end of his run, is in and bowls, and forward comes Cooke. Plays back to Carlson, there is no run. He's faced 60 balls for his 18 runs as Chris Cooke. He settles back over his bat. And Carlson, who's in again, Cooke trips that to mid-wicket, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run.
Sussex are doing a good job at the moment, aren't they? And
Yeah, they are.
drying up the run rate and just making the batters think, well, I need maybe to play a few more positive shots rather than just sitting back.
Gloucestershire have lost another wicket at Bristol, now 202 for 7. In comes Carlson, played into the offside by Cooke. That's a maiden over, well bowled by Jack Carlson. 43 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 184. Glamorgan are 510 for 6. It means the lead is 152. So Gloucestershire needing another 224 to win that game. And that's looking increasingly unlikely, although Marcus Harris is still there. He is on 83.
Yes, they had a horrible disrupted pre-season, the Gloucesters, and of course a match completely rained off against Yorkshire at Bristol, with all the rain that fell in South Wales and the West Country in April. Carvallis, then, the man who broke the stand, is in to bowl to Michael Neser, who's forward defending back to him, and there's no run. Neser's recent, well, his scores this season don't take too long to read out. 190, 9, 86 and 2.
Right.
So feast or famine it's been from Michael Neser. More, of course, seen as the spearhead of their bowling attack, but with a couple of very significant scores to his credit, and what wouldn't Glamorgan give for another half-century here. As Carvallis is in to bowl to Neser, who is forward defending, and there's no run. Michael Neser tends to hit even his defensive shots quite hard.
I did. That sounded like it came right out in the middle of the bat. Oh.
There's be a radio update in a couple of minutes' time for BBC Radio Sussex listeners, but here's Carvallis with 3 slips to bowl to the new batter, Michael Neser. And Neser has to defend that one carefully again, coming back in a little bit and able to be defended, but not too much bounce for those balls are just coming back a little bit of movement around. And there has been slight inconsistent bounce from the Cromwell Road end throughout, as Carvallis in to bowl, and Neser will be off the mark here as he nudges one down towards third man. It'll just be a single because Ward has got back quickly, even though he fielded only 10 metres or so inside the boundary. It is a short boundary, only a handful of people in the hospitality suites area, known as Cow Corner. It is Cow Corner when the batting is at the other end.
Yes.
It's now, should have a sliding sign, it's now third man area.
That's always a risky place to sit when you get a T20 down here, Nick. A lot of balls disappear in that area.
I'll bet. 511 for 6. Carvallis is in to bowl to Cooke, keeping low and dug out by Cooke, played defensively on the offside. Glamorgan are being given a real test in this opening half hour. They've lost the 1 wicket and Sussex threatening.
It just occurs to me here, Nick, with the ball seeming to be increasingly low and quite tricky for the bat, Sussex if Sussex do get a chance to bat here, they won't want to chase too many,
200 is probably the minimum that Glamorgan need to think about it, as Cooke takes a single on the offside. 512 for 6. The lead 1-5-4 with 4 wickets remaining. Neser has 1, Cooke has 19. Adrian will update BBC Radio Sussex, and then he'll be joined on commentary by Liam O'Brien for the next half hour. Wow.
Thank you, Nick. Well, Jack Carlson is going to carry on. 43 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 184 for Jack Carlson, who's chatting away to Tom Walsop. Now we've got another 12th man has come on. This looks like Sean Hunt who's on the field. Henry Crocombe is still on. Sean Hunt. Let's see if Harrison Ward is still on. I think he is. There could be 3 reserve fielders on the field at the moment. Let's see who's gone off. We'll just do this update and then we'll do a little head count. In comes Carlson, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Well, Glamorgan have lost a wicket here this morning, Joe. They're 512 for 6, and the wicket of their skipper, Kieran Carlson, who was out for 192. A magnificent innings by Carlson, but it just might have opened the door a little bit for Sussex. Glamorgan now 512 for 6. They lead by 154, and there's still another 88 overs to be bowled today. The throw comes in from Harrison Ward. Morning, Liam.
Morning. How are we doing? You all right?
Yeah, lovely to see you. We love seeing you, Liam, because you're always upbeat and you bought the biscuits, and so all is well with the world. Sussex has got a wicket. I think there's 3 substitute fielders out there at the moment.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure it out whilst you were doing the update, and I think Tom Haynes is off. I think Pujara's off.
And
Robinson's off. Is that the 3?
Yes, I think you're right. I was trying to see who the other, but I think you're right. It is Tom Haynes. What I'll do, I'll let you natter away, and I will see if I can get that clean feed turned off.
You guys might not be able to hear in the background, but we can still hear the radio going through our ears, so it's quite distracting as we're commentating. We've got Jack Carlson here coming up the hill to Michael Neser, who, like they said earlier, can be pretty aggressive when he's batting. So up the hill here, bowls it, and that's just beating the outside edge. He's played for a bit of turn, and it's skidded on, and just beat the outside edge, but that was a close chance there for Sussex, and Neser will be glad he missed that one. And just to explain the field, we have a ring field with a close catch in mid-wicket, silly mid-on, and then we have a deep square leg as well. So I imagine they're going to be trying to bowl quite straight here as Carlson comes in up the hill. Full-length delivery, and that keeps it a little bit low again. That's a common theme we've seen today, Adrian, already. I've been watching in the background here, and a few balls have been shooting under. So.
Well, yeah, so you were here on the second day. I think the ball is keeping lower today. I mean, you'd have a much better idea of that, having not been here yesterday.
Yeah.
As to how the wicket may have changed.
So Carlson up the hill again. Good length delivery, and that's just flicked away nonchalantly from Neser, and that'll be the end of the over. And Sussex are racing through these overs. I think they want to try and get Kavaes back on and bowling, because he's been very impressive. So the score 513 for 6. Neser is on 1, Cooke is on 20, and I make that a lead of 155 for Glamorgan.
So how did you spend yesterday, Liam? Did you play a game of cricket, or
played a bit of golf in the morning?
Did you?
Our first team, Nomads, had a really strong team out, and Daniel Ibrahim, who normally plays for Sussex, he was available, so he played in the squad as well, and then my brother plays there as well. So I played a bit of golf, and then I went and supported them and watched them play against Roffey. So
right, and who won?
Nomads won. They won pretty convincingly. They played really well. So
did Daniel make any runs or take any wickets?
He didn't get any runs. He didn't bowl either, but they looked like a really good outfit, and it was a beautiful day.
Ari Cavalos comes running in towards us, comes in and bowls to Chris Cooke. Cooke is forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. So what's the format of those games in the Premier League?
So it's 50 over cricket.
Yep.
So coloured kit, pink balls. It's actually pretty like what you'd see in the Royal London Cup.
Right,
and then that's half the season. So half the games you play. So let's say you play each team once, you'll play them in a 50 over game, and they still do the traditional win, lose, draw cricket of 58 and 52 over games as well for the other half.
In comes Carvalos over the wicket, bowls. Cut away by Cooke. That's a nice shot, actually, off the back foot. And he just eased the ball through backward point. That was a rare loose delivery for Mary Carvalos, who's bowled really well here this morning. Not too many loose deliveries, but that one was punched away by Chris Cooke. He goes to 24, 517 for 6. I must admit, I would prefer the second part of the season. I would
Really?
prefer the win, lose, draw option. Yeah, I think there's more tactics and more skill involved in that personally, because there are options within the game. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and Cooke is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no. I can see that you prefer the 50 over.
So where I've seen it through the years is I've played win, lose, draw cricket my whole life when I play an adult. They've only recently changed this to limited over, but it means every game you have to force a result. So a lot of teams are more positive, and it also means you need to bowl 5 bowlers instead of just the same bowler, so you get a lot more variety as well.
In comes Carvelos over the wicket bowls. Cooke is forward, plays out into the offside. There is no run. So in the win, lose, draw option, could you bowl the same bowlers the whole afternoon?
So Lewis Hatchett, for example, who used to play for Sussex, for East Grinstead, when it's win, lose, draw, he'll come down the hill for 25 overs.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, as much as fair play to him for putting in that shift and charging in, it then means a lot of people are just standing there not doing much.
Okay.
And
yeah.
I don't know.
I understand that. In comes Carvelos. The sun has gone in momentarily. Cooke drives through mid-off. More runs here, at least a couple. Sean Hunt is sprinting after the ball down to the far end of the ground, but Cooke comes back for a comfortable couple of runs. He goes to 26. The total 519 for 6. And I remember actually, years ago when I was playing cricket, and that was always a bit irritating. If you got just one guy who bowls all afternoon and bowls 20 overs, you think, well, no one else is really getting a game here.
And I tell you what, we've had some incredible games, because a lot of teams, when they're struggling, maybe go 2 down with the win, lose, draw stuff, might just start blocking to not lose, rather than in the 50 over stuff. You have to still be positive, which is good fun.
In comes Carvelos, bowls, and kept a little low, and Cooke drives off the bottom of the mat to mid-off, fielded there by Jack Carlson. There is no run. Harry Carvelos has bowled 30 overs, 8 maidens. He's taken 1 for 83. Glamorgan 519 for 6. With Michael Neser on 1, Chris Cooke is on 26. The lead, therefore, for Glamorgan is 161.
Absolutely. A lot of cricket still to be played.
There is a lot of cricket. So, and I think the way Sussex need to look at this, Liam, would be that Glamorgan are 161 for 6. And if you put it in that context, with 85 overs left in the day, Sussex will be thinking, well, we've still got a chance here. But Glamorgan might be thinking, that the wicket is keeping a little low.
Yeah, absolutely. So Carson's back for his 45th over. He's put in a right spell, hasn't he, so far in this innings? And that's flicked out nicely to deep square leg for a single, which gets Neser back on strike. Gets Cooke back on strike. So that's a good shift from Carlson there.
Yes, it is.
And even I'm just having a look at Carvelos bowls 30 overs, so they're giving the youngster a run out for sure.
Yeah. As I saw Harry leaving the ground last night, because he bowled a lot of overs at Leicester last week. That was his first game of the season. I wondered, having done that, whether he would actually play in this game. But he looked fresh as a daisy last night as he walked out of the ground. Just explain this field for us, Liam, because this is interesting. 3 men in very close on the leg side.
Absolutely. So I think I explained earlier, Carson's looking to bowl quite straight, and they've brought in now a really close catcher mid-on, a catcher mid-wicket, and a short square leg. So Carson's into bowl, and he's drawing a very straight line here. So the plan with him bowling off spin is to properly fire it in at the stumps, and if it turns and gets any bounce, then you've got 3 close catches there to take the chance, with a deep square leg as well to protect him in case the batsman tries to be aggressive. So I really like this field from Sussex. So Carson's in again to bowl, straight delivery, and that's blocked away nicely.
We've had lots of emails actually, and my machine had gone a little quiet, but it's woken up now, and there's a number of emails, so I'll read them out as we go through and at the end of the over. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and thank you everybody who takes the time and effort to write. It's much appreciated.
So Carson again to bowl, and that's kept as they would say, a lowie. That's kept really low, that one. Hit the bottom of the bat. Was this happening a little bit yesterday, Adrian? Day 3, going under a bit?
Yes, I think increasingly yesterday we saw the odd one keep low, but I think this morning, and that's the feeling is, as you were saying the other day as well, you took a photograph of the track, maybe the footmarks, etc., can give some encouragement to these spinners.
So Carson up the hill again, and that's a loose delivery outside the off stump. And if you're going to do a really aggressive field on the leg side like that, you can't drift to the offside. And that's been cut away for 4 runs. Well played there from Cooke, who didn't miss out on the bad ball.
No, and that's a sign of a quality player.
Absolutely. Have you had word on his injury as well? Is it one of those little nagging ones with Cooke where...
Apparently it's a groin strain. It's nothing more than that. Nick was a little surprised that he didn't have a runner, so it can't be horrendously bad, but it has been too bad for him to keep wicket. I see Tom Haynes is back on the field, so it looks as if Sean Hunter's now gone off. I think so.
As Carlson comes in again, that's a bit of a straighter ball there. He wasn't going to drift outside off stump again, and he picks up the ball and fires it into Ollie Carter, so I think he's a little bit annoyed with how that over finished. So that's 45 overs from Carlson. He's got 2 wickets and gone for 190 runs there. So Neser's on 2, Cooke's on 30, and that's 524 for 6 with a lead of 162.
And for those just joining us today for the first time, the voice you're hearing there was Liam O'Brien, who's a young Sussex cricketer, plays for the England physical disability side, looking forward to a season of cricket and the World Cup coming up in India in October this year. And it's great to have Liam as part of our commentary team. I can see Paul Farbrace is sitting over on the away from the main pavilion, which is on the left-hand side. There's Paul Farbrace sitting over there near the clock tower scoreboard watching the action, and he's now surveying a change in bowling, and Finn Hudson-Prentice is coming into the attack. It wasn't Finn's day yesterday. 14 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 81. He'll be looking to do better than that today. So Chris has been in touch. Chris Rees. Hello, Chris. Thank you very much for your email. He says, thank you for providing the backdrop to 4 days of wonderful cricket. I hope Glammy take it to the final session, and then who knows, Marnus to bowl Smith off the last ball for an unlikely victory. Thank you again. Do you know what, Chris? I've got a funny feeling something like that is going to happen. I've just got a feeling that there's going to be a sting in the tail in this game. And there's a lot of cricket to be played. As in comes Hudson-Prentice running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in a bowls, and he very nearly breached Michael Neser's defences, who was very late on that. Kept a little low, and he managed to get the ball down to fine leg for a single. 5.25 for 6. Neser goes to 3. And from a Glamorgan perspective here, Liam, just supposing Sussex were to bowl Glamorgan out and were chasing 250, I don't think that's a gimme. I mean, Paul Farbrace was saying yesterday this is a very good cricket pitch, but there is a little bit of encouragement here for the bowlers this morning.
No, absolutely, but what you would say, if 2 teams have scored over 450, then there's quite a lot of runs to be had out there, and Sussex bat really deep. Like, look at Hudson-Prentice. I kind of saw him as a batter, but he's a genuine all-rounder here, so they bat all the way down to 9-10, so I think they're going to give it a good go later on, Sussex.
In comes Hudson-Prentice. Down the hill bowls, and Cooke covers up, plays into the onside. There is no run. John Malone has been in touch. Hello, John. I don't know if you're listening yesterday, John, but Beth Harvey was on commentary yesterday, and it was great to have Beth here, who comes from Bexhill. And I was saying, we have someone who sends emails from Bexhill. And she said, was it John Malone? And I said, yes. How did you know? So I think you two know each other, or families know each other. So thank you, John. And he says, who would have thought on day 1 will be this interesting last day of the match? Good to have a 4th day. Sussex will improve year by year. We just need to be able to close a match now. Well, that's what Paul Farbrace was saying last night. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls to Cooke, who covers up to a ball on a good length, plays it back down the track. Hudson-Prentice fields, no run. He says he enjoyed the commentary and good pictures as well. So well done, Jack. Who's sitting next door to us, and the guys who work on the Sussex stream. And I will give them a shout out, because there is not an army of people here who provide the live stream. At some grounds there are quite a few people who work on the video streams, but not here at Sussex. It's a small team, and they've done a great job, so well done, fellas. As in comes Hudson-Prentice over the wicket, bowls with delivery. Cooke played rather late on it. If that hit him on the pads, he would absolutely plumb LBW. There is no run.
He started really well here as well. It's quite hard when you've had a tough day the day before, or you're struggling a little bit with your bowling in this game, to then come in a quite a high pressure situation and be right on the money straight away. So impressive, Hudson-Prentice.
Reese has been in touch, listening in Lowfell, Gateshead, up in the northeast of England. I think Gateshead were in the FA Trophy final yesterday. I think so. I think that was yesterday. I might be wrong. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls. And Cooke plays that. He made a late decision to play that to backward point, fielded by Carlson, and there is no run. He says it's a clammy morning, but really enjoying the coverage in the garden. Has Carlson been talked about with regards to England white ball team, says Reese. Well, I don't know, and I will ask Nick the question, Reese. Kieran Carlson, a couple of years ago, made 200s in a game in a losing cause against Sussex down in Cardiff. That was a game where Ollie Robinson took 13 wickets before he'd made his England debut, actually. Hudson Prentice in again, bowled, and work played again very, very late by Chris Cooke. And I think Hudson Prentice wanted a change in the field. I think he was looking to do that with the previous delivery, and he's just opened the face and run the ball down to third man, and that's a very comfortable boundary for Chris Cooke, who looks in good form. He's on 34, 529 for 6. My maths isn't good enough to keep working out I
think it's like 171 now, or something like that.
170, correct, 171. Thank you, Liam. So a couple of other emails for you. Steve has been in touch. Steve in Worthing. Hello, Steve. He says, do you know who Sussex will get as an overseas player when Pujara is playing in the World Test Championship final when India play Test in the West Indies in July? He says Surrey will win Division 1 again this season. Well, it's certainly looking that way, although Warwickshire and Hampshire may have a say in that. I'm sure Sussex have got plans for what's going to happen. Tom Alsop will skip at the side, as he is this morning. Cheteshwar Pujara is not on the field, just to reiterate. We know not why, and we're trying to find out from the Sussex media team if there's a reason why Pujara isn't on the field. But I'm sure there are plans, because Ollie Robinson will be away with England, and I'm sure there will be plans for some more overseas later in the season.
Absolutely. So Carson's into bowl here, up the hill, and that's right on the money. He's changed the field slightly, so he strayed off line in the last over and he got cut through cover. So they've just put in extra cover now for a bit of protection, which is pretty smart, to be fair, because he'd have to bowl right on the money every ball. Otherwise, there'd be a massive gap on the offside. So in for his second ball now, up the hill. And straight delivery, just blocked away nicely there from Neser. And I've got a funny little message from Lewis Hatchett, who put 25 overs on the bounce, question mark. And I faced him a few times when he bowled a lot, and it probably just felt like 25 overs to me. But
well, it was great to see Lewis the other day coming in on commentary, the former Sussex seam bowler.
As Carson's into bowl, and that's flicked down to fine leg, and it's just going to be a dot ball.
I wonder how his screen stick got on yesterday, whether Lewis was playing.
They won yesterday.
Did they?
Yeah, and Harry Finch, old Sussex guy, I think he hit 100 as well for them.
For East Grinstead?
Yeah, exactly. So they've got a really strong team this year, and they were good last year as well. Carson in for his fourth ball of the over, up the hill now. Into bowl, nicely flighted and blocked away.
So tell me, Liam, in my days of playing, and I'm not going to big myself up, I played village cricket. So it was, it was good fun. It wasn't the greatest standard, but it was great fun. That's how I played my cricket. If anybody got 100, which was pretty rare, just break off.
As Carson's into bowl now. Full length delivery, a bit more flighted there, and teased Neser a little bit, but he chose against a big shot and just drove that to mid-on for a dot ball.
So if anybody got a 50 or 100, which was unusual, or 5 wickets, you had to buy a jug of beer. Does that still happen?
Absolutely. Well, at Nomads, I know we've not hit many hundreds recently in the first team, so when it happens, you've got to cash in. As Carson's up the hill now, and that's blocked away nicely. Really nice over there from Carson, who was on it every ball, straight at the stumps without straying on his line. So that's going to be another over, 529 for 6. The lead's still 171, and Cooke's on 34. He's batted very nicely so far this morning, and Neser's on 3.
So so that would still happen. So if a player got a 50 or 100 or 5 wickets, he'd buy a jug of beer.
Yeah, and it's still the case. I mean,
oh, good. Well, that's good. I'm glad those traditions do. And also, we would also have a team jug as well. So out of the match fees that we all paid, a proportion of that will go towards a team jug as well. It was great. I love those. Yeah, it was always good fun.
Well, they've really worked at, I know Preston Nomads is a little bit out in the sticks, so it's not in Brighton, but they've really worked socially on staying at grounds afterwards and putting money behind each team's bar.
I think that's excellent. I think that's really, really, there's nothing worse. As in comes Hudson Prentice, running in over the wicket, comes in and bowls to Cooke, who's up on his toes and steers that to backward point, and there is no run. I know that you've got to have someone, a designated driver clearly not drinking, who can take everybody home. But I always thought that was for me, that was a huge part of the cricket that I played. You had a good game of cricket in the afternoon, and you stayed at the opposing club, and often they would, you'd have tea, and often they would cook sausages after the game, or beef burgers, and sometimes there'd be a quiz or whatever it was. They were just brilliant, brilliant days of cricket. The cricket was the main thing, but the social side was massive in cricket as well.
Absolutely, and it's important to have a good team culture these days as well. And I know Nomads, after their win, went pretty heavy, and they were out in Brighton until the early morning, so I think they made the most of it, beating Rothie, who won the league last year as well, so it was a good win for them.
In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowls, and Cooke is up on his toes. The ball just short of a length, plays it down the track. Footed by Hudson Prentice, no run. Toby has been in touch. He says, hello Adrian and Liam. As an ex-pro, now clubby again after 30 years, I always hated the old win-lose-draw format and still can't stand it for exactly the same reasons that Liam gives. Negativity and lack of bowling variety kills the old-school format in single-day games. Overseas at clubs, you'll find 2 innings games played over 2 weekends, and that works much better. But in this country, with less reliable weather, it has to be overs. Weather and pitches provide sufficient variety here, and a definitive result as in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls into Cooke, plays into the side. There is no run, and all the best from Toby. Do you know Toby?
I'm sure I know Toby. I think he's involved with St Peters, if I'm thinking of the right person.
Okay.
But I can't just presume and then get it completely wrong. But I think I've met him a few times. Really nice guy. Yeah.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Wales, BBC Online, BBC Radio. Sussex, Adrian Harms and Liam O'Brien. If you wonder where Nick Webb's gone, he's gone to sit in the sunshine for 10 minutes or so. As in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and a good lead by Chris Cooke, who lets that one drift past the off stump, and there is no run. The news here this morning is that Glamorgan have lost a wicket. They'll have their skipper Kieran Carlson for a quite magnificent 192. It's a career best score for him in first-class cricket, but he fell 8 short of a double 100, caught and bowled by Ari Carvelos. That wicket going down on... Just break off for a moment as in comes Hudson Prentice running in over the wicket bowls and hammered away by Chris Cooke. That's a lovely shot. Too much whip by Finn Hudson Prentice, and Chris Cooke was just not going to miss out. He's absolutely belted that one away through backward point. He goes to 34 on the total to 529. They should go to 533, I think.
Yeah, I think he's on 38
Yes,
now.
I think they should go to 38. The scoreboard is slow, and that will take the lead to 175. But you can't bowl there. That's
He's been impressively ruthless, hasn't he? He's got a couple of bad balls and every single one for 4. So if you've got a groin injury, you don't want to run much. You've got to make the most of the bad balls.
Well, it was belted away. Hudson Prentice in bowls to Cooke, who's forward. That's a better delivery. Played to mid-off. It's the end of Hudson Prentice's over, who has now bowled 16 overs, 1 maiden, because of 0 for 86. The scoreboard still hasn't changed, but I'm fairly certain. There we go. He goes to 38, 533 for 5. It means the lead is 175, and that wicket of Kieran Carlson's went down when the score was on 510. So what does this week hold for you, Liam? Have you got some net practice, or so you've got some England stuff? What have you got going on?
This sounds terrible, Adrian, but I'm actually, during the week, going to be playing golf in Portugal, trying to chase the sun a little bit.
How come you're going to Portugal? You've just come back from the south of France. That's not fair.
I know, but we've got some really big England fixtures coming up.
You won the lottery or something? Golfing in Portugal.
Yeah, going to be playing the Western Algarve, loving life, hopefully.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. As Carlson comes up the hill now, and that's blocked away nicely for a dot ball. So I'm playing golf early doors in the week in Portugal, and then I've got a big couple of games for England over in Alton Cricket Ground, which is one of the Premier League grounds over in Hampshire, against Surrey Academy and Hampshire Academy. So we've got some really big games coming up this year, and that'll be a very competitive weekend.
I bet you're one of these really annoying people who plays off about 5 or something.
As Carlson comes into bowl now, and that's just flicked away. They're looking for a single, but Cooke calls him back. I don't think he wants to push a single on that groin. No, I play off 13, Adrian, but it's one of those things where I don't play very often. So yesterday, for example, I didn't warm up or anything, hadn't played in a few months, and just played off the first tee and hope it went well. So yeah.
And what was that locally?
Played at a place called Mannings Heath, which is Horsham Way.
Yeah.
As Carlson comes into bowl now and blocks it away nicely, but I can hit the ball a decent way. It's just obviously I probably don't practice enough, so my iron play isn't as good. But I have good fun with my brother, and normally only really get out with him. So
good stuff. So who's going on the trip to the Algarve?
It's just going to be with a mate, to be honest with you. It's not going to be anything messy, and I've not been drinking obviously with my fitness regime and everything like that. So it's just going to be a chilled one in the sun, hopefully. As Carlson comes in, strays wide, and it's cut away but stopped nicely from point for a dot ball. So yeah, and then obviously big weekend coming up, playing against Surrey Academy and Hampshire Academy. And for those listeners who are new or haven't listening for the first time, I play for the England physical disability team. We've got a World Cup over in October, so we're preparing for that one, which is why we've got the good level of competition against Surrey and Hampshire. And that's blocked away from Neser again for a dot ball. He's been very patient. Normally I've seen him be pretty aggressive, so maybe he's just letting Cooke score all the runs and taking the risks while he bats it away from Carlson at this end.
Just see that Sir Alistair Cooke was out for 99 today.
Oh, nothing worse. Nothing worse as Carlson comes up the hill now. And that is blocked away nicely. He's been very patient this morning, Neser, blocking that away, and that's another maiden over. So that's 47 overs in the bank now from Carlson. 2 wickets for 190 runs, and Glamorgan of 533 for 6. Lead us 175.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Liam O'Brien. Nick Webb, the other member of our commentary team, will be joining us shortly. We're on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales and BBC Radio Sussex on a lovely sunny morning here on the south coast. Lots of blue sky, a few high-level cotton wool clouds drifting across the sky. Quite a breeze outside, which you can probably hear in our effects microphone. And it's a change of bowling, and Tom Haynes is going to come into the attack. He hasn't quite been Finn Hudson-Prentice this morning here. He's just bowled a couple of overs, but he's now out of the attack, and Tom Haynes is back into the attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Well, Haynes was really impressive, wasn't he?
He was.
Throughout the few days, so maybe they're just trying to tighten things up so Cooke doesn't get away with it.
Yeah, and actually, Nick was saying he spoke to Marnus Labuschagne last night, who said that Tom Haynes was quite tricky to face. So Tom Haynes bowling his medium paces. He's bowling with keeper Carter standing up to the stumps. There is a slip. Umpire White is just running across from square leg to point, because with the square leg he can't see the crease, and so he's now officiating from point, and we're pretty much ready to go. So this is a really attacking field. There's a slip, then there's a ring of 3 men on the leg side, all saving one, all very close in, mid-on, mid-wicket and at square leg. As in comes Haynes running in down the hill, bowls to Cooke, that's down the leg side, and I suspect they are going to be signalled as byes. Yes, indeed, they are byes. That's a real loosener from Tom Haynes. Ollie Carter had absolutely no chance. Should you, I mean, we sit here and we say, oh, that's a loosener, but at this level, should you really bowl a loosener, Liam?
Well, where it's tricky, just to give like maybe some support to Tom Haynes here, is he's been swinging it a lot.
I'm not trying to dig him out.
So with the away swing, maybe that's the line he normally starts it from, then swings it back onto the stump. So maybe that one just didn't swing early on, and he'll learn for next time. But it's one of those, because the keeper down the leg side, but because Carter's standing up, he just has to dive and hopefully get some hands on it. So
4 more to the total, 537 for 6. In comes Haynes, bowls, and Cooke is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off. Then on the onside, there's a very straight, close mid-on, a close mid-wicket, a close square leg, so close that they won't be walking in from those positions. Then a more orthodox, wideish mid-on, and a fine leg. So clearly it's a field that Sussex have discussed, and they think it's an area that they can catch Chris Cooke out. Cooke is on 38. He's batted very nicely. Haynes is in and bowls, and Cooke plays again to James Coles, who's taken out that position at that silly mid-on. Just to reiterate, Cheteshwar Pujara not on the field for Sussex. I'm not sure that he's been on all morning. It was only after an over or so that we suddenly thought, oh, where's Pujara? And no Ollie Robinson, for those of you who missed the news yesterday. He's having a scan on a sore ankle, which will take place tomorrow, so we wish Ollie well and hope that's nothing too serious. In comes Haynes, running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Cooke leans forward and plays to Backwell point. There is no run. So
I feel a bit bad, Adrian. Do you remember on day 2, I was saying how fit Ollie Robinson is, and I had an insider saying he's the fittest he's been, ready for the Ashes, and then I got home yesterday and heard he's injured, and I feel like I've jinxed him, so I just want to apologise to Ollie, that's my fault.
Well, let's hope he's going to be okay. I mean, he did bowl a spell of 8 overs yesterday, and you would have thought he probably wouldn't have bowled those overs if it had been really bad. So anyway, let's just keep fingers crossed. In comes Haynes, bowl, strikes the pad. It's going down the leg side. They were thinking about a single, but I suspect as much as anything else with Cooke, just with this slight groin problem, which has meant he can't keep wicket, he wouldn't have wanted a desperately quick single. Total remains 537 for 6. The lead for Glamorgan is 179. There are 79 overs left in the game after this one. Haynes makes his way in again and bowls, and forward come Cooke. It's a nice, tidy, accurate over from Tom Haynes, bar the first one, which will cut him a bit of slack and went down the leg side for 4 byes. End of the over, 537 for 6 with Cooke on 38. Michael Neser's playing very much within himself. He's on 3 of 22 deliveries, and this game is still in the melting pot. All three results are still possible here. Maybe the least likely might be a Glamorgan win, but you never know in the wonderful game of four-day cricket.
Absolutely, it just takes a couple of early wickets and a bit of pressure for Glamorgan and game on. But Carson's going to carry on, so he's going to be coming in for his 48th over. That's a mammoth effort from the youngster.
Marcus Harris is 97 not out, so he won't be hoping to fall the same way as Sir Alistair Cooke, who was out for 99 today. Marcus Harris on 97. Gloucestershire 236 for 7, but still needing another 190 if they're going to beat Durham. So Durham heavy favourites to win that one and retain their straight and strengthen their place at the top of Division 2.
So Carson's into bowl now, up the hill, and they've changed the field slightly. I've just noticed it. So they did have a short mid-on, like a really short mid-on with Alistair or Ali Orr, as it would be, under the lid. But they've just changed him to the offside, so maybe he's going to stray a little bit more to the offside and change up his line a little bit. So we'll see. He was right on the money there, first ball. And up the hill now, floated delivery. Neser tries to crack it through the offside, but that's fielded nicely from Tom Haynes, who throws a ball in at the stumps, and it hits the non-striking batsman Cooke, who with the sore groin probably couldn't get out the way, so it's just nailed him there, and I think he's apologised straight away, but that's going to be a sore one. I'm just looking at him, just seeing if he rubs it, but he's not. He's firm in it. Neser's faced 23 balls now, so very patient today. As Carson comes up the hill again, short and wide there, and that's cut away nicely there from Neser. Can't bowl there, unfortunately. He's not been quite on it today. A few loose balls, and Glamorgan have managed to capitalise on every single one. So that's going to be 4 runs, and brings Neser on to 7.
I think it's been very much a feature of this Glamorgan innings throughout, actually, that when the bad ballers come along, they've made it count, Liam.
Well, that's what I think you remember on day 2, I kind of stood up behind the commentary box to watch Labuschagne bat, and I tried to get a perfect angle, and he was so patient, but as soon as he got a bad ball, it just seemed to automatically go for 4. And Glamorgan have been pretty impressive with making the most of these loose balls. As Carson's in again to bowl. Flight delivery blocked away nicely from Neser. And I was just amazing watching Labuschagne, to be honest with you. I'm not surprised he went on to get 100, because Carveus bowled really well at him, and he was so patient leaving the ball outside off stump. And they strayed once onto his pads, and he nailed it for 4. So he just looked in the mood, didn't he, Adrian, to score big. So Carson, for his 4th ball of the over here, into bowl, flighted delivery, teasing Neser into a shot, and that's just pushed into the offside, and they're going to take a quick single.
They're changing around the short leg and silly mid-off. For that particular delivery, they moved Ali Orr to short leg. I wonder if he's going to stay there. No, he's moving back across now. So for Chris Cooke, he comes across to silly mid-off, and he's really tight in there, Ali Orr. I mean, he's virtually right standing on the track, isn't he? He's really, really close.
He's probably got some minerals. I'd be pretty nervous under the lid being that close.
I would hate to be fielding there.
Absolutely. So Carson's into bowl here. And that's bowled nicely. Yeah, got to give it to Ali Orr. He is in close there, and the way Carson's been bowling with a bit of flight, he might get nailed soon.
Really close. So end of the over, 542 for 6. It's time for me to take my leave of absence. But before I do, I'm going to give the microphone to Nick. We had a lovely email in, Nick, from Chris Rees, who says, thank you for providing the backdrop to 4 days of wonderful cricket. And he's very much enjoyed the commentary. So well done, Nick. And he says, hope Glammy take it to the final session. And who knows, Marnus to bowl Smith off the last ball for an unlikely victory. But thank you, Chris. So we're going to have a seamless change round in the commentary box here of headphones and the like, and hopefully we'll do it before this first ball from Tom Haynes. Oh, that was quick.
Thank you, we're getting good at it.
That was like Formula 1-esque, wasn't it? Like a wheel change.
I got new tyres. I've been feeling tired for years. Here comes Haynes then to bowl to Neser, who is forward defending back to the bowler, and there is no run. It is now officially the biggest improvement between a Glamorgan first and second innings ever.
And Nick, I'm very jealous. You got to spend some time with Labuschagne yesterday talking to him, and it was interesting you saying that he was still disappointed after getting out for something like 138, so it shows the mentality from him.
As Haynes is in to bowl, and Neser squirts it away on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, certainly, although he was obviously pleased with his own contribution. He wanted that to be more significant in terms of the team actually getting on top rather than just hanging on for survival as they are at the moment. 1 wicket falls in the first hour. That of Kieran Carlson, though, 192, just a career best by 1 run. 5-4-2 for 6 as Neser turns one down towards short leg, and it's well fielded by Orr in a sort of leg gully position, and there's no run. Big Nigel Neser is having to dig a few out.
Very patient.
Haynes tends to skid them through naturally because he's not as tall as Carvelis. But even from the taller man, there were 1 or 2 keeping low. Neser on 8, 5.42 for 6 as forward comes Neser and gets an inside edge down to fine leg. Bit of bat, bit of pad, and they go through for a single. 543 for 6.
And Nick, just having a look here, I'm trying to just think of the rules as well. So with Pujara being off the field, if let's say there's a few wickets, would that mean if he's not on the field by the time he comes to the bat, he'd have to go lower down, or can he bat in his normal position?
Sometimes it depends on the nature of the injury or something odd like that. I'm not entirely sure, but it may be that if he's off the whole session, that he might have to come in at 7, I believe.
Right. That's a big difference, isn't it?
It is. But they've got Smith to move up 1. Haynes bowls and forward, or backwards rather, defending Cooke on that occasion. 5-4-3 for 6. Glamorgan having lost Kieran Carlson for 192. It is a career best, but only by 1. His jug will no doubt have to wait until they get home. Haynes in to bowl down leg side, left by Cooke and missed by Carter, and it'll run away for 4 byes for the 2nd time this morning. Cooke just stood and looked at it, and it was an awkward one for Carter down the leg side, but he's having a little bit of trouble to standing up for seamers at the moment, and Glamorgan move on to 543 for 6. They won't care if they come in sundries.
Absolutely. And just looking outside, just to give you guys a perspective on the ground for those listeners, the ground's starting to get busier and busier, and I have a lot of friends, I know a lot of friends are going to be coming in later on in their day after tea to hopefully see Steve Smith bat and see Sussex put on a good chase. So I know it's going to gradually fill up. It's a beautiful day. I got sunburnt to bits watching my Premier League team for cricket play, so I should have put the after sun on. But yeah, it's a beautiful day and lots of hats and sun cream around. As Carlson comes up the hill now, and that is short, and it's pushed away into the offside for a dot ball, but I thought it was nearly a long up there. I thought he was going to try and cash in, but still playing very patiently here from Neser, who definitely doesn't want to give his wicket away. It's a clear sign that they want to bat some time here, Glamorgan. As Carlson comes in here, up the hill, bowls it, and it's blocked away nicely from Neser. He's looking very solid this morning.
Yeah, Finn McCool on Twitter's urging Glamorgan to have a dart and try to get to 275. I don't think so. They're not really going to have a dart. They need to, as you said, hit the bad balls, but just wait till they come along.
So Carlson into bowl. Full length delivery, and that shot right under the bat. That wasn't that short of a ball. Probably should have gone forward to it, but still, that shot underneath the bat. So, yeah, there's a few dead patches in that pitch. And I was talking to Adrian. Was that happening quite a bit yesterday as well? Some balls going, or is it a day 4 thing?
Not at this end to any extent.
Strange, as Carlson's now coming up the hill, flight delivery, and that's trying to hit through cover, but he's a little bit early on it and hits it down to mid-off for a dot ball. Tom Haynes picking the ball up there. Because I had a look when I was here on day 2 on Friday, and the pitch looked really, really nice. So I'm surprised it's misbehaving a little bit today. Now Carlson into bowl here. Up the hill, flight delivery again, and Neser's not going to miss out there. That smash for extra cover for 4 runs, and it nearly hits the crowd as it hits a boundary rope and goes over the boards. But I think a lady's just managed to avoid it and gives us a thumbs up. That was really well put away from Neser. And like we said earlier on, they've been very good at putting away the bad balls here, Glamorgan, and not taking any risks. And that was ruthless there from Neser.
Yeah, Neser by temperament would be rather be getting on with things, I think, but he's reining himself in, or trying to, for the good of the team.
Absolutely. I've seen him have some big knocks in the past, and he hits a big ball, doesn't he? As Carlson comes up the hill for the final ball of the over, that's blocked away from Neser, and so that is 551 for 6. That is Michael Neser on 13, Cooke on 38, and I make that a lead of 193, I think, 193. I could be well out here.
It's the right ballpark, yes. Add 193. Well done.
Perfect. It doesn't have it on the scoreboard, just for the listeners as well. So we normally have to try and figure it out in our heads. So it's one of those annoying
it's just
scoreboards.
a little bit behind on the screen that we've got in front of us on the laptop. As Tom Haynes will continue. It is now the highest score by Glamorgan in Sussex, beating the 533 registered as long ago as last September. So Glamorgan pushing that particular total upwards as Haynes bowls and Cooke nurdles it away down towards fine leg for a single. Interesting field at the moment, Liam.
Yeah, he's trying to bowl really straight, so he has a leg slip and a first slip, and then a really tight ring field. So he's got a point, and then a short catching extra cover, a short catching mid wicket, a short catching square leg, and then just a standard mid on and mid off. So I think Haynes is trying to bowl full and straight, and kind of goad Glamorgan into trying to drive and take a risk.
5 crouching for the catch as Neser is in forward and defending to point, and there's no run.
I'll be honest, as a batsman, Nick, sometimes it does actually get in your head, because you're trying to think, especially when you've played 2020, you think, I just need to hit it 20 yards, 30 yards, it's going to go away to the boundary. So maybe in the back of Neser's head, he's looking at these gaps thinking, if there's one pitched up, I might have a drive here. So at least Sussex are being positive and trying to play with the batsman a bit.
Yes, it's an unusual field with the 3 catching on the leg side, but they're not in short leg positions. They're all catching about 10 metres from the bat or thereabouts as Haynes bowls to Neser, who steps back and cuts, but finds Hudson Prentice at backward point, a metre or 2 either side. That would have raced away for 4 as well. 5-5-4 for 6. So it's the biggest improvement by Glamorgan on a first innings. It's also the second highest they've managed in a second innings ever, as Neser looks to drive, doesn't time that one, and it ends up at mid-on.
This is a bit of a worry for Sussex, because they've bowled quite a few 4 balls today. Glamorgan are going to be happy just waiting until they get the bad ball, and because the field's so tight, they just have to get a bit of bat on it, and it's going to be 4 runs. So Tom Haynes has got to be right on the money today.
Yes, it's an interesting balance between attack and defence for both teams, really, as Haynes bowls and Neser blocks it out to Ward, one of those close fielders on the leg side, certainly sitting up on the balcony for 20 minutes. It was very noticeable, the amount of chirrup between the Sussex fielders as they desperately tried to encourage the bowler, with not a lot happening apart from the odd one keeping low. 1 wicket in nearly an hour and a quarter now, as Neser drives this one through the offside, and that time he did take the opportunity to cash in on a ball that was well pitched up and drove it past cover for 4 away to our right.
That's the thing, Nick, because they're so tight, that's just missed James Cole's extra cover. But because they're so close, if they get any bat on it, it's literally got to go straight at the fielder, or else it's going to be 4 runs either side of them, and they've got no chance and not enough time to move. So Tom Haynes really has to be on the line here.
In comes Haynes Bowled to Neser, who's forward defensively. No run. Neser has 17. Cooke has 39, and the total is 558 for 6, which means the lead is now 200, which I suppose would have been the absolute minimum that Glamorgan would have hoped for today, but they still have 4 wickets in hand, and now 250 lead the next milestone, or at least lunchtime, I suppose. Lunch time and runs and required run rates for Sussex batting fourth are all constantly in a state of flux.
Absolutely. I just saw Caveus warming up pretty expansively. It was a strange looking what. I've never seen him do that before. He's lying on the ground, flicking his legs up and down, but I think he's warming up. So Sussex need to make a bowling change down the hill and find someone who's bowling with some good rhythm, as Carson's coming into bowl, and that is flicked, and they're looking for a single, and they managed to take a quick single after flicking it into the leg side. So, Sussex need a bit of inspiration here from one of their bowlers to take charge and get a flurry of wickets, so maybe they're looking at Caveus to come on.
That's Carson's 200 up, poor boy.
Raised the bat. But he's bowled, in fairness to him, this is 50th over. That's a great effort up the hill. Bit of a breeze here at Sussex. You see the players' trousers blown all over the place, and Carson's into bowl, and that's blocked nicely there from Neser, who's seeing the ball well. Saying probably seen it like a beach ball, but every time he's got a bad ball, he's carted it through the offside for 4 runs, and then seems to middle every single defence as well, apart from that low one that's shot under his bat. So Carlson walking into his run up now, into bowl, and that's wide ball, cut away for 4 runs. You just can't be bowling bad balls like that if you're trying to create a bit of pressure, and that's just cut away nicely from Neser for 4 runs, short and wide, and he's not quite, but he's been building a bit of pressure, and then just as you feel like he's getting on top, he bowls a loose delivery and lets Glamorgan off the hook.
Yeah, well, the batters be happy to block 11 out of 12 as long as they know there's fairly likely to be a bad ball every other over or so, and they can keep the scoreboard going that way. They don't have to be at all aggressive the rest of the time. Absolutely, yeah. And they've been pretty gimme balls as well. There's not even if they've had to try to get this 4, he's been encouraging them just to cut it through cover for 4. So let's see how Carlson replies. Up the hill, short delivery, and I think that's hit Ali Orr. Sorry for the silence. I was trying to see who that hit, but he's flicked it and it's hit the short leg, and they're not going to take a single there, but it's fair play to Ali Orr for going in under the lid, because there's been a few loose deliveries and he's in the firing line if it gets hit towards him. So I know I definitely wouldn't be going under the lid myself. I'm not really a big fan of that, as Carlson comes into bowl, and that's a nicely bowled ball off stump line, and that's blocked away from Neser, who, like we talked about early in the over, he's just going to be happy blocking away these balls, waiting for the bad ball, and he's made the most of them so far. So Carson's got to be consistent here and build a bit of pressure to see if Neser takes any risks. He's just coming into his stride now, up the hill, bowls the ball, and that's short, and just flicked away nonchalantly for 4 from Michael Neser. When I say short, it's still hitting the top of the stumps, but at that pace, they're just going to take full advantage, and that's a pour over from there from Carlson. 9 runs off it, and that's going to be the over. 567 for 6. Michael Neser on 25 off. Well, I think he was on something like 3 off 23 balls, and he's really carted to 25 now. And Cooke's on 40, who's batted very nicely as well. For those who are new listening, I'm Liam O'Brien. I play for the England Physical Disability Team, and I'm here in Nick Webb. And looking back to the last day of last season again, when Sussex batted out the final day, Andrew Salter bowled 54 overs and took 5 for 138. Ajaz Patel, 40 overs, 2 for 152. So that was an occasion on which the spinners did a lot of work as well on the last day of the season. And Glamorgan hoping to make Sussex toil in turn as Haynes bowls and Cooke works it away past the shortish square leg. It's fielded by the man coming in from fine leg, a bit of a messy throw, and Carter has to juggle it. Single to Cooke, 5, 6, 8 for 6. The lead 210. Still 73.5 overs left in the day, so if there were a flurry of wickets now, then Sussex would have a very easy scoring rate. Hence the need for Glamorgan to bat time as well as get runs on the board, as they're getting rid of a couple of those short fielders on the leg side. In fact, they're getting rid of all the close-ish fielders on the leg side and trying a different way of drying up the runs and putting pressure on Michael Neser. There's an extra man in the covers now and a second slip as Haynes bowls, and Neser works it through square leg where the fielder has just moved from. He wants to. Chris Cooke doesn't want to risk anything as the throw comes in, quite rightly. Cooke not able to keep wickets earlier in the match because of a slight groin problem. He's not sprinting anything today. It's noticeable that he's usually one of the quickest members of the team, despite being the oldest. But he isn't risking anything running between wickets. He's pushed forwards, and I thought that he'd got through for a moment there.
I think it might be a chance, that.
As there was definitely a cry from those behind the stumps. Has he got a little tickle on that? It bounced off something back down the wicket, but it might have been the keeper. You can keep an eye on the replay, Liam, while I describe the next ball. As our stream is about a few seconds behind. As Cooke drives this one up through mid-on, and no need to run for that one for any of the parties involved. He's drilled that through mid-on for 4 runs, and he moves on to 45, and the total on to 573 for 6, the lead 2-1-5. Any further thoughts?
It's so hard to tell by looking at it, isn't it? That's why you need Snicko and stuff like that. But just from hearing it on the mic outside, I thought I heard a little tickle. And normally you can tell by body language. And Tom Haynes looked a little bit dejected. Carter looked dejected. So maybe he got a slight edge on that.
Haynes in, bowls, played away on the offside by Cooke. No run. So, having attacked the leg stump, he's now withdrawn those 3 catches on the leg side. Mid-wicket is a more orthodox one, as the second slip and short extra cover are the catches now that they've got instead. Haynes bustling in, bowls, that's caught at short mid-wicket. Chris Cooke has gone. It was a poor delivery. Cooke looking to make the most of it and hammered it straight to the fielder. 573 for 7. Cooke gone for 45.
He's going to be absolutely gutted with that. That's what they called a leg side half volley, I think. That was pitched up. It literally just said, hit me all over it. And he's just moved all the fielders from the leg side over to the offside. But he just didn't get hold of that at all, and he'll be really disappointed with that. And you can tell by Tom Haynes' celebration, he really wanted that wicket. And as much as it probably wasn't normally the ball, wicket-taking ball, it doesn't matter how you get them, they'll still be buzzing with that wicket. And 7 down now for Glamorgan. So if Sussex make a few positive changes and get a flurry of wickets, they'll want to get out batting ASAP.
Yeah, they'll look to be batting immediately after lunch. And as you say, Chris Cooke will be absolutely devastated, not really having been got out. He was looking to launch that one towards the pavilion side of the ground, but didn't get a clean bat on it. And it was a head-high catch to short mid-wicket.
Well, Haynes isn't going to worry about how he gets that wicket, but I just watched the replay and it was actually more leg side than I realised. And I think he's tried hitting that for 6 or something like that, because proper flurry of the bat. But the way Ali Orr took it, I think he couldn't believe it was coming to him that slow. I just don't think he got any of it there, Chris Cooke.
Must have been the toe end of the bat, I guess. 573 for 7, effectively 215 for 7. And it's game on for Sussex as Van der Hoogten comes in at 9. 2 wickets, the 2 specialist batters gone in this morning session, when Glamorgan would have looked to have had at least one of those to lead the efforts into the afternoon. And Sussex battling away. Carlson has bowled 50 overs, 2 for 208. Haynes has just got his first wicket. He's been remarkably economical.
I was about to say, it looks like they're making a change in the field. Now that was the over, and I think, change in the bowling. I think Coles is going to come on. Carlson's just not been quite on its day. He's been building really good pressure, and then as soon as it looked like he was getting on top, he'd bowled a loose delivery. But I was obviously away yesterday, but I watched a bit of Cole's bowling, and he looked very impressive. And I think I said to Adrian when I saw him bat, I was like, I'm sure he's an all-rounder who can bowl a bit of left-arm off-spin, and he got a few big wickets yesterday.
Yeah, Labuschagne and Root he got rid of as well. Labuschagne leg before, and Root caught it short leg off. We thought glove and pad.
So the left arm off spin, he's going to be coming round the wicket. It's going to be a similar field to Jack Carlson, but instead he's going to have a deep cover just to protect him maybe for a loose delivery. As he comes in for his first ball, and that's a straight ball, flicked away to the leg side, but that's going to be no run as it goes straight to Carveus. But good start from there from Coles.
Yes, again, Glamorgan may be caught betwixt and between here.
Absolutely. So Cole's in again, and that's just straight down the leg side. Great take from Carlson as it misses everything there from Neser for a dot ball. It looks like he's getting a bit of drift. I don't know. From our angle, we're lucky we can see straight behind, but I think the wind's bringing it across a little bit, and that's gone down the leg side again. Carter, the keeper, is going to be disappointed missing that one. It looks like it's going to be 4 byes. Yes, it is. It rolls up the hill here at Sussex for 4 runs.
It's interesting. I'm not sure if this happened when you were around or yesterday, that Coles was actually wided several times for persistent leg side bowling.
Really?
Unusual, very unusual for Championship cricket. I mean, they weren't, they were only just past the batsman's rear end, but because he was attacking or bowling consistently that sort of line, it was seen as negative bowling, and umpire White took exception.
So Cole's in again. That is a straight ball floated up there, and Neser thinks about taking a single, but Van der Hoogten calls him back. I'm not a big fan of that, to be honest, unless it was literally spraying it down Miles' leg side. Probably just let him to get on with it. So Cole's in again, flighted delivery again, and that hits Ali Orr in the ankle. I said it earlier to Adrian on commentary, I would not be under there myself. He is in very close. If you bowl a loose delivery, he's in the firing line, and that has cracked him on the foot. And Coles has gone back to his mark, and maybe give his mate a second to get ready for the pain. But he's gone straight under the lid. Fair play to him. He's not rubbing it or anything. He got straight back under. Coles bowls it, and it's flicked down the leg side for a single. And Ali Orr's now rubbing it a little bit, and mind a little bit of treatment. That's hit him hard, as that's going to be the over. So Glamorgan 578 for 7. Neser on 27. Van der Hoogten yet to face a ball. And that's going to be a 219 run lead, or 220 runs, I think I make it.
Yeah, the 8s are relatively simple. 220 ahead, effectively 220 for 7. Well, no matter how much padding you have on, you can't pad everything, and must have just half turned and caught him on the side of the ankle as he turned away from it. Ali Orr is wearing wicket-keeping style pads underneath his whites. 220 for 7 effectively, 578 for 7 on the board. That might seem impressive, but just emphasises the hole that Glamorgan were in as Michael Neser took the strike, and will face up to Haynes and drives that one firmly into the offside, fielded by Coles at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So just having a look here, Van der Hoogten is averaging 24.8 at the moment, so still some runs to come if he's batting anything like he has been this season.
He's quite solid, Tim Van der Hoogten, promoted from his usual number 10. As Neser drives back to the bowler on the bounce, no run. Just maybe 1 or 2 signs that, although Neser will have every confidence in Van der Hoogten, just 1 or 2 signs that Neser is looking to play his shots and get the runs on the board rather than just playing out the overs.
And you can tell by the trousers just at slips that the wind's starting to pick up a little bit, so maybe that's going to help Tom Haynes with his natural swing away.
Haynes is in to bowl to Neser, who jabs down on that one and sends it back down the wicket. Steve Smith in Sussex colours for the last time, at least this season, and possibly the last time at all, which is why, as you said, there might be a few in later if there's a chance to watch him bat.
Absolutely. I've had quite a few messages already asking if I'm going to be here for tea, because I think a lot of my friends are coming down, so everyone's looking forward to it.
As Neser sends that one straight back at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and it's crashed into the stumps. Dylan Kane's got a hand on it. Van der Hoogten was aware of the danger anyway. Alsop waving around, possibly in charge of affairs at the moment, we think.
Yeah, he is, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Adrian. Haynes into bowl to Neser, who gets an inside edge down to fine leg, and will pick up a single, bringing Van der Hoogten onto strike for the last ball of the over to face for the first time the Sydney-born Netherlands international, Tim van der Hoogten, leading Glamorgan's wicket-taking this season. Just the one in this match so far, taking up to 29 for the season. But 1 half-century with the bat as well. As Haynes bowls and Van der Hoogten is forward defending to mid-off, and there's no run. 149 Haynes off 22 overs. Glamorgan lead by 221, and Liam will be back later in proceedings, and Adrian Harms and myself will steer you towards lunch. Well, Sussex 2 wickets in the first 90 minutes. They're the two they would have wanted, I guess, Adrian.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say as well, Nick, just one other thing to throw into the pot here is that a new ball is available in 7 overs time. So 153 overs gone, which is just something else that I just wondering whether Tom also... We're trying to get news from the club of why Cheteshwar Pujara isn't on the field. I thought he might have been on for the first over, but my eyes deceived me. Talking to the guys in the press box, it would seem as if he wasn't on the field at all today. As in comes Carlson and bowls and played into the offside by Michael Neser, who picks up a single. He goes to 29, the total to 579 for 7. So Tom Alsop in charge, but he's certainly been off the field for 2 hours, Cheteshwar Pujara. There are rules around being off the field and when you can come back onto the field and play, so that may well become a factor. So we'll try and get some confirmation of that as to why he's not on the field as soon as we can. As in comes Carlson and bowls, forward comes Van der Hoogten, he's struck on the pad, there's a loud appeal. Jack Carlson back into the attack in his 51st over. 8 maidens, 2 for 209. Liam was saying he was just a little bit too loose in that previous spell where he got picked off a couple of times, bowling too wide. So we're getting to the stage here with Glamorgan where you wonder whether someone like Van der Hoogten can score very quickly. Could almost take the game away from Sussex here. In comes Carlson bowls, and Van der Hoogten lets that one just drift down the leg side.
I don't think he'll be in that sort of mode, Tim Van der Hoogten,
Right.
to be honest.
Not for-
Unless something loose drifts his way.
He hits a long ball though. I've seen him hit some big sixes in his time in matches against Sussex. In comes Carlson bowls, Van der Hoogten plays very correctly into the offside, and there's runs. The lead is 222.
It is Glamorgan's best second innings ever.
Wow, that's amazing. In all the years, Nick, and you were there. In comes Carlson. Bowls, and Van der Hoogten plays onto the onside foot by Orr, who's very close in at short leg. And it is an extraordinary effort. Bowled out for 123 on the first day, conceding a lead of 358 to now be in the lead by 222 is a remarkable performance by Glamorgan. In comes Carlson again, bowls, and Hooked plays into the onside, and there is no run. It's the end of another Jack Carlson over. He's going to enjoy putting his feet up tomorrow if indeed he gets a rest. 51 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 209. Listening to live cricket on the BBC on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Online, BBC Wales, BBC Radio Sussex. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire are making Durham work down at Bristol. Gloucestershire 262 for 7. Marcus Harris on 105, Josh Shaw on 39. Those two are just holding up Durham a little. 164 more needed to win, so it would seem unlikely. But you never know. Up at Trent Bridge, it's meandering towards a draw, you feel. So Alistair Cooke out for 99. Essex 238 for 2, leading Notts by 94. But that sounds like it's gone pretty flat up at Trent Bridge. Here, this game is still very much alive, and Sussex are going to go with spin from both ends. The Sussex over 8, if my eyes don't deceive me, does that say +8 on the scoreboard? So it's the fourth line down, +8. Wow. Well, Sussex have...
They've got time for a committee meeting or two.
They have, yeah, I mean, and they're a bit too prone to that, are Sussex, and they've incurred the wrath of the umpires already this season. However, not in this game. So, Coles is coming in. Sorry, Nick, you're over.
In comes Coles and bowls left arm spin, and Neser hits it hard down into the ground, and it rolls out towards Ward, the subfielder on the point boundary, past umpire White, who decided to move to point when Sussex had a shortish square leg, level with the batter and therefore level with the umpire. It doesn't really need to be there now because that fielder has moved. And he's actually looking more into the sun, if anything. But Sussex move players round the bat. Update for radio to come.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Joe. In the sunshine here at Hove, and Sussex have taken a couple of wickets here this morning. They're working their way through this Glamorgan batting order. Whether they'll have enough time to win the game is another matter. Kieran Carlson, the skipper, out for 192. A victim of Ari Carvelos, caught and bowled. And then just in the last couple of overs, Chris Cooke out for 45, caught by Ali Orr at mid-wicket off of the bowling of Tom Haynes for 45. So Glamorgan are 581 for 7. It means the lead is 223. There's still another 69 overs to be bowled today. Sorry, Nick, to cut in.
No problemo. 581 for 7. We have to satisfy many different outlets as Coles sends his point fielder back to the boundary. He sends backwards square leg back as well, so maybe just giving Van der Hoogten the possibility of a single as he cuts at that one and misses. Tim Van der Hoogten tempted into playing the aggressive shot. Had an email from Duncan Orr. I'm not sure if Duncan is any relation to Ali.
It's Alistair's dad.
Okay. As Coles is in to bowl and Van der Hoogten plays that one on the leg side. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 581 for 7, 69 overs potentially remaining in the match. Glamorgan lead by 2-2-3. He asks for a recommendation of beaches on the Gower Peninsula.
Ooh.
Well, closest to Swansea, you can't really go wrong with Caswell, I think. The Caswell and Langland, which are more or less the same area. Moving further along the south coast, you get to Oxwich, which is very sort of flat and large and family friendly, I guess, with shallow seas. 581 for 7.
In comes Jack Carlson. Over the wicket comes in and bowls. Forward comes Neser, plays into the offside and gets a comfortable single. He goes to 32. Nick Webb Travel Services.
And if you want something wild and windy and unspoiled, then go west to Rossilly. A very long beach, a couple of miles long, on the west of the Gower Peninsula, where the waves smash in.
Sounds lovely. Get some nice weather. Well, sounds like Duncan's off on holiday. In comes Carlson. And bowls. Forward comes Van der Hoogten, who's yet to score. He's faced 12 deliveries.
And there's nice ones in between, obviously, as well. But those would be among the highlights. Port Eynon, Horton, that area is nice as well.
Is Tenby on the Gower or not?
No, that's further west.
In comes Carlson bowls and covers up as Tim Van der Hoogten plays down the track, and Ali Orr trots in and feels. I don't know if Ali's going on holiday because he can have a lot of cricket to play over the next few weeks, I'm sure. Or maybe he is, I don't know. If the weather's like this, it'll be glorious. It's a lovely day here at Hove. Some high-level cotton wool clouds as in comes Carlson and bowls. Van der Hoogten again plays defensively on the bounce to Orr at short leg. There is no run.
A word of warning, though, if you go to Rossilly, watch the tide coming round the island at the north end of the beach.
Right. You can get cut off there, can you?
No, it's a horrible sort of rip tide. It nearly did for me, age 13.
Really?
Yeah.
You have to tell us more. A slip and a short leg go down. Jack Carlson in his 52nd over, 2 for 210. He's in and bowls. Forward comes Van der Hoogten defensively into the offside, no run. You were there with some mates, or what were you doing?
It was a family thing, thankfully. My dad, my late father, pulled me out onto the rocks, bless him, and we both. I think he got rather more cut up on the sharp rocks than I did.
It was a summer holiday, Nick?
Yeah.
Comes Carlson. Bowls and covers up. Does Van der Hoogten? It's just the one run off the over. 5.82 for 7. Van der Hoogten yet to score off 16 deliveries. Michael Neser on 31. Another 20 minutes to go until lunch. Another 67 overs left in the day. Is that right, Nick? Yes. 67 overs left in the day. We've had an email in.
68, isn't it still?
I think that's going to change.
No, it has changed.
It has changed. Okay, 68, I'm sorry. Phil Tibbs has been in touch. Hello, Phil. He's been on holiday, not to the Gower, but to Rhodes. He says, I'm back from Rhodes, sadly, he says, exclamation mark. He said, I'd like to echo the comments on the live feed. It's fantastic for those of us who don't live close enough or can get to the ground.
As Coles starts a new over bowls and forward comes Neser, plays back to the bowler.
And he's very complimentary of your commentary, Nick.
Thank you.
And Phil goes on to say...
As Coles bowls with a slip and a silly point. 5 saving the single. And Neser's pushing forward and just about getting down on that one on time.
It goes on to say, what will we give to Archer or Robinson to get these last 3 wickets? Yes, sadly, neither available. We await news tomorrow of Ollie Robinson on his scan.
Coles bowls and forward comes Neser, playing it just past point, but there's no run.
And Phil concludes by saying, is there any news on Finney? Meaning there's Steve Finn, who hasn't played this season. He's been plagued by knee problems. My understanding is they're hoping he's going to play in the T20. More of that in a moment.
As forward props Neser and squirts one out on the leg side, and there's a single is taken.
It looked very much like Steve Finn, who was doing some running around on the outfield earlier on this week, but we're going to speak to Paul Farbrace after today's match to have some sort of a preview of the T20, so we'll find out then, Phil, what news of Steve Finn and his likely participation from Friday onwards when Sussex play Somerset here at Hove.
He's done well against Glamorgan once or twice, Steve Finn.
I mean, he's barely played. Well, he hasn't played this season and didn't play a lot last season either with these injury problems.
Silly point moves to short leg. Van der Hoogten is stretching forward, defending on the offside to cover. And there is no run. 5.83 for 7th. The lead 2.25, but just the 3 wickets remaining. 250 would be some sort of tipping point as Van der Hoogten pulls this one away on the leg side and has got 4 runs as Ali Orr again had to take severe evasive action. It was obviously slightly off target from Coles, and Orr really had to get out of the way there rather than get in the way, and it went scorching past him to the cover boundary, and Van der Hoogten is off the mark from the 18th delivery that he's faced, and Glamorgan 5.87 for 7, lead by 2.29.
Yes, I'd imagine that James Coles probably owes Ali Orr a pint or something, having to go in there at short leg and bowling on halfway down, but he's pulled away for 4 runs. I don't know whether Ali Orr is the Sussex close fielder by whether he's just volunteered to go in there or whether he's told to go in there or whether he's a very good close catcher, but he's right underneath the batter's short leg. As in comes Carlson, bowls to Michael Neser, who plays into the offside. There is no run. He's on 32. Tim van der Hoogten is on 4.
I seem to remember Finn getting, this may be apocryphal, but I seem to remember Finn getting wickets against Glamorgan, possibly on one-day debut at Abu Vale.
Right. comes Carlson bowls, and forward comes when he was playing at Middlesex.
Yeah, Middlesex. If anyone can remember that, do tweet me, or look it up. I haven't got time to do so. But I think it was Steve Finn who rolled over Glamorgan pretty cheaply at Ebbw Vale once.
In comes Carlson again, just the one slip and a short leg. He's in a bowl, gives that plenty of air, does Jack Carlson. It's played wristily by Michael Neser to break up Ados and fields up backward square leg. So the new ball would be available in 2 overs after this. I see no reason why Sussex wouldn't take it. And that could bring just another little twist to proceedings. Carlson from the C end of the ground, bowls, and forward comes. Neser on pitches a single, plays it into the offside to point. There is no point.
Don't get existential on us, Adrian, on a Sunday afternoon.
And there's one to Michael Neser, who goes to 33, brings Tim van der Hoogten on. I didn't think van der Hoogten's patience would last forever. He has got now 4 to his name. In comes Carlson bowls. That kept a little low, and van der Hoogten had to rather dig that out, plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Adam's been in touch with a quiz question. Adam Penwarden. So we'll read that out in a moment. Adam, changing the field, square legs going back to a deep backward square. Ari Cavalos about 10 yards inside the boundary. As Carlson is in a game, bowls, and forward comes van der Hoogten, plays it away into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. Glamorgan are 588 for 7. Neser on 33. Van der Hoogten is on 4. The lead therefore 230. And Jack Carlson has bowled 53 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 211. Shall I give you the quiz question?
Go on then.
Adam says, and I haven't read this out beforehand, Adam, so I'm trusting you here. So you better not be stitching me up. Steve Smith made his Test debut in unusual circumstances. What were they? A clue: I witnessed his debut, and I've never seen Test cricket outside of England. He's enjoying the commentary and hoping for victories for both the Sharks and the Seagulls this afternoon, says Adam. Adam, thanks very much. So there we are. Steve Smith made his debut in unusual circumstances.
As Coles bowls to Neser, who drives through the offside and takes a single. 589 for 7.
So the clue was, I witnessed his debut, but I've never seen Test cricket outside of England. So
it was in England.
It was a Test match in England. It was something unusual.
Not one that springs to mind for me originally. Initially. Short leg is back in for van der Hoogten, and Coles bowls, and van der Hoogten plays it away on the offside, and there's no run. Well, I got that mostly wrong, in fact. Finn did make his debut. Thank you to Ben Bonnie for tweeting me. Finn did make his debut at Ebbw Vale, but he didn't take any wickets, as that is driven to mid-on, and there is no run. Glamorgan were bowled out for 94. The wickets were taken by Vass, Chad Keegan, Tim M. Vermeerter, and Murali Kartik. But van der Hoogten is forward defending. Pete Fox says Caswell Bay brings back wonderful memories of family holidays growing up. He says the parking was a menace. Yeah, it is limited there, and you take your life into your hands if you park on the approach roads if the yellow perils are around. Van der Hoogten bowls. Yellow perils? Well, you know what I mean. There's double yellow lines there. Graham Smith's couple of loose shots this morning led to the wickets. Well, yes, but they've got to play shots at some point, otherwise they'll get stuck in a hole. Van der Hoogten plays a shot and guides it down towards third man off an angled bat, and will pick up 4 runs, running away down the slope. 593 for 7. Van der Hoogten has 8. Neser has 34, and we have 13 minutes until the lunch interval. Finn McCool, no, have a dart and get them in. Fortune favours the brave. I don't think so. Jeff Walker, amazing effort by Glamorgan with highest ever second innings. I thought I'd mark the achievement with my first ever tweet, having recently celebrated my 3 score and 10, from Jeff in Cwmbran. Wow. Thank you very much indeed, Jeff. We're honoured to be on the end of your first tweet.
We are.
Keep it going.
Absolutely. I've had an email in from Rick Piper, which I'll read in a moment's time, here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Online, BBC Wales, BBC Radio Sussex, and any others as well. In comes Carson bowls, and that was short and clipped away, and a rather tired-looking dive there by Ari Carvelos at backward square leg, and the ball's going to run away for 4 runs. It wasn't a great ball by Jack Carlson, in all fairness, and Michael Neser just tapped the ball with the spin around the corner and picks up 4 runs to deep backward square. He goes to 38, and Glamorgan to 597 for 7. Hi Adrian, says Rick, what a game against Glamorgan it's proving to be. I watched the first 3 days from the newly arrived benches up at the Cromwell Road end. Yes, that's the new temporary stand they're up for the T20.
Where's the eggs?
But he says, but today is Lady Piper's birthday, and I haven't been able to think of an excuse that she would accept to allow me to come along today. Quite right too. In comes Carson bowls, hammered away on the offside. Didn't quite time it as well as I thought, Michael Neser, but he's going to get a single to deep backward point. The throw comes in from Henry Crocombe, which is over the head of keeper Ollie Carter, well backed up by Ali Orr. Total goes to 598 for 7. Neser to 39. He says, please accept my apologies. He says, note to self, in my next life, make sure you marry someone whose birthday is not in the cricket season. Says Rick. Oh, wow. It's only one day, Rick, and we can let you know what's happened. Could still be a good finish here. In comes Carson bowls, forward comes Van der Hookton, plays down the track, no run. The new ball is available after this over. I just see no reason why Sussex wouldn't take it and have a little blast for a couple of overs before lunch. Where's Ari Carvelos? He's at backward square, he's not warming up.
Yeah, they've got there quite quickly, haven't they, with the over 8 from the spinners?
In comes Carlson, played into the offside by Van der Hookton. Again, there is no run. So the question that Adam was posing was what was unusual about Steve Smith's Test debut. I know the answer because Adam was very kindly sent to me. I'll just leave it hanging for another 2 or 3 minutes. What was unusual? We know that it was in England. In comes Carson bowls, played into the offside, and no Googling allowed. As Carson fields off his own bowling, there is no run.
Who'd run a pub quiz these days, eh? You have to just watch people's hands.
I know. I think that's pathetic, isn't it, when people do that, you know, come up with the answers because they're looking at their phones. In comes Carson bowls, forward comes Van der Hookton, who's playing well within himself. He's on 8 off 29 deliveries, end of the over, 598 for 7. Neser is on 39, Van der Hookton is on 8. We've got 10 minutes to go until lunch. The new ball is available. I think Sussex will take it. I just see no reason why Tom Alsop wouldn't. No Cheteshwar Pujara, he's not been on the field all morning. We've been unable to find out why. We have sent a couple of messages out to try and find out why Cheteshwar is not on the field. They're carrying on with the old ball, which I find a bit baffling. Why wouldn't you take a new ball? You know, have 10 minutes before lunch.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. And even if you leave a spinner on at one end, it's can be advantageous for the spinners with a bit of extra bounce. Morgan Barrell says, come on, Glammy, he can't think of a better setting to watch the live stream and listen to our coverage. Thank you for your kind words. He is actually at Taunton, so I presume Morgan is scoring for Western Storm today as the first ball of a new over from Coles is defended by Neser, number 30 to number 30. So best wishes to Western Storm, who are in action at Taunton this afternoon, as Neser presses forward again and defends back down the pitch. And I believe they're also playing there next Sunday ahead of Glamorgan's Somerset.
Right.
In the evening. So Glamorgan supporters, if you're going over to Taunton, down leg side, appeal for LBW.
I'm not sure it was LBW or a catch down the leg side.
It seemed optimistic in the extreme anyway.
Indeed. That'd be good at Taunton next
So if Glamorgan supporters are going over to Taunton, it's a 6:30 start, the Glamorgan T20 game. Western Storm, I believe, better check, but I believe they're playing at 2:30. Neser forward and defending again. And there is no run. Dick Emery has tweeted with an answer to that Steve Smith question, as Neser plays another one away on the leg side. Do you want me to read it out?
Please do.
Steve Smith must have made his Test debut in the Test Australia played against Pakistan at Headingley. Is that correct?
It was against Pakistan. Now, Adam says it was at Lord's, but either way, it was against Pakistan.
as that is driven by Neser out on the offside, diving save at mid-off. It is a maiden over, whipped through by James Coles with the old ball. 598 for 7, Glamorgan's highest ever second innings. Neil Thornycroft draws my attention to his tweet from yesterday, saying that any result is still on, and Robert Logan in Plymouth is enjoying watching this and hoping for a positive outcome still.
Well, we're going to get some Steve Smith, so Sussex aren't taking the new ball, which I'm a little baffled by, I have to say. I'm sure there is some thought has gone into it, but we're going to see some Steve Smith with what we think is the old ball. Yes, I'm told that Steve Smith's debut, he gets some applause around the ground, was against Pakistan at Lord's, so well done. I've got the name of the gentleman who got in touch with Nick.
Dick Emery, apparently.
Right. Really?
That might be a pseudonym.
Yes, I think it probably is. Dick Emery, in inverted commas.
A nom de Twitter.
Yeah, thought it was at Headingley. Adam says it's at Lord's. But either way, well done. I didn't know that. I presumed it was... so that's why... I wonder why that test match was played at Lord's. Anyway, in comes Steve Smith. What can he do? He's coming to bowl to Tim van der Hoogten. That's a horrible ball that probably should have gone out the ground. Halfway down the wicket, and it's played by van der Hoogten, who I think was very surprised to short extra cover, fielded there by...
Well, yes, that's the surprise element, isn't it? He might smash an awful ball straight to a fielder.
There is no run. The lead now 241. In comes Smith. Bowls. Ooh, that turned quite a long way. I don't know if it hit a foot-hole, but it turned away from...
It started about 3 foot outside off stump and went wider, though.
So he's got a little leg spinners here, I think, is Steve Smith.
Yeah, you'd expect him to get turn, really.
Comes in, bowls. Oh, and that pitches round about the right here, round about middle and leg. And all turns away with the spin to the right-handed van der Hoogten, who's playing well within himself here, just being very cautious. So the lead 240. 62 overs left after this one. Smith in again, tosses that right up, drilled down the ground, 4 runs.
Your ball.
Yeah.
Thud. Absolutely drilled straight towards us, straight long on.
I just can't think why Sussex won't have taken the new ball here. I'd have thought they could have got 3 overs with the new ball. It's an observation, it's not a criticism, it's just me not understanding quite the tactic. I mean, they've only got 3 seamers, Sussex, but
yeah.
Eric Vallis hasn't bowled for a little while, and he looked quite dangerous this morning.
But as I say, leave a spinner to bowl with the new ball from one end.
Yeah, indeed. Van der Hoogten goes to 12. 600 up for Glamorgan, 602 for 7. Smith in again, bowls, and played into the onside by Van der Hoogten. There is no run. The sun momentarily goes in.
Well, it's been a bit of a licorice all sorts so far from Steve Smith, but only takes 1 ball to get a wicket, and that might be a good ball or a bad ball.
Well, now he's sending the field far and wide. Suddenly Sussex have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men back on the fence. In comes Smith and bowls. That's a long hop. Cut away into the offside, and it's just going to be a single fielded by Tom Haynes in front of the Spend Karma Pavilion. That's the end of Steve Smith's over, an over that cost 5 runs. Tim van der Hoogten goes to 13, and Glamorgan are 603 for 7. It means the lead, Nick, is 245.
Yes, 250 would be another important mark for Glamorgan. And is this to be Coles continuing?
Yeah, I mean, there's a debate going on between Steve Smith, Ollie Carter and Ali Orr. Tom Alsop is in charge of the side. He's fielding an extra cover. I mean, I can't think of a reason why you wouldn't take the new ball here. Sorry to be a bit like a dog with a bone here, but
it's bizarre, isn't it?
10 minutes before lunch, surely that's got to be worth a try. But you've got a part-time spinner in Steve Smith on, James Coles, who is a more regular spinner.
Yeah, the part-time spinner, surely you bowl with the overs up to 160.
I don't, unless Carvelos or Hudson Prentice or Haynes is carrying a knock and they just can't bob.
I think I'll have to leave you to describe this over up to the interval, Adrian, because I have to update BBC Radio Wales listeners with a bit of luck and a following wind.
Good stuff. Thanks very much indeed, Nick. We'll speak to Nick after lunch. So we have got 1 more over to be bowled before the break. The digital clock is showing 12:57, so actually the way that James Coles bowls, it could well be we'll get an over after this as well. Either way, let's see what happens. It's James Coles who's coming in to bowl to Tim van der Hoogten, who's on 13. He's in and bowls. Van der Hoogten plays into the onside. There is no run. Thank you for listening to us this morning here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales, BBC Online. Glamorgan have just lost the 2 wickets this morning. Kieran Carlson, the skipper, a wonderful innings, a first-class best score for him. Now, Sussex taking the new ball now. The old ball has been thrown to the umpire. How bizarre. Sussex are now taking the new ball after 1 ball of James Coles over. What? Why not take it 5 minutes ago? That is very, very strange. I don't really understand. Well, if he takes a wicket now, it's the most brilliant bit of captaincy ever by Tom Alsop. But that does seem to me to be really rather odd. Anyway, the new ball has been taken, which I think is the correct decision. He comes around the wicket, bowls, and Van der Hoogten plays into the offside. I'm not sure if James Coles has ever taken the new ball before. He certainly hasn't for Sussex. And now they're racing through the over. I wonder whether Sussex are trying to get another over in before lunch. But actually, now the digital clock says 12:59, so I don't think there'll be time. Coles in again, bowls, drifts past the off stump, taken by Carter, let go by Tim van der Hoogten, and there is no run. Just bring you up to date with other games around the country. Essex 255 for 3, leading by 111 at Trent Bridge. That game's heading for a draw. Coles bowls to Van der Hoogten, who's forward, plays down the track, and there is no run. And Gloucestershire have lost a wicket at Bristol. They're now 200. Oh, they've lost 2. 295 for 9. Josh Shaw out for 44. Marcus Harris still there as in comes Coles, and Van der Hoogten drives into the offside, fielded by Tom Alsop, and there is no run. Marcus Harris looks like he's going to carry his bat. He's 121 not out, but very much like Durham are going to win and further strengthen their position at the top of Division 2. So 1 more ball to go here until lunch, and it's James Coles who's coming around the wicket to bowl to Tim van der Hoogten, who is forward defensively, plays to short extra cover, fielded by Tom Alsop. That is indeed lunch here at the county ground at Hove as the players make their way off the field. And I think you'll feel that Glamorgan will be very happy with the way this morning has gone. They've only lost the 2 wickets that are the skipper
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgledy feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgledy. Baked generously. This is a higgledy feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgledy. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the county ground at Hove, where this game is still poised between the chances of a Sussex victory and a draw. Glamorgan victory remains very much the outsider. At lunch, Glamorgan are 603 for 7. They lead by 245 runs. Glamorgan lead by 245 runs, and there are 61 overs potentially remaining in the game. Glamorgan have lost 2 wickets today. Kieran Carlson for a career best 192, caught and bowled by Harry Cavalis, and then Chris Cooke, who punched a half volley straight to or at mid-wicket off the bowling of Haynes. Sussex took the new ball just before lunch, midway or partway through an over, and therefore it is a new ball to bowl with for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who bowls the first ball of the afternoon to Michael Neser, and that is blocked back to him. It didn't quite come onto the bat, and it was in the air for a little bit. We are told from the Sussex dressing room that Cheteshwar Pujara is suffering from a stiff neck, and hence his non-appearance on the field today. Ollie Robinson has been off as expected with a sore ankle. And Sussex at one point had 3 subfielders on when Tom Haynes was briefly off. But Finn Hudson-Prentice with the new ball is in to bowl to Neser, who's pushing forward gently up to mid-on. And there is no run. I'm Nick Webb. Alongside me is Liam O'Brien of the England Physical Disability side. And well, if Glamorgan get through the next hour, I think they'll be relatively safe, Liam.
Absolutely. It's all on the new ball, isn't it? Hudson-Prentice has been on the money straight away, but they'll need these wickets quick, I think, Sussex, to have a chance of chasing these down. Harris
and McIlroy, the batters still to come, as that is popped back past the bowler by Neser, having some difficulty with his timing, it would appear. Well, the ball is stopping a little bit on occasion as well. I've had one shot through from the spinner Carson from the sea end, where Hudson-Prentice is bowling from now. So the pitch is just starting to play the odd little trick, but really you'd expect a day 4 pitch to misbehave a little bit, and possibly encourage it to do so overall in the scheme of the sport. Hudson-Prentice into Neser. He's got a silly mid-off now, and Neser just runs one down through the gully and takes the first run of the afternoon. 604 for 7, Glamorgan's highest ever second innings total. It's their highest score in Sussex, and it is their best recovery, the biggest difference between a low first innings and a big second innings in the county's history. So records being broken, but still the match is not yet safe for the Welsh side. 2 slips and a gully now for Hudson-Prentice to bowl to Tim van der Hoogten, and he is forward playing up to mid-on, and there's no run. Just the level of the chat between players in the background. They were desperately trying to keep it going this morning, even when the wickets didn't come. Second wicket did eventually fall, but they have not yet been able to take a couple in quick succession today, and indeed only once in this innings, as Van der Hoogten drives off a thick inside edge on the leg side. It's out to mid-wicket, and they take a single. No business of one batter protecting the other at the moment. Van der Hoogten is confident in his abilities as a lower order bat. If you have just joined us, Durham completed victory over Gloucestershire by 125 runs at Bristol today. There was some Gloucestershire resistance, and the Australian Marcus Harris batted through for 122 not out. But after Josh Shaw went for 44, Actor 0, Singdale 8 went relatively quickly, and Ajaz Patel, who played for Glamorgan last September, took 5 for 96.
Looks like it's going to be Carveus coming into the attack. He's already bowled 30 overs in this innings, and he's been impressive.
Yeah, wouldn't necessarily expect to be spearheading the attack, but in Robinson's absence, he's had to take on a greater workload.
He's coming down the hill. He did open the bowl and force Sussex coming up the hill, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on down the hill. Maybe a little bit more carry. He's going to be coming into Van der Hoogten here. Down the hill, Bowls the ball, and that is straying down the leg side, and it comes off his pads. They're going to sneak in a quick single, so that'd be a leg bye to start with.
Yeah, Glamorgan won't care how they come as they push the lead towards 250.
Absolutely. We were saying at the start of the play today, won't we, 250 will be that number they'll be aiming to get to as a minimum.
You feel it's a sort of tipping point, although the run rate wouldn't be demanding as things stand if they were to lose 3 in quick succession.
Absolutely, but it is in Sussex's favour at the moment because it's got a little bit overcast. The sun's gone away for the time being. So Carveus into bowl. That's a pitched up delivery, driven by Neser. It's an inside edge going straight to the man at square leg for a dot ball. But good bit of shape from Carveus to start with.
There's not much being cleanly timed at the moment, is there?
Well, the issue is they probably 40 minutes before were facing a softball that wasn't doing as much. They could throw the hands for it. So I think they just need to be a little bit more patient. So I think they're searching for it a little bit more. And the new ball does definitely misbehave early doors here at Hove. So Carveus down the hill here. Into bowl, pitched up, and that's driven nicely there from Neser. Was a half volley in all honesty, but you still got to put them away, and that was a great shot down the ground for 4 runs, and it moves him on to 44. Batted very nicely so far.
Uncomplicated technique, Michael Neser. Just a physical, powerful player. See ball, hit ball on occasions like that.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot. Good bit of timing. Typical, wasn't it, as well? We're talking about how they're struggling to time it, and then it's a nice half volley and nails it for 4 and holds the pose. I've just watched it back on the replay. He doesn't even bother running. He knows it's 4 straight away. And so it'll be interesting to see how Carveus replies here. It's a bit of a breeze around. You can always tell by the way the cricket white's blowing the wind at slips. So Carveus into bowl now, pitched up again, and there's a big appeal, and it looks like it's just going down the leg side. Encouraging signs that the ball's definitely having a bit of movement off the surface, and Neser looked to play a big booming flick through mid-wicket, but instead it wraps him on the pads, and the umpire judged it to be going down leg side.
Yes, we had an umpire a couple of weeks back, Hassan Adnan, up at Headingley, who actually did indicate quite often why he'd given it not out. There's a little hand signal one way or the other.
I'm a big fan of that as a player. As Carveus comes into bowl now, pitches the ball up, and that's driven nicely from Neser, but straight to mid-on, so it's going to be a dot ball. In fairness, if you get that from an umpire, at least you have an indication. It's when the umpire's saying not out, and you don't know why, it's a bit annoying. But then I guess, can you imagine if you thought, oh, it's definitely not going down leg, it might be height, and then the umpire goes, oh, it's just sliding down leg. That's probably the worst ones, but because you always tell then as a commentator what way it was going to miss based on the umpire. So Carveus into bowl for the last ball of the over. Good length delivery, just flicked nicely. Might have come off the pads, not quite sure. We'll tell by the umpire's signal, but they sneak in a 1. And yep, looks like it's a bit of bat, no signal to the scorers. So that's going to bring him on to 45. Glamorgan 611 for 7, with a pretty impressive lead now of 253, I believe.
253 is absolutely on the money. There are 59 overs remaining in the game, and of course you have to take 2 off for the change of innings unless it happens at the tea interval. So the Sussex required run rate is already over 4, and will obviously be pushing up with every over, whether runs are scored or not. Hudson Prentice from the sea end runs away to us and bowls to Neser, who hits it hard off the back foot on the offside, but straight to mid-off, and there is no run.
You've got to say, the way the game's been played so far, it would kind of be disappointing if it, for the neutral anyways, that if it just kind of petered out into a draw. I guess the neutral won a few quick wickets, maybe Glamorgan to have a bit of counter-attacking. Then it leaves a nice total for Sussex to go at, because there's a good chance if Neser and Van der Hoek doing it for a little bit of a while, the game could be steering towards a draw.
As Hudson Prentice is into bowl to Neser, who steers one out towards cover point, and they take a single. Stephen Moss is an optimistic Welsh sort, or from a Glamorgan point of view, it says, a game to win, not draw now, surely. No, don't think so, Stephen. I don't think there's much chance of a declaration. Glamorgan will have to be bowled out. Edward Cooper, shameless request for a plug. Oh well, at least he's honest. St Helens Balconeers, future trips this summer. As Hudson Prentice is into ball to Van der Hoogten, who turns it on the leg side, and there is no run. Trips to Cheltenham and Worcester at the moment fully subscribed, so they're only taking names in reserve for that. They still have spaces for a 3-night trip to Derby in late July. If you're interested in those, go to thebalconeers.co.uk for further details. And St Helens Balconeers. Hudson Prentice bounds in to bowl, and Van der Hoogten works it to point, and there's no run. Neil Thornycroft says Glamorgan won't declare, or should they? No. 10-5 would be the earliest I'd contemplate declaring if I were Kieran Carlson. That would be just to get off 10 minutes earlier. Grant Evans of similar opinion. Not sure how keen we'll be given to give their batting lineup a short sprint. Best chance of a close finish might be them bowling us out. Yep, that's the point. Hudson Prentice bowls, and Van der Hoogten off the back foot plays on the onside, and there is no run. I think Glamorgan, having most of this side, will have played in that final game of last season where Sussex batted through the last day, so they'll be keen to return the favour as much as possible.
Ollie Robinson's a big miss. In these situations, he's just so ruthless against the tail end. He'd be perfect for this kind of situation, so Sussex are missing him for sure.
It has been a huge factor in this second innings, as Hudson Prentice bowls, and it's driven up towards mid-on. There's no run. Tom Haynes has done a very tidy job as fourth come third seamer now, but he isn't of the pace that will worry batters. He's the sort that needs to nag them out and cause the mistake, as he did do when Chris Cooke was caught at short mid-wicket there.
So I played against him quite a lot. Obviously, he's the same age group as me. Went through the system at Sussex here. So it's one of those paces where he does nibble it off the seam and swings it nicely, but it's quite a hard one to drive at, because you always feel like you're slightly early on it, which then brings obviously the catching extra cover, catching mid-wickets into play, which is actually how he got Chris Cooke out. So it's one of those where he's slow enough where it's actually very tricky to time, because you've got to be a bit more patient, and sometimes if he over-pitches it, you get a bit eager and play it a bit early, and that's when you can bring all those catches into play. So Corbea's in here for a second over after lunch, and that's flicked away nicely down to fine leg for a single. I'm just trying to see who that is in at fine leg, and I think it's Hudson Prentice firing it in on the full. So we've got 3 slips in, and it's been a fun little watch. So Steve Smith, every time he's got the ball at slip, just practices bowling seam, trying to swing it away. It's like a little bit of a game, and they always celebrate if it's come out nicely. So I've been watching that one, and I can relate. I always do it with my brother, and when I'm at point and he's at extra cover or mid-off, I'll always try and get a bit of swing, and makes you feel good and kill some time, doesn't it? So Corbea's running down the hill now, and he started really nicely, to be fair to him. He's into bowl now, and nicely played away from Van der Hoogten, who's looked very solid. I've not actually seen him bat before in 4-day stuff, but he's looked very good.
Solid is probably the right word. I mean, he can occasionally hit a long ball, but is, without wishing to jinx him out, he's usually got a decent technique on a defensive technique for a lower order bat.
Just not particularly expansive. So Corbea's into bowl now down the hill, and that's a short length delivery, and that was very high. That went well over. Yeah, that's given a no ball. Yeah, that's given a no ball. That was a bouncer that unfortunately landed way too short, and that's gone well over Van der Hoogten's head, and they've given that a no ball. I didn't realise it was actually a no ball. I thought they'd get given a wide at this cricket, but giving it a no ball. Definitely did bounce.
Yeah, overhead high tends to be no ball.
Learn something new every day. Or I just never knew the rules.
I don't know if it's the same at club level.
So Corbea's into bowl here, down the hill, full length delivery, and that is just left alone outside the off stump, and that's going to be a dot ball. I'm pretty confident with 2020s, because obviously all my England cricket stuff I play is 2020s. I thought it was always a wide, it wasn't a no ball. Can you imagine getting a free hit for bowling a bouncer over someone's head? It'd be ruthless.
It would, but 2020, the short ball can be a defensive as well as an attacking weapon, can't it? So
absolutely, especially with wide wide boundary, sometimes it's quite hard to hit a pull shot for 6. So Carveus into bowl here, pitched up, and that's driven, and Carveus gets a hand on it, it's driven back to him, and it's going to be a dot ball. But when I mentioned my England cricket, by the way, guys, I had a few comments about this on Friday. It's the England physical disability team, just in case you're thinking I was going to rock up and do a bit of baseball in a few weeks' time. It's for the physical disability team. So having a little chat at mid-off here, Carveus. And after a little discussion with Haynes, he's coming into bowl, full-length delivery, and that is just blocked away, straight back to Haynes at mid-off, who is, I believe, Sussex is like a signed ball shiner. So normally you'll see it around the team. There's one person in particular that's got given the job of shining the ball. I think with England a few years ago, it used to be Alistair Cooke, and Tom Haynes looks like to be the guy to shine the ball here at Sussex.
Yeah, Kieran Carlson usually for Glamorgan, and he's been fielding mid-off and while captain anyway.
That's useful. So Carveus into bowl now, and that's another bouncer, and that's much more better directed, and it's just going to sway out the way for Van der Hoogten, and that's going to be the over. So 615 for 7, Van der Hoogten on 14, and Neser getting close to his 50 on 47.
So I'll have to withdraw for BBC Radio Wales bulletin. So Adrian will come in alongside Liam as we do the familiar headphone shuffle.
I think that we've achieved it. Headphone shuffle done. Sussex starting to run out of time here. 57 overs left in the day. As Nick was saying, we will lose 2 if there's a change of innings in between, not at a break. So you could say effectively 55 overs. That'd be down to 54 once this over starts. The new ball hasn't put the rewards, but as Liam was saying, it's very overcast here at Hove now, which you'd have thought would favour the seamers. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, played into the onside by Michael Neser, who picks up a single. He goes to 48, the total to 616 for 7. Live cricket here on the BBC, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales, BBC Online, BBC Radio Sussex. A couple of substitute fielders on for Sussex. We heard during the lunch break that Cheteshwar Pujara has got a stiff neck, and that's the reason that he hasn't been on the field all day today. So Sussex under the command of Tom Alsop. Rather strangely, Sussex didn't take the new ball just before lunch, but just literally in the last over before, that was a little odd. Anyway, in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls wide of the off stump, still swinging away from Tim van der Hoogten, and there is no run. And I think you're right, Liam, you're going to miss a bowler of the quality of Ollie Robinson here, particularly in this situation. Still, it's a good track, doesn't it? And these 2 lower order players are playing very sensibly and very much within themselves.
I agree. It's a little bit of a worry for Sussex because they're not looking particularly threatening at the moment, are they, Adrian? There's no one with significant pace, and they're not swinging it around or moving too much.
And these 2 are nearly up to a 50 partnership. As in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls. Now that kept a little low. Van der Hoogten plays out into the offside in a little bit of discomfort, but he had plenty of time, and there is no run.
This is one of those occasions where I think as a bowler I'd probably be trying to pick a bit of a battle with the batter and start maybe just having some words and trying to just try something, I don't know, maybe get the batter to get out of sorts.
Could you try something here? I'm a great believer in trying to make things happen, and do you always have to put a doubt in Van der Hoogten or Neser's mind that something is happening? So maybe just put in 3 or 4 people around the back, a couple of short legs, anything, just to make the think that something is happening. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls. That's a good delivery by Hudson Prentice, past the outside edge of Van der Hoogten. Sussex have to keep on believing here because the lead is 258 now. So if they were chasing, let's say it's 300 in 50 overs, that's 6 over, that's a lot of runs to score, but they might feel about having a dip at that, certainly for a while.
Yeah.
It's a lot of runs to score, but as every over goes by and every runner's scored, and there is just no way Glamorgan are going to declare here. They're not going to give Sussex a sniff, having done all the hard work. Hudson Prentice in bowls and covering up his Van der Hoogten plays into the offside. No run fielded by Sean Hunt, who's one of the substitute fielders who's on. I think he's the only one at the moment, actually. Sussex have rotated their substitute fielders, and I think he's the only one that's on at the moment.
Crocom's at deep point as well, so there must be 2 people off.
So who's off? Eric Avelas is on.
Yeah.
Jack Carlson is in front of us. James Coles is on. Tom Haynes is on.
It's Robinson Pujara, isn't it?
Yeah, Robinson Pujara.
Right, yeah,
the obvious.
In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and covering up his Van Hookton bowl of good length, but as Liam was saying, it looks fairly comfortable here for the Glamorgan players. As another over drifts by, 55 remaining in the day. Hudson Prentice, 19 overs, one maiden, no wicket for 94, 6-1, 6-7. The highest ever total by Glamorgan in a second innings. It's been a wonderful effort when you consider they were bowled out for 123, a deficit of 358 on first innings, and they battled away. Hundreds for Kieran Carlson and Marnus, Labuschagne, and the lower order doing their bit as well. And Sussex, more and more frustration. It is very cloudy now. There's barely any blue sky above hope, which I thought we were forecast a lovely sunny day today, but maybe Carvelis can do the trick here for Sussex.
So he's into bowl for his first ball, and that's pitched up and driven beautifully from Michael Neser, and that's going to go all the way for 4. So he's going to pick up his 50 in a pretty flawless knock from the Australians. That's 52 off only 94 balls. Excellent knock for the Glamorgan overseas, and he's a player they wanted to go early, and they let him get away with a few bad balls early doors, and he's made them. He's punished the Sussex attack today.
He certainly has. Just looking at the game at Trent Bridge, which is drifting to a draw in the first division between Nottinghamshire and Essex. 2 Essex players out in the 90s. Sir Alistair Cooke for 99, and now Tom Wesley for 95.
Oh, makes you feel sick as a fellow batter. So Carvelis into bowl, and he's definitely angry after that drive. He's bowled a bumper, and Neser just ducks underneath it and lets it go to his keeper.
We were talking about in the level of cricket that I played, which wasn't a great level, but if anyone got a 50 or 100, you had to buy a jug for everybody else. If you got to 99 or in the 90s, that was jug evasion.
Yeah,
and you still had to buy a jug. So there's no use getting out saying, "Oh, I don't have to buy a jug." That is jug evasion. You must buy a jug.
I bet they wouldn't be too.
Well, there weren't that many who got into the 90s, to be fair. Occasionally.
So Carvelis into bowl now, and that's done a bit of life off the pitch, hit the seam, and it's just popped up and hit him on the hand, and he rubs his kind of shakes his hand away in pain, as that's going to be a dot ball fended off. But it's one of those, Adrian, I don't know if it's just because I've had a coffee or I'm a young, energetic youth watching this, but it feels like Sussex just need a bit of energy. They're all hands in their pockets, sitting there, and you're not going to go win a game of county championship cricket if you're just going to be low energy and not really fighting for a win. It just feels like they're going through the paces at the moment when they really need these wickets. So Carvelis into bowl now, ball pitched up outside off, and Neser just drives that nicely, and I think they're going to come back for a second pretty comfortably, and Haynes throws that into the keeper.
Yeah, I guess when you're a seamer down, and the Sussex seam attack has got a fairly similar feel to it because they're all right arm over. So you've got Ari Carvelis, Finn Hudson Prentice, supplemented by Tom Haynes, who Marnus Labuschagne was saying yesterday was fairly tricky to face. You've got the 2 spinners. Sussex desperate for something to happen here because over's starting to run away.
So Carvelis now down the hill into bowl. That's flicked nicely to deep square leg for a single from Neser.
Runs are coming fairly easily here now, aren't they? That's 7 off the over.
Yeah, I'm worried that I sometimes can come across too critical, but Sussex have really got to make something happen here. If you just let it peter away to 300 lead, 330 lead, the game's...
No, I think it's an observation, isn't it? You can only call the game as you see it. I can see Jack Carlson warming up at mid-on. He's bowled over 50 overs, Jack Carlson. But they've got to try something.
Yeah,
I think a little
definitely.
different.
100%. So Carvelis for the final ball of the over into bowl, and that's a bouncer, and Van der Hookton nicks it, and it's been given by the keeper. And as we were saying, something needs to happen in this game, and Carvelis gets the big wicket of Van der Hookton, who will be slightly disappointed with that shot. The bouncer was very short, well over his head, and he just fended at it and picked up a very slight nick, and it wasn't the biggest celebration in the world from Carvelis, so I feel like he knows he got away with that a little bit. But a wicket's a wicket, and Sussex needed it desperately if they want a chance of winning this game. And that's Van der Hookton gone for 14 and 623 for 8 now.
Well, the time is still starting to run out for Sussex, but the door is just slightly open. If Sussex can pick up these 2 wickets now, Tim Van der Hookton was in for over an hour for his 14 runs. Just seeing the replay on the big screen, it was short from Ari Carvelis. He was looking to pull it away onto the leg side. Obviously flicked the glove, I reckon, through to Ollie Carter. who took a pretty routine catch. So, the new man coming out is going to be James Harris, I'm fairly certain, who's a very fine county batsman for Middlesex, used to rat around 6 and 7, so certainly not as if it's a tail ender coming out to bat. Sussex have still got a lot of work to do here. However, they have given themselves an outside chance. Of course, bowling out, they've got to score the run, so there's a lot of work still for Sussex to do. And you'd say now the draw is very much the favoured result. But well done, Harry Carvelos. He's been, he's bowled a lot of overs, 33 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 98. So he's gone at a little less than 3 and over. And he's toiled away, bowling a very good line and length as Harry Carvelos. And on the back of his first game of the season last week at Leicester, where he bowled over 40 overs, to bowl 33 overs on a deck that's not giving him much help is a good effort. And he's carried the greatest threat behind Ollie Robinson, I think, in terms of the Sussex seamers.
You could tell how good he was because Marnus Labuschagne on Friday, when it was swinging around, paid him a lot of respect and left the ball, so we bowled him well.
In comes Finn Hudson-Prentice, bowls beautifully played away by Michael Neser. He picks up a single into the cover. Sussex won't mind too much about that because it gets the new man James Harris on to strike, 624 for 8. And there were a few tweets that came in prior to lunch, which I'm very sorry I didn't reply to, so we'll try and read those out now. Here, I'll see if I can find those. I mentioned, we were talking earlier on, we had a listener in Gateshead, and I was saying that I thought Gateshead were in the FA Trophy final yesterday. In fact, it's today. I think it's a double header at Wembley. The Vase and the Trophy both played on the same day. In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls to Harris, lets it go outside the off stump, no run. I'm indebted to Michael for telling me that. But he's a lifelong Sussex fan, now living in South Lincolnshire. The first match I saw was the 1965 South Africans at Hove. So, Michael, if you're still listening, thank you for getting in touch, and apologies I didn't read your message out a little earlier. 3 slips in place, point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg all the way down in the distance is Harry Carvelos. Then comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls and let go by Harris outside the off stump, no runs. So after this over there will be 54 overs left. There would be 2 for a change of innings if the wickets fall. So that would leave Sussex 52 overs in which to score over 250 to win. So it's becoming an equation that's becoming unlikely, the lead being 266. And of course, it's not as if you've got limited overs rules where you've got to have a certain amount of people in the circle. Glamorgan could put everyone back on the ropes if they wanted to. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, Harris lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run. If it was a situation now, if 2 wickets fell now, Sussex would have 52 overs to score 266. They would fancy that. Well, I'm not saying that Sussex would necessarily win the game, but they would certainly have a dip at that.
Absolutely.
So for the time being, Glamorgan will know that there's a necessity to score a few more runs and hang around for a few more overs. And Sussex have got a strong batting lineup, although no Cheteshwar Pujara so far today. He's got a stiff neck. In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls, and Harris plays that into the offside, fielded by Sean Hunt, who's one of the substitutes fielders. No Ollie Robinson, no Cheteshwar Pujara. Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt doing the honours. It's brightening up a bit again now. There's some brighter skies coming in across the ground here at Hove. If you're listening to us, wherever you're listening to us, a very good afternoon. On 5 Sports Extra, BBC Online, Liam O'Brien, Nick Webb, myself, Adrian Harms, providing the commentary today. Only one other game going on in the County Championship, heading for a draw at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Essex. Hudson-Prentice in bowls, good delivery, well pitched up and well played by James Harris. Plays to mid-on, fielded by Jack Carlson. There is no run. End of the over, 624 for 8. The lead for Glamorgan here is 266. There are 54 overs remaining in the day. Once this next over gets underway, again, if wickets went down, you would lose 2 overs. So it'd be 51 overs for Sussex to score the 266 to win the game. In the County Championship today, a win for Durham in Division 2. They've beaten Gloucestershire down in Bristol, despite Marcus Harris, the Australian, carrying his back for 122. And Durham are now racing away at the top of Division 2. Played 6-1-4. They've got 105 points. As in comes Carvelos and Bowles. Sorry, Liam, my pitch over. That kept very low. Played into the offside by Neser, no run. Just to carry on that table, they're Worcestershire on 66 and Sussex on 64. But that's Sussex have got to add the points on from this match if it ends in a draw, which would be 3 bowling, 4 batting, 12. So it would take Sussex to, come on, Adrian, 76. So still 29 points behind Durham.
Yeah. So Carvelos down the hill now, into bowl, and he bowls a bouncer at Neser, and that's much better directed. That's his best bouncer yet. He seems to have a bit of extra pace about him when he digs it into the pitch. But it's quite an interesting field. If you're having a look, they have a deep fine leg, a deep square leg, a deep mid-on, a deep mid-off, a deep cover, and a deep point, and then 3 slips. So it feels like mixed messages. Like if he pitches it up, we hope he nicks it. But if it's anywhere else, then we've got men on the boundary just so they can let Harris, the new batsman, on strike. So a bit of a strange field. It's quite a hard one probably to understand if you're a listener and can't see this all, but very mixed messages here as Carvelos comes into bowl, pitches a ball up, and that's left nicely from Neser. And Carvelos has bowled nicely in this over. Bit of carry there, left straight through to Carter, but Carter took that around chest height, so getting some good carry and bounce here. And because mid-off is so far away, the slip literally has to launch it about 50 yards up to Tom Haines at deep mid-off to try and shine the ball ready for Carvelos' next ball.
I think Gary Carvelos has definitely carried quite a threat, doesn't he? You know, he bowls this nagging line and length, mixes it up with some shorter deliveries as well.
Absolutely, he's got a good frame about him, nice and tall. As he comes into bowl, and that's well bowled and blocked away from Neser, but you can tell from our angle, it did just hit the seam and go to aim towards the slips. But it feels like, yeah, they're bringing a bit of pressure in now. They're bringing in deep mid-on, deep mid-off. Everyone's coming in now, so they don't want to let Neser get off strike now, as Harris is going to be facing the new over in a couple of balls' time. And Sussex trying to play a few games here with the field, which what me and Adrian were talking about, just try and make something happen, change things up, because it felt like the game was just petering towards a draw at one point. So Harry still has 1 bouncer left in the over, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see it soon as he comes into bowl. And as I said, it's a bouncer. He didn't get as much carry as before, so it's not actually been called for his second bouncer of the over. But I'm not surprised he's tried to dig one in there, as he's got a bit of success from it so far, bowling the bouncers. And it shows if you have a bit more extra pace, you can cause a few problems with some short bowling.
Just looking at 171 overs this innings has been going for. Once we get this next ball bowled by Ari Carvelos. Sussex have been out there for a long time, and Glamorgan have batted with great resistance.
So Carvelos into bowl. That is an extremely short ball, and that's gone for 4 no balls, or 5 no balls.
That'll be 6.
Oh, 6 no balls, sorry. Maths is terrible there. So he's gone to bowl a bouncer, and he's literally nearly bowled it into his foot. He's bowled that so short, the ball has gone straight over Ollie Carter and gone to the boundary, and that was really short, Adrian.
Well, it was, and it's 6 more runs to the total, and runs are important here for Glamorgan, as indeed our time, because clearly these are runs that Sussex are going to need to score. So 6 runs is a nice little bonus. James Harris is just doing a little bit of. I think he wants to have a chat away there. Is he changing his bat?
No, there's like a feather blowing.
A fly or something going across the wicket.
Yeah, there's a feather, and it was just.
Was it? Well spotted. I can see it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So normally when I'm batting, I don't notice any of them. I just focus on the ball, but some other people are a bit more particular about it. So Carvelos in for his last ball of the over. Good length ball, blocked away from Neser, and that will be the over. So 630 for 8. Neser on 56, and Harris still on 0, and that's a lead of 266 for Glamorgan, with not too many overs left now.
Keith Ridge has been in touch. Hello, Keith. I didn't pick this up earlier on today. We were talking about Steve Smith and what was unusual about his debut for Australia, which came in 2010. He's made his debut at Lord's, but not against England. It was a test match against Pakistan that started on the 13th of July 2010. Keith is the new curator of the museum, the excellent Sussex Cricket Museum here at Hove. And we're doing a series of podcasts around what's going on around the museum. And then the next one we're going to do on Friday. As in comes Finn Hudson-Prentice running away from us in and bowls, handsomely driven by James Harris. into the covers. There is no run. That was not the shot of a number 10.
You can tell by the way they shape up. It's called the eye test, isn't it? You know when they come into bat and the way they take their stance. You can just tell straight away. And the way Harris strode into the crease, he didn't look like a number 10.
And he isn't. I mean, I've seen him bat at Lords many times and here at Hove for Middlesex against Sussex. There was a game a few years ago where he and John Simpson held Sussex up, and from memory, James made 50 or 60, and he's a fine player. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and he pulls the bat inside the line of that delivery. There was a howl from the slip cordon, but there is no run. So the equation now, 52 overs left in the match after this one. The Sussex over rate, I've never seen this before, is plus 12.
Yeah.
So there are not going to be any points deductions for slow over rates. As far as Sussex are concerned, they're not winning games. This will be their 5th draw on the spin. But they're picking up lots of bonus points, so at least they're keeping themselves in contention. But it's those 16 points for a win that are so important. Hudson Prentice in bowls, and I thought for a minute he'd edge that to James Coles at third slip. It did go to James Coles, but it went on the bounce. And there is no run. So after this over, 52 overs left. But as we keep saying, you would deduct 2 overs for a change in innings if it doesn't happen during the break. So then Sussex would only have 49 overs left. So the likelihood of a run chase diminishes with every over that goes by.
It's an interesting one because Farbrace, when he first took over, said we're going to have a mentality of winning games. So it'll be really interesting to see how they go about it when they come out.
Yeah, if they come out, in comes Hudson Prentice bowl. Oh, that kept horribly though. That virtually rolled along the floor. That was very, very low. James Harris will be pleased that one wasn't on target. He let it go outside the off stump. And there is no run. So Michael Neser, 56 off 106 balls. James Harris yet to score. Earlier on today, Kieran Carlson, wonderful innings by the Glamorgan skipper, leading from the front. He made 192, which was 1 run more than his previous first-class score, for he was caught and bowled by Ari Carvelos. Chris Cooke chipping in with 45 before he held out to mid-wicket, caught by Ali Orr off the bowling of Tom Haines. And then Ari Carvelos picking up his second wicket of the innings, having Tim van der Hook and caught behind. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls outside the off stump. Harris has nothing to do with it. Goes through to Carter, waist high. There is no run. Now the field spreads again, and they're allowing James Harris the single. I don't think James Harris will mind too much about that. He's a perfectly capable player.
Giving both players a single
Does seem very odd.
Yeah, so they're trying to. So they did it on the second to last ball of the over. They tried to give Harris the single, but I'm kind of the opinion Harris seems capable enough where I wouldn't try and let him get in and rotate the strike too early, because if he starts seeing it well, Neser and Harris could build a big partnership here.
In comes Hudson Prentice, runs in over the wicket, bowls, and Harris is full, but he just nudges it into the offside and takes a comfortable single. But as I say, he's a very confident. I need to look up what James Harris's first-class average is. I'm going to guess here that it's 27. And I may be doing a disservice. 631 for 8 at the end of the over. The lead for Glamorgan now is 273. 52 overs remaining today. Liam has looked up his first-class average is
22.29.
Okay.
But he's played 167 matches, so he's been around quite a while.
And how many hundreds has he made? Liam, you able to tell us that from your
Let's have a look.
first-class hundreds?
First class, here is. Where's your batting stats? High score of 87.
Right, okay, well, I'm quite surprised he hasn't made 100 because he's a good player. Anyway, he is certainly not your average county number 10.
Absolutely. So Carvelos into bowl again. First ball of the over is pitched up nicely, and that's blocked away confidently from Harris. I hope I'm looking at the right Harris. That's him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Just double checking, making sure I'm not reading out some random person's stats there.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's got a high score of 87 in first class cricket. He has actually hit a list day 100. I'm not sure what game that is, but that might be a 50 over game.
Could well be.
Like that.
Yep.
But yeah, averages 22, and he's had 18 50s, so he can hold a bat for sure.
Yeah.
So Carvelos into bowl for his second ball of the over. That's kept low again, and it's hit the outside edge and is racing down to third man. Ali Orr's in chase. He dives for it and flicks it back impressively. And they're going to come back oh no, he's going to send it back. So it's only going to be 2 there. Excellent work there from Ali Orr, and it kind of felt like he deserved a round of applause from us there.
Really good.
It was one of those excellent bits of fielding.
That's just the sort of thing. I mean, I think this game is now slipping away from Sussex and towards a draw. But if you get someone who's chasing a ball down in the field like that, that can often lift a fielding side. You know, Ali Orr's prepared to throw himself around. It kind of lifts everybody's spirits a little.
Well, you're absolutely right, Adrian. And so Harry coming down the hill now. Carveus bowls a bouncer, and that's ducked under from Harris. And it's actually spoken about quite a lot there, Adrian, about team bits of pressure. And you'll tend to see little bits like that in field then lead to wickets.
Yeah.
So we even had it a couple of weeks ago. We played against the Army, the England physical disability team. And it sounds like I'm flexing, but I did 2 stops in a row that just built a bit of pressure and stopped the boundary. Then the player did an extra shot because he felt like he should have deserved the boundary. We got the wicket, and it completely changed the momentum of the game. So it's kind of a team wicket, they would call it, if there's going to be a wicket coming soon.
Absolutely.
It was an excellent bit of fielding from Ali Orr. Put us all into it, chasing it down the hill. So Carveus into bowl now. Full length ball, and that's left nicely from Harris, but did hit the seam and jag away towards the slips.
He just thought about playing that. So we're just keeping an eye on these overs. There will be 51 overs remaining in the game after this. We keep on saying take off the 2, which would leave 49 left. And so it's getting to sort of the order now where Sussex would need to score something like 6 and over, but they've got to take 2 wickets first.
Absolutely, and Harris, as we were just speaking about, looks better than a normal number 10. And Carveus bowls a bounce, then it goes straight through to Ollie Carter, and it looks like he's gone for the body line tactic at the moment here. Carveus bowling a few bounces. I don't know if it's his normal plan, because in his first couple of spells, he'd definitely been bowling very full, trying to swing it. So maybe they've gone, you know what, he's a tail ender, let's try and rough him up a bit and make him uncomfortable. But that was a good ball there, well directed, kind of rib high, I'd say, and Harris got straight underneath it, ducked, and Carter took that nicely down the leg side. So Carveus in again to bowl down the hill, pitches the ball up, and that's done a lot off the seam. It's left in the end from Harris, but from the angle we're at, it looked like he was going to play it and edge it, but he just got his hands out the way. That's going to be a dot ball, and there was a lot of seam movement off the ball there. But yeah, no wicket there. 633 for 8 at the end of the over. Harris on 3, Neser on 56, and that's a lead now of 275.
Yeah. 51 overs left. Aaron Carveus, 35 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 112. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Liam O'Brien, Adrian Holmes, Nick Webb back with us in the next 5 minutes or so. Here on commentary, if you're watching via the live stream, you'll see that it was very overcast about 15 minutes ago, but now there's some breaks in the cloud and more pale blue sky drifting across here at the south coast. I think the forecast is for it to be dry and heat. I think the forecast for most of next week, just when there's no county championship cricket, is really good. But in comes Finn Hudson-Prentice running away from us up the hill here at Hove. He's into bowl to Michael Neser, who plays straight back down the track. Hudson-Prentice fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. They're allowing Michael Neser the single here, but to be honest, I don't think there's an awful lot between these two as players. Michael Neser is on 56. James Harris has only come to the wicket, but he's no fool with the bat, as we were hearing, with 18 half centuries, I think Liam said.
Good memory.
Hudson-Prentice, I don't remember many things. As Hudson-Prentice wheels around in front of us and is in and bowls, and up on his toes is Neser, who plays straight back down the track. Hudson-Prentice fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. I almost feel now that if Sussex are going to have any chance of having a dart at this chase, they need to get a wicket, I think, in the next 5 overs.
This is so frustrating to watch.
Or else I just think it's going to be too tall an order. You're going to be scoring at 7 and over, and I think that's county championship. You can put the field back on the fence. I think that's going to probably be too tall an order. And they'd have to score them, of course. In comes Hudson-Prentice bowls and played by Neser straight down the ground to Tom Haynes, who runs around and fields, gets in the throw. One more to Michael Neser. He goes to 57, the total to 634 for 8. And of course, who's to say that a very tired Sussex side, some fresh legs Glamorgan players come out and pick up 2 or 3 early wickets. You would think Sussex have enough in the tank to hold on, but I think the likelihood of a result is is starting to recede with every ball that's bowled. Hudson Prentice in his 22nd over. Breezy day here down on the south coast. Hudson Prentice is on his way. Bowls short and ducks out of the way. Does James Harris just sways his head out of the line of the ball. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. And there is no run. So we'll have a little change in the commentary box in a minute. We'll bring Nick in for Liam, and then I think there'll be a half-time report in the football, then I'll bring Liam back in.
It's just before I go.
Yes, go on.
It's an observation. You have a number 9, or I think it is in Neser, or a number 8. We have a brand new Duke's ball, and they're putting everyone on the fence. If Sussex want to win a game of cricket, they've got to have everyone in and to make the most of this new ball when it's doing something off the seam.
Here comes Hudson Prentice, bowls short again, and Harris just sways out of the way, lets the ball go through to keeper Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Yep, we've got, after this is the final ball of Hudson Prentice's over. 22 overs here to bowled after this. So far, 1 made and no wicket for 97. Very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from around the UK. If you'd like to get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at NickWebb2017 or at BBC Sussex Sport. Again, the field spread, which seems a slightly strange tactic for James Harris. As in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Harris just plays that one back to Hudson Prentice. They don't take a single. It is the end of the over. So 50 overs to go, as Liam's going to have a break for 25 minutes or so. He'll be back with us. I notice he hasn't made a move for the chocolate biscuits that he very kindly brought into the commentary box today. Liam is known not only just for being a fine cricketer, but also he is our biscuit provider. And to our shame, no one else has provided any biscuits. But Liam has, so we're very...
I brought some Welsh cakes on day one.
You did bring some Welsh cakes. In fact, I haven't bought anything, so I get a bad mark. But thank you, Liam.
Don't worry, we're being fed well enough by the club as well, with cake provided tea time on the first 3 days. I don't know if it extends to a 4th day.
I think it might well do, because there's quite a lot of people in the press box.
There are. I wonder who they've come to watch.
Yes.
At the moment, they'll be watching Ari Cavelas bowling to Michael Neser, who might be facing England later this summer, as Neser turns one on the leg side and is quite happy to take the single off the first ball of the over. You get the feeling that if you're putting players out to concede the single and the batters are happy to take the single,
yes,
then it's probably not worth doing in the first place.
No, I couldn't agree more. I mean, James Harris is a fine player. There will be cake.
Marvellous.
We've had a message in, so thank you very much.
It wasn't a hint, honest.
Straight in from the club. I don't know what sort of cake, but we are getting tea time cake.
Good.
So wonderful. That's cheered us up. Not that we need it cheering up, because we love what we do.
As Carvelas bowls again to Harris, who's on the defensive. James Harris just 3, hasn't really played a shot in anger, but his batting this season, well, he was out 3 times cheaply before this match, so that's why he's slid down to number 10 in the order, below Van der Hoogten. So his 28 not out in the first innings was his best effort of the season. He's been in and out of the side as Carvelas is in to bowl to Harris, outside off stump, and Harris plays no shot at all. Looks as though Harris is quite content to dig in and ignore everything wide of the wickets, because Van der Hoogten was eventually tempted into having a go at a short ball and paid the price.
I just wondered, Nick, when the game reaches the stage where, but it is getting towards that stage, isn't it, where a run chase is probably not viable, really. Sussex might have a dip for 10 over.
I think Sussex would still have a dip at 6 and over. Carvelas bowls, Harris leaves, but they're going to have to bowl on the stumps first.
Yeah, so the lead at the moment is 277. If 2 wickets fell now, they would have 46 overs to get 277. So they would fancy that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they'd have a go. Anything up to 6 and over, I think, is chaseable.
Yeah.
At least initially, as you say. They can always shut up shop, but they might have to bat Mr. Pujara lower down in the order than he would. As Carvallis bowls a short delivery that Harris just ducks underneath, not remotely tempted by. And while James Harris may be on threes, already soaking up the deliveries, he's faced 24 of them.
Yeah, I mean, Cheteshwar Pujara hasn't been on the field all day. So that's now coming up to, 3 hours he hasn't been on. So I don't know what that means in terms of if he did bat where he batted. And again, the field spreads, which I think I've got some empathy with what Liam is saying actually here. I just wonder whether you have to make something happen. Just stick a short leg in, put a silly mid off in, make James Harris think there's something going on, even if there isn't.
Carvallis into Harris. That's a pitched up ball, and Harris has clipped it away off his legs. There should be a couple of runs here, maybe not. No, good piece of fielding on the backward square leg boundary. They're not going to risk taking any quick second runs or singles or anything like, so Harris is happy to retain the bowling for the next over. Very good afternoon to Rhys Jenkins, a regular Twitter correspondent, who reports that the sun is out and the beer is cold at Felling Cricket Club, Gateshead in the northeast of England, and includes a picture to prove it. Yes, they are considerably more cloud-free than we are, and that looks a lovely spot to view a match from, up on a little balcony. Felling Cricket Club, Gateshead.
Lovely.
636 for 8. The lead is 278.
And it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice. Can he take a couple of wickets here? Or are we going to get an exciting end to the match? Let's see. In comes Hudson-Prentice. Bowls. Full toss, clipped away. 4 runs. Well, James Harris, it was a full toss. It was on leg stump, and he just helped it away through square leg for 4.
Yeah, I think I'd have quite fancied that one.
I think I would have done.
That's his 100 up as well, Hudson-Prentice, poor chap.
640 for 8.
Not for 101, 23rd over. Carson's got his 200 up, but at least he's got a couple of wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. Comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, standing up Biz. Harris plays that to backward point, and there is no run. There's just the sort of slight air of inevitability beginning to creep in. You feel to the Sussex fielders, they're desperate. They must feel they're so close to getting these wickets, but Harris and Neser are no alarms. They're making sure the bad ball is going for 4.
Well, they've worked their way through the 2 established batters and a guy who can hang around in Van der Hoogten, so only 2 to go for Sussex.
Here comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls wide of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run.
James Harris at the moment is showing absolutely iron discipline.
He is.
And Welsh listeners will hope he continues. He is not remotely interested in playing anything that's wide of the stumps or indeed short pitched.
No, he's not. And there's no way that Glamorgan will do anything here to undo all the fine work done by the skipper Kieran Carlson, who made 192.
6 hours he batted for in the end.
That was tremendous innings. Hudson-Prentice on his way, racing in bowls. That's a poor delivery down the leg side. There was James Coles at third slip had his hands in the air. Maybe he thought Harris had got a nick on that. James Harris is looking towards him as if to say, I was nowhere near it. And Carlson took the ball diving away down the leg side. 58 to Michael Neser, 8 to James Harris. After this, there will be 46 overs remaining in the match. As Hudson-Prentice turns 3 slips, there's a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Hudson-Prentice bowls, and that's short, and Harris just sways. I think you've got to give yourself a chance here and bowl at the stumps, because as Nick rightly said, James Harris is very content just to let anything that's not going to hit the stumps pass by. Now a change in the field. They're not putting everyone back on the fence on this occasion to give Harris the strike. I think probably they realise that he's not a bad player, James Harris. Having said that, no, they are all going.
It's the old pulsating jellyfish field, isn't it?
Yep, so
expanding and contracting.
Hudson-Prentice away from us, bowls driven by James Harris. That was a better delivery, and it very nearly sneaked underneath James Harris's bat, but he got enough on it, played the ball to mid-on. Jack Carlson fields. Another over drifts by. Hudson Prentice has bowled 23 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 101. Glamorgan 640.
640.
640, exactly. And there are just 48 overs left. Take off 2 for a change of innings. So after the first ball of this over, there would only be 45 overs remaining in the match.
Yeah, 1 point we had the one-day league was 45 overs, wasn't it? Briefly in the mid-90s.
Yes. Yeah.
40 overs was my favourite as a young man. Great watch on a Sunday afternoon, 2 till 7. Got a game in. Everyone got on with it.
Yeah.
And you got a result by 7 o'clock. As that's kept low from Carvallis, and Neser has done well to steer that one towards mid-on, jabbing down on it, the tall fast bowler around the 6'3", 6'4" mark, Michael Neser.
We used to start all our games at 2:30, so you played from 2:30 till 5 o'clock. Then it was tea. Started again at 5:30, 20 overs from 6:30. Used to be the rules that we used to play to.
Neser's only listed as 6 foot in play fair. I don't believe that. As Carvallis bowls a short ball to Neser, and he ducks that large frame underneath the short ball rather hurriedly to get down low enough there.
We were talking about Gateshead yesterday. People at the cricket aren't at Wembley. And there might be some folks from Gateshead. I'm sure plenty have gone down to see the football today. They're playing Halifax in the FA Trophy final at 4:15. That's a long trek, isn't it? Crumbs.
Hope the trains are running.
Well, I was just going to say the same.
6:40 for 8 as Carvallis bowls, and Neser does play a shot at that one. Gets a thickish outside edge down to backward point. Perfectly safe in the end, but Sussex will be glad to see him playing some sort of shot. 59 to Neser, 641 for 8. The lead is 283.
What was that score that that Glamorgan made at Colwyn Bay, Nick?
718.
Right.
For 3.
Is that the highest Glamorgan score against Sussex?
Yes. Second highest of all time.
Right.
But this is the highest score in Sussex by Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Carvallis is into James Harris, leaves outside off stump, a low tumbling take by Carter, almost in front of Allsop at first slip.
I've got fond memories of the game that we saw at Colwyn Bay, Nick, a few years ago, where Ollie Robinson hit a 6 to win the match.
Oh yes, that was a very exciting game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Glamorgan were resting a load of people before T20, I believe.
I think that's right, yeah.
But still...
it was a really good game, over in 3 days, but Ollie Robinson came in at... Sussex were 9 wickets down, and he hit a 6 to win the match.
As Carvallis is in to bowl. That's a decent delivery, and it's well played by Harris back down the wicket. Yeah, we've had some entertainment at Colwyn Bay over the years. Glamorgan winning one of their one-day titles on the ground, and Nyron Donald's record fastest double century. We've had wins by the opposition, like that dramatic Sussex win by a couple of wickets, and some rather large Lancashire scores there as well. Carvallis bowls again nicely on the stumps and forcing Harris to dig it out, but he plays it on the onside where there is no one in close attendance, and therefore they're able to amble through for the single. And if James Harris says to Sussex, if you want to bowl at me rather than my mate, then OK, fair enough, I'll take it, as he's taken the single off the last ball of the over.
And I think we're going to get some spin. I think Harry Carvallis has bowled really well, actually. Look at his figures, 37 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 106. He's bowled a good tidy line as Carvallis. He's had to take on the mantle of the leading bowler with no Ollie Robinson. Now, is this the physio coming out? Is that John Borelli, the Sussex physio? I think it is. He's bringing something out for Ali Orr. He's bringing out some shin guards. So I don't think he's out here on a medical trip. And Ali Orr is going to put the shin guards on, and it's going to be James Coles, who's bowled 23 overs, 4 maidens. He's taken 2 for 81. So 47 overs left in the match here on 5 Sports Extra. Nick Webb, Adrian Harms. This game looking as if it's drifting towards a draw, with overs beginning to run out as far as Sussex are concerned. But all credit to Glamorgan, bowled out for 123 in their first innings. I don't think we foresaw, Nick, on that opening day that we would still be sitting here at 20-3 on the final day.
Well, at one point we're even wondering if it would go into a third day, weren't we?
No, absolutely. It's been a tremendous performance. My God, the lead now is 284, and with overs beginning to slip away, the chance of a run chaser, maybe led by Steve Smith, are beginning to diminish. In comes James Coles, bowls outside of the off stump, padded away by James Harris. There is no run. Sussex have got men around the bat now. They've got a short leg and a slip. There's a backward point, short extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg and a deep square leg as in comes Coles, and played by Harris into the offside again, but fielded by Alsop, and there is no run.
Yeah, if he's going to kick him away, he's going to have to be careful that they do pitch outside leg.
Yeah. Coles is coming over the wicket, left armour. In bowl, pitches it up, that's going to be hit away for 4. Oh, has it gone for 4?
Yep.
Yes, it has. I
the
thought for a minute it had hit the pads of Alior at short leg, but it was a full toss. And I think Nick was saying there was an early one, he thought he could have hit for 4. I think I might have hit that for 4, you know, which is saying something. Harris goes at 13, 646 for 8. And these runs are still important for Glamorgan because they would all be runs that Sussex have got to score, so all that is doing is upping the amount they'd need to score per over, which is beginning to look very unlikely. Coles in again, and forward comes Harris. And for the third time in the over, 3 out of 4 balls, he plays it to short extra cover, footed by Tom Alsop, and there is no run. Don't forget coverage of the T20. Well, the T20 started yesterday. Coles outside the leg stump, just kicked away by Harris. It remains 13 not out, and all those games, pretty much all those games on your BBC local radio stations over the next few weeks as the blast gets underway. Coles outside the off-stump, quick delivery taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So James Coles rattles through his overs. 46 now remaining to be bowled in the match. Michael Neser on 59, James Harris is on 13. These two coming together when the last wicket went down. That was the wicket of Tim van der Hoogten when the score was on 623. I think we're going to get a double change of bowling, aren't we? Yes, I think that they're going to give Ari Cavalos a break. I think he's done his work probably for the match, Ari Cavalos. And we're going to get some Tom Haines from the top end of the ground. And you get the feeling this is very much a final throw of the dice for Sussex. 22 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 49 for Tom Haines.
He's done a fine job, to be fair, considering that he wouldn't have expected to bowl as much as he has.
Yeah, and also he explained on the first evening that he hasn't played in the last 2 games because of a slight knee injury. So, but he's the physio said, well, it's up to you, Tom, and Tom was keen to play. When people are scoring runs in a side, you want to sort of get back in, don't you? And he made 58. But I don't think he would have expected to have bowled the amount of overs that he's had. He's been rather pressed into action.
Very economical, though, as Marnus Labuschagne mentioned, and that's through outside off stump, skidding through low, and Neser plays no shot.
Just the one other game that's going on today, heading for a draw at Trent Bridge. Essex 308 for 4. Dan Lawrence has gone through to his half-century. Sir Alistair Cooke making 99 earlier on today. Durham beating Gloucestershire. 4 wins out of 6. What a start for them in the county championship. 1 defeat, and that came here against Sussex.
As Haynes bounces in and bowls, and Neser slams it into the covers, and it's a brilliant piece of fielding by Sean Hunt, one of the sub-fielders. Would have been racing away for 4, but Hunt, tall fast bowler, threw himself full length to his left and prevented any run from being scored.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing. I'm sure Tom also would love to have a left arm over in the side now just to bring a bit of variety to the attack.
Next delivery, always an appeal for LBW. I thought that might be close, but the appeal didn't last as long as I expected, to be honest.
I wonder if he got a little inside edge on that, because I reckon he was bang in front, you know.
Yeah, that looked like on the back foot and pretty close, but may have been inside edge.
Yeah, I reckon he did.
6.46 for 8. Neser survives. He's on 59. Harris is on 13. The lead is 288. Maybe 300 lead is the next landmark Glamorgan aspire to, as Neser drives this one into the offside. And I thought I was about to say a fine tumbling stop by Jack Carlson there, but he's actually dived over it and it's gone away for 4 up to deep extra cover. Neser moves on to 63 not out. And the lead moves to 292, and that is the 650 up for Glamorgan.
Wow.
Haynes in, and Neser defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
It looks like they'll be dancing in the streets of Brighton tonight because they are winning up the road at the Amex Stadium, their game against Southampton. If they win that game, there'll be a clamour for passports, as Brighton, for the first time in their history, will be playing in Europe next season. So there'll be lots of happy people around Brighton and Hove tonight, I'm sure.
That's quite the achievement.
Yeah, it is.
Haynes towards us, bowls to Neser, digs it out and drives it to mid-on. Excellent concentration from Michael Neser, looking to hit the odd bad ball, but really just happy to defend and keep out the straight one.
So just to mark your card for cricket coming up this week, as I say, the T20 Blast gets underway. Sussex begin their campaign here against Somerset, but on Tuesday in the Charlotte Edwards Cup we've got the Central Sparks against the Northern Diamonds. That's being played at Edgbaston. And the Southern Vipers are playing the South East Stars. George Raveland was talking about that. It's being played at Falkland Cricket Club in Newbury. It's coming up on Tuesday. On Wednesday, the Blast really gets going in all its glory. Northamptonshire against Worcestershire, Kent are playing Gloucestershire, Somerset at home to Hampshire. On Thursday, Lancashire playing Leicestershire, Middlesex, Surrey. That's always a big game, isn't it, at Lords? There'll be a packed house, I'm sure, at headquarters. As in comes James Coles, around the wicket, bowls to James Harris, who plays into the onside. There is no run. And then more games in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Sunrisers against the South East Stars. That's at Lords. And then the Thunder against the Blaze at Old Trafford. In comes Coles. And Harris just plays that to backward square leg, fielded by Calvados. No run.
At Taunton this afternoon, Thunder are batting first against Western Storm, and they've made a good start. The visitors 37 without loss after 4 having chosen to bat.
In comes Coles. Harris very nearly let that go. He played that very late to backward point. There is no run.
2 Welsh ladies in the Storm side, Alex Griffiths and Sophia Smale.
Coles makes his way in again, shorter, and Harris plays to short extra cover, fielded there by Allsop. There is no run. The game is drifting towards a draw. I think there's no question of that. 44 overs left after this. James Coles in his 25th over. 2 balls left of it. He's in again, and that's down the leg side, well taken by Carter. There is no run.
We're starting to get to a 7 and over requirement, I think, for Sussex, if my maths are right, if these wickets fell straight away.
Yes.
It's almost 7 and over.
Coles back to his mark. The overrate is plus 12 still on the scoreboard. Short leg and a slip in place as Coles is in and stroked handsomely by James Harris to short extra cover. It's a maiden over from James Coles. 25 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 85, 650 for 8. Neser on 63, Harris on 13. I was just going to say, Nick, on Friday, the Blast really does get cracking. There's 8 games in the Blast on Friday. Glamorgan are away in Bristol. Sussex are here, their first game against Somerset. Games all across the country and full coverage via the BBC.
Indeed, so. I was just wondering whether Glamorgan's batters might be well employed wasting a bit of time here, because we're ahead of schedule, aren't we?
Way ahead of schedule.
We're way ahead of schedule, and therefore if the batters don't waste a bit of time, and the bowlers subsequently have to waste time, if Glamorgan were bowling at Sussex and they didn't want to bowl more overs than the requirement, then they might have to accept a negative over rate and losing a point or two. Just a passing thought as Neser plays one out on the offside and takes the single off the first ball of the over, 651 for 8.
Yes, so generally speaking in these situations, the captains can shake hands. Generally the time is 10 to 5.
Yeah. Seems
to be the general idea. But at this rate, we could have bowled virtually all the overs by then.
That is if, isn't it? They can't declare in the final innings, so that's only if we're in the third innings. To be, with no disrespect to these two, you'd be surprised if they managed to bat another couple of hours. As Harris blocks another one out on the offside. That's the 47th delivery that he's faced for his 13. 651 for 8. The lead is 293.
Well, they look very capable of batting for a couple of hours. They look largely untroubled. They haven't given a chance, either of them.
No, but there's always the risk of some deviation from the pitch in terms of inconsistent bounce. That's through skidding the low outside off stump. Harris shoulders arms once more. And to be honest, you want a pitch in County Championship that is going to deteriorate a little bit on the fourth day, because we've seen a few shirt front wickets that just get slower and more placid and don't do anything on the final day. There's a big appeal for LBW, not out. Harris playing across the line there.
Yeah, he's had 2 big shouts, hasn't he, Tom Haynes? But not given. That was very. He's so. Just look at Tom Haynes' shoulders. He's trudging back to his mark, isn't he? So on the first day, Nick, we had 14 wickets. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, 14 wickets. On the second day, we had 6. Come to that in a moment. Can't work it out.
Haynes in to bowl. Harris defends to cover, and there is no run. Once you run out of fingers and thumbs, Adrian, don't take your shoes off.
Here we are. Yeah, that's right. So we had 14 on the first day, 7 on the second day. So exactly half.
So 4 yesterday.
Yeah, Glamorgan.
Yeah, they were one down on.
Yes, they were. 4 yesterday,
evening,
3 today.
Haynes in to bowl, and Harris on the defensive, being offered the single but doesn't bother to take it. 651 for 8. 43 overs remain in the match. The lead is 293, and therefore Sussex are not going to have any more than 40 overs to bat. We're in Sunday League territory, all back to the 80s or 70s.
We are, yeah. I'm just waiting to do a half-time report to the. Yeah. So there we are. It's a little loud, isn't it? Wow. So we'll do that. So James Coles is going to bowl the next over.
On BBC Sounds. The Premier League on BBC Radio Sussex. Yes, a very warm welcome back to the
So Coles coming to bowl to Michael Neser, hits him on the pad, the ball bounces out on the offside. There is no run. Tom Alsop's just coming across to have a word to Tom Haynes. So I don't know whether that means Tom Haynes is coming out of the attack. Didn't look desperately happy with whatever the conversation was. Bowls.
Lead staying up. They're being held 1-1.
Bowls and forward comes
They were 1-0, but it's now 1-0.
Neser back to Coles.
New champions playing Chelsea.
There is no run.
Without further ado, let's go to our featured cricket. The final day is from Adrian Harms.
Yes, thanks very much, Tim. Well, we're very much heading for a draw here. The pitch is going to have the final say, I think. But Glamorgan, you have to give an enormous amount of credit to. 651 for 8 they are. It's the highest score they've ever made in the second innings of a match. They've been led by their skipper, Kieran Carlson. He made a wonderful 192. Marnus Labuschagne, the Australian, warmed up for the Ashes yesterday. He made 138. And now Michael Neser, another Australian, is flaying the Sussex attack around. He's just moved on to 66. So 653 for 8. It means the lead is now 295. And after this over from James Coles, there'll be just 42 overs left in the match. Sussex, of course, hampered by the fact that Ollie Robinson is taking no part in the game. In fact, no part from yesterday lunchtime when he didn't reappear on the field with an ankle injury. That's being scanned tomorrow. So everybody got fingers crossed for Ollie Robinson tomorrow. Also today, Cheteshwar Pujara off the pitch all day. Apparently he has a stiff neck, but in reality he wouldn't have bowled anyway. So it looks like Glamorgan are going to go through for the draw, and they have batted really well and very conscientiously as well. Coles bowls, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no one. If they could turn the clean feed off in the studio, that would be greatly appreciated.
That was something of a contrast in tempos, wasn't it? From the Albion halfway to paradise to Sussex probably heading for a draw.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd better tell BBC Radio Wales listeners all about this, and Liam can pop in for a minute.
And we'll see if they could please turn the clean feed off back at the base. That would be greatly appreciated. So there's a bit of a debate going on out in the middle as to, but I think we're almost certainly this is heading for a draw now, because 42 overs left. They would lose 2 for a change of over. That means if 2 wickets fell now, there would be 39 overs left, and the arrears are now 300, is that right? No, not quite. Is that 658?
297, I think it is, Adrian.
Thank you. So I think, in fact, Tom Haynes is being kept on. Liam, you can call this over from Tom Haynes.
Sounds good. So Haynes is going to come down the hill here. Bowls the ball nice and full, and it's blocked away, and he looked gutted at that last decision. I was watching in the back of the commentary box. It looked pretty good to me, but
I agree. I think he's had 2 really good shouts, actually.
The first one, Neser waved the bat, so it might have had inside edge, but Harris didn't show any sign of hitting that one, so would have been, even if it was umpire's call, it would have been nice for the umpire to give it for Sussex just to make more of a game of it, but maybe the umpire wants an early trip home or something like that.
Well, I'm wondering when we might get called a day here. A little while yet.
So Haynes into bowl now, full length delivery, and that's blocked well from Harris.
Because as Nick was saying, generally speaking, you get to 10 to 5 inside the final hour when the captains can shake hands, but it's we really will be going through the motions, and the way that Sussex are getting through their overs, there's only another 41 overs after this. Tea will be at 20 to 4.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame at the moment, isn't it? Because Sussex had such a good chance with the new ball to make the most of it. Only needed 3 wickets.
Yeah.
But we're in a tricky spot now. So Haynes into bowl, it hits the pads, but there was no appeal that time. That one was going well over the stumps.
It was.
It just feels like this was set up for such a good day if Sussex could get a few early wickets.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you have to say 3 things really. Number one, your strike bowler can't take any further part in the game, so that's a massive blow for Sussex. Number 2, I think I give massive credit to Glamorgan, who have batted. To score over 650 to save a game is an extraordinary effort.
Absolutely. Haynes is into bowl, full length delivery, and that's left well. And yeah, I guess it sounds like I'm just being a little bit negative, but for Glamorgan fans, they must be really, really happy listening to us.
Well, it's an amazing effort to do this, and I think you have to say as well that the pitch has gone, as the game has gone on, it seems to have got flatter and flatter. There's been very little in it for the spinners. There's nothing for the seamers. So I think a combination of the three means that the game is sadly drifting towards a draw.
Yeah, unfortunately so. So Haynes is going to come in again, 5th ball of the over, pitches the ball up, and that's blocked nicely away for another dot ball. But that's why the new ball was so important, Adrian.
It was, yeah.
It feels like it was slightly wasted with Coveas bowling. Obviously, he got the wicket with the bounce with Van der Hoekten, but it just feels like they slightly wasted the new ball today, Sussex, which is probably where the draw is coming from.
Paul Farbrace has spoken a lot about getting over the line and getting in match-winning positions. As I say, I think there are mitigating factors in this game.
Absolutely. So Haynes into bowl again, and it's on the pads and it's flicked away for an easy single, and that's going to be the over. 655 for 8. Neser sneaking up to 68. He's on his way for a ton at the moment, Adrian.
Well, he could well be. In fact, I think we get some refreshments brought out. So various bottles of water being run out from the pavilion away to our left-hand side. There is an air resignation around Hove at the moment, but to give you the scores in the other games today being played in the County Championship, it's certainly going to be a draw at Trent Bridge, where Essex are 314 for 5, leading Notts by 170. Dan Lawrence 52 not out. Alistair Cooke, or Sir Alistair we should say, making 99. Tom Wesley making 95. But very little chance of a result there. The lead 171. Earlier on today, another good victory for Durham in Division 2 of the County Championship. They've beaten Gloucestershire by 125 runs at Bristol. That means Durham have won 4 of their 6 matches so far. And they are top of Division 2. Surrey top of Division 1 of the Championship after their 3-day win yesterday against Kent. We've got a break in play because various bottles of water have been bought out, so a fairly lengthy delay. I don't quite know why the umpire's allowing such a delay, probably because Sussex are so far ahead in the over 8. There's 41 overs to be bowled in the game. But call that 39 for a 2 lost in the change of innings. The lead that Glamorgan have here is 297. So for Sussex to score over 300 runs in less than 40 overs, nothing is impossible in the great game.
Great Escape is very much on for.
It's not going to. I don't think it's got any chance of happening. I think there's no chance for Glamorgan declaration. I just don't see any reason why they would do that in this situation. If you're just joining us, 192 for Kieran Carlson. He was dropped on 3. We have to remember that yesterday. Maybe that was the crucial part of the match. Marnus Labuschagne making 138, as Liam was saying. Michael Neser on 68. So all the way down the order there's been contributions from the Glamorgan players. As the sun comes out here at Hove, it's been a really cloudy afternoon, but the sun just starting to break through. We've still got this very, very long delay, which is quite surprising. I can only assume it's because Sussex over 8 is showing us plus 12. Glamorgan have been batting now for 183 overs. So I don't know if it's a final sort of G up from Tom Alsop to his team in a bit of a huddle there at the far end of the ground to say, come on, let's try and take these 2 and give it a go. But I think in reality, this game is going to end in a draw. And the umpires are just very happy. I don't think I've ever seen this before, having such a long delay halfway through a session.
Well, I've never seen a drinks break dictated by the umpires. That's the only thing, Adrian. I reckon it's more dictated by Sussex and what tempo they want to be at, and maybe they just need a reset, maybe a little team talk, and it looked like it might have been Tom Haynes talking to everyone, trying to get them G'd up a bit.
Yeah, I can see the umpire, Martin Saggers, having the word to Tom Alsop, who's captain today. We should say that Cheteshwar Pujara hasn't been on the field all day today either. He's got a stiff neck. But it's a very relaxed atmosphere. I can see that Ari Carvelos is just standing there. He's picked up Michael Neser's bat and he's just sort of twirling it around and having it. Oh no, James Harris. So I think the players are resigned to the fact that this is going to end in a draw now.
That's Steve Smith coming on to bowl.
I think that's a good spot. Well done, Liam. It is indeed. He bowled before lunch, didn't he? He bowled just the one over. And I think that tells you that, well, I'm not saying Steve Smith isn't capable of taking wickets, but his one over cost 5 runs. So Sussex now very much in the realms of occasional bowlers as we hasten through these. The umpires will be very well aware of how many overs need to be bowled and when you can declare and when the captains can shake hands. And the game will be called today, but Glamorgan will feel delighted that they've managed to, because at one stage they were going to go back to South Wales without any batting bonus points. How many bowling points did they get, Nick? Was it 2? Yeah. So, it makes a difference going back to South Wales with 7 points instead of 2. Now we've got a further delay. Alior is coming underneath the helmet at short leg. James Harris is just waiting with hands on hips at the far end of the ground. Michael Neser at the non-striker's end. And it's going to be Steve Smith who's going to come in from the C end of the ground, and he comes and bowls. Oh, well, he was in to bowl, but after all that, we've waited for 5 minutes, and now James Harris wasn't ready, but now he is. In comes Smith over the wicket, bowls. That's a horrible delivery. And James Harris just strokes that into the offside. Yeah, we're almost into. Choose my words carefully. It's a terrible delivery by Steve Smith. He's laughing as he comes in over the wicket and bowls, and Harris punches that to short extra cover.
Just remember, he started his career as a leggy, and now he's bowling kind of filthy off spin.
Yeah. Well, he was certainly bowling leg spin this morning as he comes in and bowls, and forward comes Harris. There is no run. The U's and the R's are because people are trying to encourage Steve Smith to take a wicket here. I think James Harris will be very, very keen not to get out. Smith in full toss. In fact, forward comes Harris. The ball just about pitched. Harris plays it into the offside. No run. Smith already back to his mark. Comes in again and bowls and turned into the onside by James Harris. He picks up a single, and Glamorgan go to 657 for 8. Yes. So the lead now 299. Smith in, bowls, played into the offside by Michael Neser, who will be absolutely determined not to get out to his fellow Australian. And there is no run. So the end of the Steve Smith over, just conceding the 1 run. 40 overs left in the match. The lead is 299. And when you consider that Glamorgan were behind by 358 when they started this innings, it is a quite remarkable effort by Glamorgan to get to this stage of the match. But it's I hope we're not going to get into the realms of too much sort of I'm going to use my words carefully, sort of joke bowling, as it were. But it's difficult to see. I think there's an air of resignation that pretty much everybody realises that this game is now heading towards a draw. But James Coles certainly isn't a joke bowler. He's a serious bowler. He's taken 2 for 85, and he's going to be bowling the next over from the Cromwell Road end. And to describe it is Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, so James Coles coming on. It's one of those weird situations where it feels like maybe, boxing you can throw in the towel. Maybe they could just, if it's a mutual agreement, then just get it done.
Yeah.
As much as everyone wants to see cricket, seeing Steve Smith bowling off spin. I know he's a good leggy back in the day. I've never seen him bowl offie, so it looks like it's a bit of joke bowling, as you said. And Coles is into bowl. And that was a good start, straight on the money, blocked away nicely from Harris.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly when it is that you can. There are all sorts of rules as to when you can actually call it a day.
So Coles in again, short and wide outside off, and that's cut away and fielded very nicely from Sean Hunt. And he's actually made some really good stops today in the field.
He has made some good stops, very good indeed.
So it's never nice being known as the gun fielder and the substitute fielder, but he's very good today. So Coles in again to bowl, full outside off, and there's a few oohs, but I think it's just it didn't look that close, to be honest with you. Just left outside off stump. So you can hear a bit of encouragement from Sussex, but I think they're just trying to have a bit of fun with it, get the game a little bit more enjoyable. And it's bowled there from Coles and hits the pad of Harris, but it was going well down the leg side. So not out. So Steve Smith's in there at first slip. You've got Ali Orr in at short leg as Coles is in again. It's actually played to Ali Orr on the one bounce, and it's caught by Ali Orr and thrown straight back to Coles, who's walking back to his mark, and I think they're trying to get through these overs quite quickly. So Coles in again to bowl. Full length delivery driven nicely there from Harrison. Has it beaten mid-off? No, it's well stopped there from Carlson, who landed pretty awkwardly, but it's just going to be the single, and that is going to be the end of the over from Coles. So yeah, at the moment, bit of a dejected commentary box because we were hoping for a massive chase from Sussex, but I think all the players have kind of resided to the fact this is going to end up a draw. So 658 for 8 now. Neser still on 68 and Harris on 16.
And you're listening to 5 Sports Extra, BBC Wales, BBC Online, live here from Hove, where, well, certainly for 3 3/4 days, we've seen a really good game of county championship cricket. And as I say, I think you have to give massive credit to Glamorgan, who, when you're in arrears of 358, I remember when they started out on that reply, Nick, and we were saying, you just have to take this in little chunks, session by session, and they've absolutely done that. And very much looks as if they're going to save this game. Smith bowls, that's a horrible delivery. It's cut away outside the off stump, and James Harris says, thanks very much, and just punches the ball through the covers for 4 runs. The lead now over 300. We've got 38 overs in the game remaining after this. I'm just looking through my notes, Nick, to say actually when Glamorgan started batting in this innings. I've probably got a note of it here somewhere.
Interval, wasn't it? Interval
on day
2.
So 2 days that they've batted. In comes Smith and bowls and driven into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, who's eagerly coming into field, and there is no run. Michael Neser on 68, James Harris on 20, 682 for 8. In comes Steve Smith, bowls and played uppishly by James Harris to mid-wicket, fielded there by James Coles. James to James. And there is no run. Smith in again. Oh, that kept horribly low, but well kept out by James Harris. Another wicket's gone down at Trent Bridge. I suspect, in fact, a couple of wickets have gone down. They could be in for some late drama there. In comes Smith. Bowled. Oh, that's hit on the bar. That's going down the leg side, but it kept really, really low. Harris was going to club that away on the leg side, but it really kept through it. Barely hit Harris above the ankle. Smith in again, driven away on the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. Quite a catch, but it was never a catch. Harris clips that away through mid-on for 4 more runs. He goes to 24, an over that cost 8 runs. And Glamorgan now are 665, is that for 8? I think it is, 665 for 8. It means the lead is 307. We've got 38 overs left in the day. Huh?
666.
666. Yeah.
And this is my exact point, Adrian, of why I quite like limited overs cricket rather than the win-lose draw on a Saturday.
Yeah, but you can get some very good draws in county cricket. I grant you that now this is turning into a not very exciting draw. But again, I'm loath to say that in many ways, because I think Glamorgan have deserved to draw the game. You know, Sussex haven't been able to bowl them out. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely. So Coles in for his over. Well bowled there from Coles. Gun a middle stump line. That's blocked away easily from Neser. No, I agree. If you score 666 in a game, you don't deserve to lose at any point. Yeah. It's been very impressive, especially for a second innings knock as well. Coles in again to bowl now around the wicket. There's an appeal there. We can't quite see what happened, but I think it just went down the leg side and they're trying to get caught behind, but Carter's thrown that straight back to the bowler, so I think they know it's not out.
Yeah, 6 down are Essex now, 323 for 6, trailing by 179.
So Coles in again to bowl, and that's off the pad, and Ali Orr makes a dive for it, but it's going to be another dot ball.
It is. It wasn't far away from Ali Orr.
Around the wicket again, Coles is in, short and wide, and it's a bit uppish, cut to extra cover, but it gets to him on the one bounce. And in the background, it sounds like an alarm's going off.
It does sound like something's happening, doesn't it?
Exactly, the most exciting thing that's happened in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's steady. I wonder if there might be. You carry on, Nick.
Yeah, go on. Coles into bowl now around the wicket, and that's darted in there and blocked away. But I like that change of pace, trying to make something happen there.
Yeah, 4 dot balls in this over for James Coles. 666, what a score that is.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And he's in again to bowl, and that's a great pace there from Coles. And I'll be honest, Adrian, I've seen a little bit of Coles bowling, but obviously I'd only just seen his batting. And he looks like he could be really handy. If people keep working away at his bowling, he could be a genuine all-round threat.
Yep, absolutely. And he batted beautifully here much earlier on in the match. He puts his short sleeve sweater over his shoulder and sort of wanders away to his fielding position. I'm sure there are all sorts of questions being asked of the umpires about when they're going to call it a day. 37 overs left. T is set on the final day at 20-4. So with the spinners bowling, another 25 minutes to go, we could be down to less than 30 overs at T. I don't know whether Glamorgan can declare and Sussex. I don't know quite what happens then, but there's not going to be a result here. We are certainly into going through the motions territory. In comes Steve Smith to bowl to, and is he going to be caught? Yeah, oh, what a catch!
Oh my God!
What a catch that is by Sean Hunt, and Steve Smith has taken a wicket.
Oh my God!
And it's the wicket of James Harris, who's pulled a ball onto the leg side, and Sean Hunt took the most amazing catch. He palmed the ball up into the air with one hand, ran behind the boundary, back onto the pitch, caught it, and Steve Smith has picked up his first wicket in Sussex colours. Extraordinary. What a catch that was by Sean Hunt. Steve Smith has got a wicket. Well, he will be thrilled to bits.
That is unbelievable. And we saw it a few days ago. Billy Root had a chance like that. And he dropped it down just in front of the commentary box. But that was pulled hard, looking like it was going for 6. And Sean Hunt jumped up, caught it one-handed. Was going over the rope. And as he was going to touch outside the rope for 6, he flicks it back into play and catches it. And the one-handed catch on it itself was special. But having the awareness to then flick the ball back in and then get outside the rope and back in to catch it, unbelievable. And that's why the players go mental, because that's a special, special catch.
It was indeed. So Steve Smith gets a wicket. And what a catch by Sean Hunt. But I don't think that's going to make a huge difference to the state of the game as the final man comes out, who is Jamie McElroy. What have we got left? 36 overs. The lead is 308. Yeah, I mean it's not going to happen, is it? But McElroy makes his way out to the midline. Michael Neser's probably very glad that it's not him who's been caught actually on the boundary. I wondered if it was for a moment. He wouldn't have been wanting to have given Steve Smith a first-class wicket. In all honesty, the ball deserved to go for 6.
Yes.
But
quite a few of the wickets today did, to be fair, didn't it? But they got their wickets somehow.
Well, probably if it was anyone else other than Sean Hunt, the chances are that it's he wouldn't have caught it. It'd have been over most players' heads.
That was an unbelievable catch. And it's funny, on the replay for people watching, you won't actually be able to see the initial catch was unbelievable. He jumped full reach, caught it one-handed, and then had the awareness to flick it back in. That was amazing bit of work. And he's not actually even playing the game, he's a substitute fielder. So that's how you make your impact on a game and an impression on your squad when you're not initially picked in the 11.
In comes Smith, bowls to McElroy, who fends that one away through third slip, or second slip really. Tom Alsop chases back, and Jamie McElroy is on his way. The total goes to 667 for 9. Sean Hunt goes back to his specialist position at deep mid-wicket, where he took that tremendous catch. So there has to be a chance. Well, I've not seen much of Jamie McElroy bat.
He's 11.
He's an 11, says Nick. In comes Smith and bowls. And, he nearly gets another wicket. Edged by Michael Neser down towards third man. They're going to come back for a couple of runs. Michael Neser goes to 70. And the total goes to 669 for 9. think I've ever said that before. It's just an extraordinary amount of runs. 669 for 9. A slip and a short leg are still in place. Going to be Steve Smith coming into bowl to his Australian counterpart, and he drives that to long off, fielded by Hudson Prentice, picks up a single as Michael Neser, which brings Jamie McElroy onto strike. 670 for 9. The field all comes in. Neser goes and has a word to Jamie McElroy. He's probably said, look, don't get out. I quite fancy getting 100 here. 71 not out. And the lead is now 312 for Glamorgan. Steve Smith is in. Bowls pushing forward is McElroy, played to backward point. There is no run. One more ball to go in this over, and then there will be 35 overs left in the game. Sean Hunt again goes back to that deep mid-wicket position. Steve Smith is in again. Bowls, and McElroy defends down the track. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Steve Smith has figures of 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. He accounted for James Harris, who was quite brilliantly caught by Sean Hunt at deep mid-wicket for 24. So, 670 for 9. We've got another 20 minutes to go until tea. And it is going to be James Coles who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Thank you for all your emails and tweets, etc. through the match. We've had one in here from Ross in St Leonard's on Sea, who says, what a shame that Glamorgan are not declaring now. If they did, it would provide great entertainment for the paying customers. Isn't that what it's all about, really? Come on, Glamorgan, says Ross. I think in fairness, when you've battled away like they did yesterday, much as I would like Sussex to win, I'm sure Nick would like Glamorgan to win. I don't blame Glamorgan, because you've done all this hard work. You're just not going to throw it away.
So Cole's into ball around the wicket now, and that's driven to extra cover for a dot ball.
But thank you very much, Ross, for your thoughts. I suspect we're not going to get a run chase here, because there are only 35 overs left after this one. But Sussex have undoubtedly missed Ollie Robinson. You know, you get a fit Robinson, you...
Yeah, I agree. Cole's into bowl, and that is blocked away nicely. And it's a shame that he's got injured, because Sussex technically now losing a strike bowler, where they do have McAndrew waiting, sitting there as well, and Pujara now maybe being out injured.
Yes.
It's just a shame, isn't it, really? Especially with the Ashes and that coming up. I hope he's doing okay.
Well, he's going to have a scan tomorrow, so we will be keeping, and I'm sure the England selectors will be keeping fingers crossed, because there's something of a crisis looming in terms of the England fast bowling attack.
Absolutely. And they're just bringing Ali Orr in from a short mid-on into a leg slip now, and that's bowled nicely from Coles, who's now over the wicket, and it's blocked away from Neser. And I just had a quick look in case you guys are into your stats. McElroy coming in at number 11, averages 9.5.
Okay. So he does sound, Nick did say he is a number 11.
Yeah, it sounds like it. And so Cole's in round the wicket, so he's changed up his line, and it's flicked out to deep square leg for a single by Neser, which gets McElroy onto strike. High score of 10.
Right. But you look at James Cole's batted beautifully. It was a shame he was at third slip when that it was a really sharp chance. I mean, it was by no means a gimme, the slip chance.
Yeah.
It was low down. It would have been a really, really good catch. But you know, they go down as chances, don't they? That's the reality.
Absolutely.
But as I say, we must take nothing away from Glamorgan.
No, they've been excellent. Great fight back. And so Coles is in round the wicket, and that's blocked away from McElroy, who I can't imagine will be taking any chances here. He'll just be blocking the ball. And it'll be interesting. Do you think Neser will try and push for his 100? I think he'll just be happy blocking it away.
I reckon maybe if they go out after tea, he might just fancy it.
Maybe. So Coles in round the wicket, full length delivery, and it's missed by Ollie Carter, and they've turned away this single, so it's running down to fine leg. Steve Smith's changed station after it. It's nearly got to the boundary, but they've refused a single, so Neser wants to strike. And that's going to be the over. One off it, 671 for 9. And just in case any of those are interested, the lead is now up to 314.
Yeah. So we've got a little bit of time to go to tea, and Nick's tapping away. Let's have a bit of Welsh commentary, I think. I tell you, I want you stay on, Liam, and I'll.
And we have made the most seamless change of the day, I think. Onto the hard tyres, I think, to make it till the end.
Adrian just fancied dipping into the biscuits. I'm still full of pizza from lunchtime. As there wasn't a great deal of choice, but the pizza was a good choice, which is a good job because there wasn't much choice. Smith bowls, and that is smashed through the offside by Michael Neser. Dismissed through deep long off, and the fielder on the boundary didn't really bother to chase it. Tossed up by Smith and smashed away by Neser, who has 76 not out now. Glamorgan 6-7-5 for 9. Smith in again, bowls, that's on leg stump and driven hard down to long on, and they will not take the single off the second ball of the over. There was a very, very long single down there to Carlson. There might even have been 2 in a limited overs context, but this is far from that. 6-7-5 for 9, having been 3-5-8 behind on first innings. As that's short and hammered away, and they won't get another boundary catch.
Smash the window.
The fielder had a good go on the ropes there. Hunt again leapt, but it was short. It was a filthy delivery, and Neser hit it for 6.
He smashed
Whose window is it taken out?
It's gone into the hospitality. It's got a Bimaretti sign above it, but that is fully smashed the window, and the umpires having a look at it, just make sure there's not glass on the ball. But wow, can you see the big dent there, Nick, on the right hand side behind Sean Hunt?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. As Morgan move on to 6-8-1 for 8, and Neser drives down the ground, and this time he will take the single off the 4th ball of the over, and the field will come in for this delivery for McIlroy, the number 11, and then probably it'll go out again if he wants to take a single off the last ball, which he won't. So can Steve Smith finish this Glamorgan innings off finally after the best part of 2 days? It has been effectively 6 sessions now, as Sussex look to crowd number 11, Jamie McIlroy, with a short leg and 2 slips, and Smith is in and bowls, and McIlroy flicks it into the leg side, but it is stopped at backward square, and there's no run. And now you all go out again now, boys. Oh, they can't really be bothered.
I don't blame them.
They can't be bothered to retreat to the boundary. As McIlroy pokes forward, didn't really have much idea. There was an appeal from slip, but nowhere else. And at the end of the over, Glamorgan are 682 for 9, and the lead is it on your screen, Liam? Oops, 324?
324.
Neser has 83 and McIlroy has 1. I suspect we're now pretty close to the stage where tea would be taken if the final wicket falls.
Yes,
so they wouldn't lose the 2 between overs. I don't 2 no. For the change round.
So Coles to continue. They've got a deep mid on and a deep cover at the moment, the rest of the ring field, and he bowls, essentially he's tried to bowl a bouncer there. He's come in straight armed and just dug it into the pitch, just letting Neser know who's boss there, and that was just blocked away confidently for a dot. And so Cole's coming in, round the wicket again for his second ball of the over, flighted up there this time, and it's actually a Yorker length and dug out well from Neser, who's just checking his bat now, because you know these bats these days, they absolutely fly, but if you catch a few off the toe, they can break quite quickly.
That's one thing we haven't seen from Marnus Labuschagne this season, his bouncer off the spinner's run-up.
Cole's into bowl again. and that's blocked away well. My brother actually does that. He will sometimes just come in and rock up, and he's a left-arm offie and will just bowl the odd bouncer. He's got a couple of wickets from it, just where batsmen really can't see him coming. And because obviously sometimes as your batter you'll see it as a short-length ball, you should always try and take it on because it's so much quicker. They just splice it up in the air. So Cole's over the wicket now, darted in, and that's blocked away well from Neser, who has looked very impressive. And there's going to still be a few eyes on Australian selection. I think he's going to be with the World Test Championship squad. It's an important knock. It shows that he can hold a bat, and if they're looking for people who can do it all, then he's looked very good this innings.
Yeah, Neser's meant to report for Australian duties. Glamorgan are hoping to have him back after training camp, but...
Yeah, so we'll see about that. But in the meantime, Coles bowls it, back of a length ball, and that's flicked into the leg side. And it's gone all the way to the boundary and just stopped before. But they've only taken a single because I think Neser wants to have the strike for the next over. And that is just amateur stuff. No one was backing up there. And it's gone all the way through to the other boundary. Hudson Prentice has chased it, but Neser still refuses to take a single. So that was the most eventful single I think you'll ever see.
Yeah, they could have run probably 3 for the original one and 1 overthrow there.
Absolutely, but it's all going on today, and I think that's 1 ball left in the over now. So should we try and call the next ball for a bit of fun? Maybe, do you reckon a dart into the stumps, or maybe a bouncer?
Yeah, it's a quicker ball, I think.
Yeah, fancy the quicker ball here. So Cole's round the wicket, and it's not. It's flighted nicely left from McIlroy. That's going to be the over. 683 for 9.
Yeah, so we are at 3:30, so within 10 minutes of the scheduled interval, so we're definitely at the point where tea would be taken if a wicket falls. So we've got 33 overs remaining in the day, so we're actually going to get more overs than scheduled in before tea. And Glamorgan just looking to achieve individual targets, I suppose. Neser would be very grateful for a century with Australian selection in mind. His highest for Glamorgan is his 90 against Leicestershire a few weeks back. As he pulled that one from Smith through the leg side and hoiked it through cow corner for 4 runs. Wow, wouldn't like to be short leg there.
It looks like the mid-wicket fielder landed awkwardly as he was diving for it. He's holding his shoulder. Might be James Coles in there. He did land a bit awkwardly. Full-length dive there.
He gave it some, but yeah, it's not the stage of the match where you want to be picking up an injury.
No.
With nothing really left to prove from an individual or a team point of view. 687 for 9 as Neser just blocks the ball into the offside and Smith walks across. Neser's on 88, so he is within 3 runs of a new county best. Earlier we had Kieran Carlson with a new career best, just by 1 run. Smith tosses it up and it's driven back to him, and Smith flicks it onto the stumps, I think, there. I think he got a finger on it as it took out the stump at the non-striker's end, but McIlroy had gone nowhere. 3 balls of the over gone. It all has a rather desultory feel about it now. As Smith is in to bowl, and Neser will take the single off the 4th ball of the over. That is the Glamorgan policy, and leave McIlroy 2 to survive. Neser moves to 89. Glamorgan onto 688 for 9, and the lead is 330. So if a wicket were to fall now, Sussex would have to score at 11 runs and over to win the game. Somewhat improbable. But maybe the crowd will have a last chance to see Steve Smith bat. That's possibly what they're hanging on for. At the moment, they're watching Smith bowl. His 6th over. And McIlroy drives his first ball to mid-on, and Smith sticks his hands in the air, saying, what on earth is this all about? This is relaxation at the moment before the test battles of the months ahead. Smith bowls, McIlroy drives it back to Smith, who tries to backheel it onto the stumps and misses. End of the over then. Glamorgan 688 for 9. They lead by 330 runs. And, well, the question is whether they'll pass 700 for, I think it's the third time in their history. No, the fourth time it would be if they were to get to 700. This is the fourth highest score of all time by Glamorgan.
Wow, and in their second innings as well, it's even more impressive.
Yeah, highest second innings. But this has beaten the one against Surrey, that dreadful game at the end of 2021. And it's just behind the 702 scored by against Surrey in the Oval in 2009.
That's just going to be Coles to continue round the wicket. Comes in, bowls it onto the stumps, and it's nicely defended away from Neser. And talking about back heels in the last over, just round the corner is the Amex.
Yep.
Brighton are fighting for European football.
Yep.
And it's currently 3-1 at the Amex. So it looks like...
To Brighton?
To Brighton, yeah. So Brighton look like Europa League football's on the way. As Coles comes in, and it's blocked away again by Neser.
Start saving.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That's really exciting for the club as well. I live just round the corner from the Amex, so I bet Brighton's going to be absolutely buzzing tonight. So Cole's in, again, round the wickets, floated up there, and it's blocked away confidently from Neser.
It's great to have excitement for a club like Brighton, who are dead keen to be playing in the Europa League, unlike the snobbish big boys who's only the Europa League, wants to put out the reserves.
So Cole's in again, and it's floated, and Neser takes a single out to the offside, and it's very casually picked up and jogged for a single. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree, and I'm probably one of them snobs, Nick. I'm a Man United fan, so Europa League football's not good enough for us. But no, I'm really glad to see Brighton doing well. And when Graham Potter left, all the talk was about, will they struggle? Will they be in the relegation zone? But instead, they've gone on and got European football, so really, really happy for the club. Now Cole's in round the wicket, fires it in, and there's two slips, a short extra, and mid on, but it's blocked away and misses all of them.
What's the derisory chant they used to have Thursday nights on Channel 5, which was the Europa League at one point?
Yeah. So Cole's in round the wicket, and that's blocked away nicely from McElroy for the over. 689 for 9. Just in case you're new to listening, I'm Liam O'Brien with Nick Webb. Any questions you've got coming in, firing in at our Twitter. I'm at LiamObs123, and we've got Nick Webb 2017, I think it is. And as
it is.
Say that, it's going to be tea.
Or is it a break? No, it's just
it's going to be a drinks break before tea.
It's another drinks break, just in case they can't wait the few minutes extra before tea. Surely it's not a declaration, no, McElroy. 300 lead and declare was not going to happen. Swans 1990. John says, can you mention Penabonta in the Europa conference this coming summer? So the Bridgend-based club, and of course it is a big deal to the teams in the Cymru Premier and so on to be in any sort of European football, and let's hope the Welsh clubs do manage to get through a round or two of that. So Penabont in the Europa Conference this coming summer. Thank you for that, John. And here, nothing continues to happen as Sussex have a mini-team meeting. Michael Neser and Jamie McIlroy have their own separate meeting. Neser playing his final game before going to Australian training camp. As I say, the club is hopeful that he will be released by Australia to play some cricket in June, which is, of course, the bulk of the T20 Blast, and also a couple of championship matches. The next one is in Durham in, I believe, 3 weeks' time. Sunday the 11th of June or thereabouts. Don't shoot me if I've got that one wrong. As umpire Saggers is having a chat to the Sussex players, and this is absolutely killing time until the tea interval. It's 15:39 now on the board.
Well, so I thought tea was set at 15. I reckon we're going to go off for tea.
Perhaps they're now going to go off for tea after this.
It literally looks like they're stalling to walk off for tea.
This is completely ridiculous. Are they heading for the dressing room now, or are we going to have one more over? Or is it that dreaded law coming into play where you carry on if 9 wickets are down? Yeah, anyone who knows the laws better than we do, please. The game is being brought into disrepute. Thunders harms a stage left.
Yeah, it just seems...
We're now at 15:40. There's 31 overs to go.
I think you're right. I think we have to go on.
So is it a question of we have to go on for half an hour with 9 wickets down? Oh, boy, oh boy. It's the second drinks break in the space of about 35 minutes. And we are ready for play again, and Sussex will try to finish off this Glamorgan innings. Michael Neser will try and get a century, his first for the county. He is level with his county best of 90. Fielders spread far and wide on the leg side as Steve Smith bowls, and Michael Neser defends it up to long off, and they will not take a single as Hudson Prentice jogs away. Yeah, a couple of sixes to bring up his 100 is probably what Michael Neser might be dreaming about. But we've already seen one boundary catch, and he won't be able to hit sixes if Smith bowls short on offside. And again, the ball is hit up to Hudson Prentice at long off, and the beginnings of a derisory slow hand clap at the Hove. Smith bowls. Neser drives it down the ground. He might get 4 of them there. He's bisected the 2 fielders. That is beautifully placed by Neser. Straight back past the stumps. Neither long on nor long off could get a hand on it. And it's now gone underneath the covers where the fielder will have to dig it out. Michael Neser has 94. It is his best county score. And albeit at the latter end against some fairly friendly bowling, it might just register in Steve Smith's mind because he's bowling. Smith told Neser, who hits it over mid-wicket, and Michael Neser has got his first Glamorgan century, and he has got it off the bowling of fellow Australian Steve Smith. Mowed that one away. It went soaring into the hospitality area, and Michael Neser, his 100 comes up off 160 balls, 12 fours and 2 sixes.
What a shot that is to do it as well. Nervous 90s, he's gone 4-6, so that's how you do it. And that's they're looking for new balls. I think if I get it right, is it the lady's name, Brenda?
Brenda of the balls.
Brenda with the balls. She's bringing out the box of balls and umpire's picking one. Hopefully the umpire brings out a brand new Dukes. Just for a bit of life. But yeah, excellent knock there from Neser, who's killed the game, which is exactly what Glamorgan needed. So done everything that's asked of him.
Yeah, he's never really hung around. He's always looked to tick the scoreboard over. And Glamorgan move up to 699 for 9.
Excellent innings. And he'll love doing that off Steve Smith as well, won't he? Fellow Australian. Spanking him for 6 out the ground.
One more similar blow could take Glamorgan up to the 3rd highest score they've ever made, which is 702. And
What's the highest ever, Nick?
highest ever is 795, so we're not going to get there. Neser has 100, McIlroy has 1. It's 699 for 9. As Glamorgan's highest was against Leicestershire last season. Just think of the North East 400. Where are we? Last ball of the over. 699 for 9. You've got to come in now, fielders, to save the single. They're still just about playing the game, but they're really going through the motions. Neser might try and wallop another one over the top.
Go on, have a dip. See if you can hit a bigger 6, Michael.
In comes Smith to bowl to Neser. It's a drag down and it's forced through the offside for 4 more. That is the 700 up for Glamorgan, ladies and gentlemen. 703 for 9. It is the 3rd highest total in Glamorgan's history. Neser has 104 of them. Carlson made 192 and Labuschagne 138. Neser's 13th boundary. Smith stops as if the nature of his delivery is vital to the progress of the game. 6-4-6 4-6-4 the last 3 game balls and then a dot. So Jamie McIlroy will have to face at the start of a new over. It matters little. 703 for 9. The lead is 345. Play on, play on. You might not like the tune, but they're going to play on.
I actually saw a sigh from the umpire, so I think the umpire even doesn't like the rules. I think I literally saw him just throw the hat and like do a big old sigh to the...
All right, someone get these so-and-sos out and we can have a tea. I wonder if the finger's going to go up. For next, is this the first sign of official joke? No, I'll have to get advice from Adrian. Tom Alsop, does he count as a joke bowler or not?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's bowled for Sussex this year. Don't think he
He
has.
certainly hasn't this year. I might have seen him bowl at some stage, but I don't remember seeing Tom bowl.
Adrian can't remember it, so...
If Adrian can't remember, he probably hasn't bowled.
Who's come across him in nets ever, Liam?
I haven't, unfortunately, and I've not heard
He's a bit older, isn't he?
anyone
He's only
speak
7 years old.
too highly of his bowling, or at all, to be honest with you.
All of it. Anyone speak of his bowling? It's unspeakable.
Yeah, they haven't.
He'd probably
spoken
take
about
the
it.
wicket now, first ball.
So here we go. Alsop, we'll find out what he does. He's a left-arm bowler. I don't know what he tried to do there.
Slinger.
He's a left-arm bowler. Well, that's as far as we can go. And he bowled it straight in the stumps, to be fair to him, first ball.
Yep.
Blocked away by McIlroy. And so he's coming in again. He's in, and it looks like he's trying to bowl left-arm off-spin. It's cut away to point, and it's a dot ball. And he got a bit of turn there. Turn and bounce there, Nick. Good signs for Sussex. And it looks like Harrison Ward's in at extra cover.
If only it's happened a day ago.
Alsop in again to bowl. Floated up there. Oh, and it's nearly got through the gate. It's got through to Ollie Carter, hit his pads, and it's going to be a dot ball, but it's all going on here. Now Alsop round the wicket, coming in again from the Cromwell Road end. Floated up, straight delivery, it's hit the pads. Oh, the umpire was tempted.
My theory goes to pot. I thought the umpires might give an LBW and get off.
Yeah, I thought the same. It was given, not out. But maybe he's getting judged on his opinions and decisions, so he can't just trigger someone. So also been again, that's down the leg side. They appeal for it very casually, and it's given not out again. So clearly the umpire is not going along with triggering someone. I know if my brother was in at umpiring, he'd definitely trigger and make sure he can get over to tee to see what cakes there are. So everyone's different. So into bowl again is Alsop, who fires it in, and believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, that is a maiden from Tom Alsop in his first over this season for Sussex. Score is now at 703 for 9, which is just so impressive in the second innings, and the lead is, in case you were wondering, to 345.
So a maiden over of mixed quality from Tom Alsop there. Michael Neser with his highest county score of 104. He does have a first-class century to his credit in Queensland before. And his career best is 136.
Well, You might fancy some of that, Nick. In comes Steve Smith round the wicket bowls, and he's beaten. I thought he was beaten outside the off stump momentarily. The ball dribbles onto the onside, and there is no run. Well, rules is rules, and we have to play to the rules. Everyone has to do it throughout the season, but we are drifting and have been drifting towards a draw for some time here. Steve Smith is in his 8th over, figures of 1 for 48. The wicket courtesy of a brilliant catch by Sean Hunt, who probably won't take a better catch than that in his career. It was a marvellous catch, leaping high and palming the ball back inside the boundary. As Neser takes another single, he goes to 105, 704 for 9. Well, what do you make of the pitch, Nick? Do you think it's just got lower and slower? I mean, we talk about good pitches and bad pitches in the champ. I mean, Paul Farbury said last night he still thought it was a good pitch, but it's kind of seemed to have died a bit of a death today. Smith in bowls, and Mockery cuts to backward point. There is no run.
I don't know. I think not quite enough life. I think if Sussex had been bowling with an Ollie Robinson and another fastish bowler, then they might have been in business.
Smith in bowls, hammered away over mid-wicket for 4 runs by Jamie McElroy. Picks up his first boundary. He goes to 5, and Glamorgan to 708. I think that is for 9. The sun is shining on the scoreboard, which here makes it quite difficult to see. And McElroy suddenly picked up a boundary.
Yep, 708.
Thank you, Nick. And Smith again, he's going to come around the wicket. He's in the bowls, and McElroy clips this one away to backward square leg, fielded by Ari Cabelos. And there is no... Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, you know, if there'd been a McAndrew or a Robertson to really spearhead the attack, it may have been a different story. But as I said before, let's take nothing away from Glamorgan. It is some effort for 2 days as Smith comes in bowls. McElroy plays the ball down the track. We haven't gone for tea. I mean, tea is set, I thought, at 20-4, come what may, on the final day, but clearly not the case.
Obviously, the 9 wickets down rule or regulation takes precedence over the 340 regulation.
It does. If you were... I mean, you know, we watch the game. We don't really understand why. If you're someone coming to this, watching it for the first time, you're probably thinking, "What on earth is going on?"
And those 2 drinks breaks in 35 minutes were getting farcical, weren't they?
Yeah, nonsense, really.
Just needed to slow the game down. Almost, it's the equivalent of football time wasting. You know, kicking the ball into crowds, going down for mock injuries, etc.
Yeah.
Here comes Allsop, and Neser takes a single off the first ball of the over. He's not bothered about protecting McElroy at this late juncture.
Well, I don't know whether we are going to have to go through the farce of having tea. You know, we think at 10-5 or going into the final hour you can shake hands.
As forward comes McElroy, the second delivery, just pats it back down the pitch and there's no run. So this is Glamorgan's 3rd highest ever, and in line is the 718 they scored against Sussex at Colwyn Bay. As down the leg side, McElroy tries to leg glance. Oh, Neser's called him through for a single, and McElroy realises belatedly, lucky it was a very long single. They go through for a leg by. That was in the year 2000 when Steve James hit 309. And while we're going through these rather desultory overs, it gives me another chance to mention Steve James, as Neser takes a single on the leg side, 711 for 9. Steve is involved in a charity cycle rides this weekend. He may just have finished it. He was riding from Cardiff to Tenby and then Narberth back to Cardiff, and it's in aid of the Welsh Bereavement Charity. As Allsop is in to bowl, McElroy turns it on the leg side and wanders through for a single, 712 for 9. So it's in aid of a Welsh bereavement charity called To Wish, which helped Steve and his family when they tragically lost his daughter Bathan 3 years ago. And here is Allsop in to Neser, who blocks it back to the bowler. So if you go on the justgiving.com website for charity fundraisers, justgiving.com, and you look for Bike for Beth, and you'll find Steve James's page there. So please, if you can reward his efforts for a very deserving charity, please do so. Steve James, Bike for Beth on the justgiving.com website. Here it's 712 for 9, the lead 354.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Good luck to Steve. This game is going to end in a draw, Nick. Glamorgan would have played 6 matches in the county championship. How would you sort of sum up, as Ali Orr's going to bowl now? Well, I've never seen Ali Orr bowl in first class cricket, so we are now into the realms of, with all due respect, part-time bowlers. So 1 win for Glamorgan in their first 6 games. How would you assess their season so far?
Well, as Matthew Maynard rightly pointed out, if it hadn't been for the weather, it would probably win 1-2 and lost 1.
Ali Orr bowls right arm over the wicket, comes in and bowls, and clipped away by McElroy. He goes to 7, the total to 713 for 9.
But with Durham already on 4 wins, Worcestershire 2 wins and 2 losses, and most of the rest on 1 win, sides are going to have to take some more risks at some stage in the season, I think, to win games rather than just get out with creditable draws.
Or in again, full toss down the leg side, clipped away by Michael Neser, and that's going to be 4 runs down to fine leg. It's all very, very academic now. Neser to 111 and Glamorgan to 717 for 9.
Yeah, Neser will fancy a career best as well.
Yes, I agree with you. I mean, Durham have set the benchmark, haven't they? They lost here in the first game of the season, but they've won 4 on...
Yeah, and they would have won in Cardiff, I think, if it hadn't rained at 5 o'clock with 6 wickets down and Glamorgan in a mess.
Or then again, bowls to Michael Neser, who clips this one to mid-wicket. There is no run. I mean, Sussex have won 1, drawn 5. They would have lost here to Yorkshire had it not rained, so they were lucky with that. But I think there was a fair chance they could have won the other 3 games had it not been for the weather. Or in again, clipped away by Neser to mid-wicket. Tom Haynes make a bit of a mess of fielding that, but nobody's really too bothered. Neser to 112, total to 718 for 9.
Second equal now with the 718 they scored against Sussex at Colwyn Bay in 2000.
Well, so is that the...
That's the second, right. So it's equal second of all time.
Right. Well, perhaps you ought to do this ball, Nick.
As that is played out defensively up to mid-off, and there is no run. Jamie McElroy on strike on 7 not out. Ali Orr bowling, very occasional spin. He's got a couple of slips, and that's hit back to him on the bounce. Orr fields his follow through and then tries to shy on the turn, but can't do so. And that is the end of the over. 718 for 9. Glamorgan have equalled their second best of all time, and indeed their highest against Sussex.
Yeah, I mean, I think the points need to be added on for this game from the BBC table, so I think that would give Sussex another 12 points.
They'll be second.
They'll be up to 76, but they're still 29 points behind Durham, which is sort of a win and a half, and everybody's sort of clumped in behind them, really. So it's 8 games to go. You keep going, Nick, because it'd be quite nice if you were to commentate on the second highest ever Glamorgan score.
As Michael Neser is facing up to Tom Alsop, who's bowled 2 overs, 0 for 3. Alsop bowls, and Neser blocks that one back to the bowler, and there is no run. 718 for 9. The lead is 360. As Alsop bowls, and helped away by Michael Neser on the leg side. He moves to 113. Glamorgan on to 719 for 9. And that goes to second in the Glamorgan all-time scoring charts. And that is just behind their 795 now against Leicestershire.
Well done, Glamorgan. That's a tremendous effort as in comes Alsop and bowls, and McElroy plays the ball down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And I know now that we're in the realms of bowlers who wouldn't normally bowl, that the hard work was done long ago by Kieran Carlson and Marnus Labuschagne as McElroy plays the ball to mid-on, and there is no run. Michael Neser is signaling he'd like a drink brought out. We're really a little unsure here of how much longer we'll go on with the game. There's 25 overs left after this, but we are going through the motions. There's Allsop in bowls and McIlroy defends onto the onside. There is no run. I rather suspect that we will have to go through the formality of tea to comply with the regulations. In comes Allsop. Bowls and beats McIlroy outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. There is no run, so we're going to have another break in play here as a drink is brought out for Michael Neser. The fact there are 9 wickets down, I think it means you have to play for another half an hour to see if a wicket falls. So that would probably mean, I'm assuming here, it's a bit of a guess, is that we'll get to 4:10 and then we'll have tea and then a few more overs after that, and then it'll all be called a day. Liam is back with us. You're off for a golfing trip next week, Liam, and then the cricket season sort of into full swing when you're back, is that right?
Absolutely. So in fairness, it's in full swing at the moment, but I had these small gaps in the week where I knew I'd have like very busy weekends, so I thought I got away with a girlfriend a couple of weeks ago to southern France. We went to Nice and Monaco, and that was lovely, and I was watching the Sussex game versus Worcester there. Yeah. And then, I'm off to Portugal to play a bit of golf, and then I've got a double-header game against Surrey Academy and Hampshire Academy. So exciting times ahead, very busy schedule, and just trying to follow the sun, to be honest with you, Adrian.
Yeah, good for you. I think there's a bit of sunshine due in England this week. It's certainly not going to be a heat wave, I don't think, but at least we're going to get some dry weather. And don't forget the T20 Blast starts for Sussex this Friday. Somerset, the visitors to Hove. I don't know if the guys listening to the stream could let us know what the situation is with tickets and whether a ticket's still available, as in comes Ali Orr over the wicket and bowls. Down the leg side, taken by Ollie Carter. There is no run, so perhaps if they could just let us know what the situation is. The temporary stands are in place. Always great nights down here, T20 nights, always great fun. Somerset will be good opposition on Friday. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people here if the weather's good. In comes Orr bowls and played on the offside by Neser. Ali Orr, I'm fairly certain this is his first class bowl for Sussex. He's bowling right arm over the wicket, 2 slips in place as he runs in and bowls that short, and Neser just clips that around the leg side. I'm sure Michael Neser was thinking of hoiking that over the scoreboard for 6, but he refrained from doing so. 1 more to the total. Neser goes to 114? Yeah. Total to 720 for 9. What an extraordinary score that is. We really didn't think on the first day that we'd be sitting here on Sunday afternoon. In comes Orr, bowls, and McIlroy thought about hoiking that one over long off, but decided against it. Steve Smith playing his last game for Sussex. Who knows whether it'll be his last game ever or whether this is just this little spell, but all the indications are that he's been a very good influence around the Sussex camp since he's been here. Orr is in bowl, pulled away onto the leg side, and that's 4 runs. That's a nice looking shot by Jamie McIlroy, who goes to his career best. He goes to 11. So that's a reason for Jamie McIlroy to celebrate. 724 for 9. I do tend to agree with Liam here to a certain extent. We've reached a stage where the game is drawn and that's it, and I know there are rules and I guess maybe it's like played 90 minutes in a football match, to be honest, but in comes Orr and bowls and driven by McIlroy down the offside, and there is no run. But we are really going through the motions here of this game. Glamorgan have saved the game. They will go back to South Wales with 7 points. Sussex will take 12 points from the game, which is probably a fair reflection. I think Sussex were dominating for the first 2 days. They just haven't been able to bowl Glamorgan out. And as Nick was saying, with Durham having won 4 matches, the final 8 county championship matches of the season are going to be quite interesting, because Sussex are going to need to win some games, because I think there'll be a change of tack from sides as we go into the latter part of the season. Messages come in regarding tickets for Friday, and I shall read in a minute from the club. Tickets are still available for the game on Friday. You can buy tickets in advance, and you can save money if you buy tickets in advance. In comes Tom Allsop around the wicket. Bowls hits on the pad. That looks close.
Oh, give it come on.
Michael Neser is given not out.
Actually looked pretty out, to be honest with you.
It did looked a good shout, didn't it?
Maybe they just didn't want to give Tom Alsop, the skipper, a chance to get in his first wicket for Sussex.
In comes Alsop. Bowls cut away by Michael Neser, played out to the sweeper on the cover boundaries. Let's see if I can get a message to the producer back at base. If they're listening, that if they could cut the clean feed, that would be quite useful. We're hearing the Albion doing a lap of honour at the Amex. Alsop in and bowls. And McElroy looks to pull that away on the leg side. The ball bounces out on the onside. So tickets still available for Friday. If you're thinking of coming along, always good nights, T20 nights at Hove. And we hope to have a little preview of that T20. Get some interviews before it all gets underway. Alsop. He's in and bowls. And driven by McElroy back down the offside of the track.
The T20 nights are always brilliant down at home.
Oh, excellent.
It really feels like the club comes together for a T20 night. They've got some exciting overseas players to help them out as well. I think they're going to make a good run for it this year. So get down to the county ground if you can and support the guys.
No, absolutely. James Coles is in and bowls. Forward comes McElroy, plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. So my suspicion here is that we will have tea at 4:10. And I think we'll have...
Yeah, 4:10, I reckon, because they gave the half an hour because it was the last batsman, and then they'll have to do tea. They can't just skip tea, I don't think. It's not allowed in the rules.
Yeah. In comes Coles. Around the wicket, bowls, and McElroy, but they're playing a miss, and that's going to be 4 byes. The ball rolls down to the boundary in front of us. Steve Smith does the retrieving, and the total advances by 4. 725 for 9. 115 to Michael Neser. 11 to Jamie McElroy. This game is long drawn, 23 overs remaining. The umpire's having a little natter now. Is that about when tea's going to be taken, or are they going to call it a day? I'm sure all the players, actually, to be honest, just want to finish now because it's... no, there's just been a little nod, and are we all shaking hands? No, they're now looking at the ball to see if the ball is damaged.
No, he's jokingly pretending it doesn't fit through the ball sizing machine so that they can kill some time. He got the ball thing out to see if it would still fit through the circular thing, and he was just jokingly saying, "Oh, does it fit? Does it fit?" Just trying to kill a minute. So I think they might want this to be the last over before tea. But it's actually quite enjoyable that the umpires are getting involved with this a bit, to be honest with you, Adrian.
They are. But I think, 16:06, so 4 minutes to go. I think we'll then have tea. Then I think once we get to 15 overs to go, I think then they can call it a day.
It's quite funny. We can hear the Albion live.
I do wish they'd turn the clean feed off in the studio, but anyway, they're not going to do so.
So they're singing Sweet Caroline in the background. We've got Ali Orr coming up the hill here. Into bowl, looped up, bit of turn, bit of bounce, but maybe just a little bit late in the day. Turn and bounce, famous there. Who said that originally? A bit of turn and bounce. I can't remember, but there's a well-known bit of commentary about that. We've got Steve Smith down at deep mid-on here talking to some of the guys in the hospitality, having a good joke around with the fans, and he's been brilliant apparently. The guy said he's been brilliant over at Sussex with the players, and he's been great with the crowd as well, so good to have him over. As Ali Orr comes in and bowls a pretty rank long hop outside the off stump, which is cut away to deep extra cover, I'd say, which has Harrison Ward and Finn Hudson-Prentice joking around as the players are coming in, trying to put some pressure on McElroy. Yeah, I was there's obviously a lot of controversy around Steve Smith coming over, but he's played years and years over in England. He's had enough experience that it wouldn't have had that much an effect on him getting ready for the Ashes, but it would have had a massive effect on some of the youngsters being in and around someone of that quality. So the benefits definitely have outweighed the negatives for Sussex here, and why wouldn't you have him over? He's one of the best batsmen in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Ali Orr into bowl here. Loops it up, very, very flighted. The lads are actually laughing about it, and It's left well by...
That's probably, if there's an
McElroy.
award at the end of the season, at the annual awards for the worst delivery of the season, that's probably just won it for Ali. I think they're trying to take their time with it, but I think that they're trying to get to 16-10,
Yeah.
which would be when we've had the extra extra half hour. Then they'll go for tea. Then we'll have the farce of coming out again for another 6 overs or so, and then I think they'll call it a day.
Absolutely. So here we go. Ali Orr coming in. Flights the ball up, and it's left well there from McElroy, and it's very flighted again.
But it is interesting in terms of the second division this season, because with Durham really racing away with it now, there's no county who are really out of the reckoning, and I think Nick's right that some risks will need to be taken by sides to win games now. That hasn't happened so far.
Or comes in again and it's flicked away for a dot ball. And one interesting point I've thought about as well, Adrian, is everyone's been moaning about Steve Smith coming over, but it's filled the stadium and the stands every time he's played. So
yeah, absolutely. We've had 3 days of really good attendances.
So everyone's moaning about him coming over, but as soon as he's here, everyone's come to watch him. So you can't have it both ways. But it's been really interesting just me watching him playing live and seeing how much time he seems to have. Same with Labuschagne as well. And they're trying to make this. He's even looking at the clock, the last ball of the over. Ali Orr comes in, flights it really, really high. That is what you call a moon ball, I think. It gets to 16-10.
I think that is going to be tea.
And that is going to be tea. And Michael Neser, during that session, has completely killed the game. Excellent bit of batting from him, 116, not out, and they're going to head to tea with the game going towards a draw.
Thanks very much indeed, Liam. So we've got a little bit more work to do, and then we can
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Carlson and Matthew Maynard, a lot of confidence in this little break from Championship cricket going into the rest of the season.
Yeah, it does leave you with a good taste, even though they've got 5 points fewer than Sussex in the match as far as the Welsh tally is concerned. So, yeah, they've got away with one, and it'll almost feel like a win, albeit it is only 7 points from the match.
Well, a nice message in earlier on today. Apologies, I didn't read it out earlier on, but it's a message from Zach Tamazi, the former Sussex Chief Executive, who's away on his holes but listening to the county cricket. He sent me a nice picture from Larnaca over in Cyprus. So Zach, if you are listening, I hope all well and look forward to catching up with you at some stage. And lovely to see you still following Sussex and following the progress. So thank you for that. And thank you to everybody who's taken the time to write in and tweet in and text in throughout the course of the game. It's a bit of a shame that the game has drifted into a rather meaningless affair at the end. But as I say, it's been 3.5 days of excellent cricket. Tom Alsop is going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road. And it's cloudy here now. Ove bowls to Michael Neser, who plays that firmly into the offside. And Ali Orr, who lacks nothing for enthusiasm, flings himself to his right at cover. There is no run. Ali, I'm sure, who will be part of the Sussex T20 side. The competition that starts for Sussex on Friday. Alsop bowls and Neser eases that away through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 120. His highest score, Nick has been perusing the records throughout the day. 136, I think Nick said. And he'll be very keen to beat his career best. And just a message from the club. If you're listening to us or you're around the ground or you're saying to friends, are any tickets available? Yes, they are. Get down to Hove and there's a discount if you get your tickets early and not on the night.
I've had another missive from Dr. Hignell.
Oh, right. Right, let's wait for Tom Alsop. He comes around the wicket in and bowls, and Neser is forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run.
This is the highest ever second innings total in first-class cricket in the UK.
That's extraordinary. What an amazing statistic. Alsop in bowls, forward comes Neser, plays to short extra cover, no run. So in the history of the game...
Yeah, in the UK, this is the highest ever second innings.
Wow. Well done, Glamorgan. That's worthy of a round of applause. In comes Alsop bowls, Neser stretches forward, plays down the offside of the track.
And Glamorgan will be particularly keen to see the previous best eradicated because it was against them by Northants in 1998.
Right, so relatively recent history, really, when you think of the history of the county championship.
Someone hit a treble century there. Was it Sales?
In comes Alsop bowls, and Neser just covers up, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So another over goes by. We've got 21 overs remaining in the day. I suspect that at 10 to 5, which is generally the time, we'll be done and dusted. So we are going through the closing game, but Steve Smith is going to bowl. After the game, we are going to be having a chat to, hopefully, to Steve Smith. In fact, this confirms. That's nice. So Steve picked up a wicket today, courtesy of a quite brilliant catch by Sean Hunt on the deep wicket boundary. Amazing catch.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether his bowling today will be the key focus of the interview.
No, I don't think that's going to make the headlines in the Times cricket section tomorrow. But anyway, he's going to bowl the next over. His figures are 8 overs, no mains, 1 for 53.
Smith is in to bowl to McIlroy, who's defending that back down the pitch, and there's no run. So, Smith scored 89, but if his mates have got the better in the end, as McIlroy pushes forward. Labuschagne, the 138, and now Neser with this 120 not out that has saved Glamorgan today. Carlson and Labuschagne with yesterday's centuries, Neser with today's, as Smith bowls to McIlroy, who defends on the leg side, and there's no run.
Is 10 to 5 sort of the time, Nick?
I think 10 to 5 is when Glamorgan can declare.
Yeah.
As that's a bit of turn from Smith, sharply turning off break, and McIlroy played it well, watching it late onto the bat and turning it on the leg side. All getting a little cloudy overhead as well, just a few patches of blue sky as this match peters out into a draw. As McIlroy plays one into the offside, there's no run, but really until mid-afternoon, I mean, until the required run rate was more than a runner ball, maybe even Sussex might have had a go at 7 and over.
Yes, I agree.
Smith bowls and McIlroy plays it back down the pitch to the bowler. It is a maiden over from Steve Smith. He still has 1 for 53. Glamorgan 734 for 9. The clock says 4:37 on the digital board away to our right. I presume that's the one they're going by because the one on the pavilion is about 7 minutes slower. Needs a little bit of a wind. Perhaps Brenda could add that to her duties.
Yes, well, perhaps that put on the list of to-do things for Brenda, who will stay to the end. Brenda Lower, the keeper of the balls here at Hove. Tom Alsop is going to come in from the Cromwell Road, and we'll bring Liam in for a few overs before we finish, as in comes Alsop bowls. Liam O'Brien, very glad to have Liam here. We've had Georgia Adams. It's lovely to have Georgia on day one on our commentary here. She's off playing cricket, is it tomorrow, I think, at Newbury, I think in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. In comes Alsop again. Neser covers up, plays to mid on no run. He's on 120. And also Beth Harvey, who joined us for the day yesterday, Sussex women's cricketer. 2 slips awaiting. And Alsop comes in and bowls. Neser stretches forward, and we are just playing out time, which always seems rather futile in these sort of situations, but rules is rules, and it's not the umpire's fault. You have to go through this situation. Alsop in bowls. Neser defends, plays it down the onside of the track. There is no run. Michael Neser will know what his personal best score is, but I wonder whether he's thinking, well, yeah, but I'm sure if he wanted to, he could crack 3 or 4 boundaries. Now, the umpires are having a chat. Now, I'm wondering whether they've decided whether that's it. Has the umpire got a message, do you think, about something or another? They're having a chat. He's getting out a piece of paper from his pocket. And I'm wondering if they've just decided that he's dropped something on the floor now. Well, I think he'd lost count of how many balls he'd bowled, perhaps.
I'm joking about the ball.
It's the sheer excitement. Oh, it was a ball check.
Right.
It was a token ball check.
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone's probably overly bothered at the moment.
The ballometer was out.
Digital clock says 16:39.
11 minutes to go.
11 minutes to go. It sounds like a football match, doesn't it? In comes Coles round the wicket. Bowls, covering up. Is Neser, plays it back to Coles. There is no run. But as I say, I'm very keen to stress that whilst the game is played out in a slightly farcical way, it shouldn't detract from the Glamorgan effort, because it certainly wasn't being played like this for much of the last 2 days. As in comes Neser again, plays it into the offside. There is no run. And suddenly Sussex have been trying every trick that they knew right through to sort of halfway through the afternoon, with about sort of 45 overs to go, and it became apparent that they just didn't have the firepower to bowl out Glamorgan a second time. Now, Ollie Robinson, of course. But I think Sussex will take great comfort from the fact that from where they have been in the last couple of seasons, if you've had 6 games, they haven't lost. And they're second in the table. It's not a bad place to be. Not a bad start to the season.
Steve Smith will start a new over, and he'll be bowling to Jamie McIlroy. I think if a wicket falls now, then they might get away with calling it a day.
Yeah.
Smith is in to bowl, and McIlroy drives to cover, and there's no run. As Sussex make sure their field is right, and Smith bowls a full-length looping delivery outside off stump that McIlroy will have nothing to do with. So there are 2 slips and a shortish mid-wicket, just in case. 6 saving the single as McIlroy turns one onto the leg side, and there's no run. It's got quite dark now, and I'm slightly surprised that there's anyone left in the ground. There's maybe 100, 200 people watching, as that's short from Smith and just dug out to cover by Glamorgan's number 11, Jamie McIlroy, who's playing his longest first-class innings now. He's been in for around about an hour now, as he plays that one away on the leg side. Down to short, fine leg, and unless he does something stupid, he has every possibility of having a little not out. But Smith still thinking will come around the wicket for the final ball, and it's noodled away by McIlroy to backward square. It's another maiden from Smith. It's still 734 for 9, and we move ever closer. 8 minutes to go. 2 or 3 overs before this match can be finally knocked on the head and consigned to posterity. But it does have a real epic feel about it for most of the last couple of days in Glamorgan's survival efforts. And Liam can help me administer the last rites.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about Allsop's exciting spell down the hill. It's such an interesting game, because I didn't even think I'd be here a day 4, because I thought it'd end in 3 days as Allsop comes in and is driven away to Harrison Ward, the substitute fielder, for a dot ball. Yeah, I remember shaking Adrian's hand on end of day 2, thinking I won't see him on day 4, it'll be over by then. I never in my wildest dreams would have thought we'd be playing out for a draw and having kind of declaration bowling, as it were. But here we are, as Allsop comes in and Neser knocks that for a single, trying to get every run he can now, boosting the average.
Why not? All count in the stats.
But Allsop's been firing them into the top of the stumps. And his figures are actually pretty good, so he'll probably use this for the next time he wants a bowl. Letting Pujara know his figures. 6.2 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 10 runs. So that's a good economy, less than 2 and over. He'll be letting Pujara know next time. So he's going to come down the hill again. We've got an extra cover catching, and then 2 slips as he flies it in on the stumps, and it's blocked away from McElroy. And we have 7, I think it is 7 minutes left, as long as there's no more wickets before they can knock the game on its head. And the players are pretty dejected now. It looks like it's a foregone conclusion.
That's taken 19 test match wickets.
So Allsop's in again. And what was that? Adrian in the background. Steve Smith taking 19 wickets.
19 test match.
Well, he was a bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah, he started off as mainly a bowler, didn't he, when he came into the first-class game?
71st class wickets.
71st class.
Well, he came in as a new Shane Warne, if you remember. Blonde, energy, used to bowl pretty darty leg spin and take a load of poles. He spun it so much, and then suddenly he turned into a gun bat. As Allsop's in again, and it's blocked away for another dot ball. I actually, it was like 10 years ago or something when Steve Smith came down, and he was still known as a leggy. And I was walking past Brighton Beach, and I think Australia were playing Sussex in like a warm-up game. And I walked past him, and he was with his girlfriend at the time. I was with my brother. I was like, do you know who that was? He was like, who? And I was like, Steve Smith. And I remember telling him it was the leg spinner for Australia. And now looking a few years later, he's now one of the best batters in the world. So, yeah, he used to be able to properly bowl as Allsop's in again, and it's blocked. So, yeah, he did have a lot of bowling pedigree. I don't know what the best way of saying it is, but he used to be a genuine bowler, and then I think he started getting some runs, and he just stuck with the batting. But that's the end of the over, and I think we might see Steve Smith in again. But if you guys are interested, do you know what the lead is now? Is it 350?
I've lost the bit with the lead on.
The lead is 377.
377.
So Smith to bowl from the C end. And Glamorgan obviously will be rueing their first innings collapse that cost them any chance of winning this match. And the bowling not quite as accurate as it has been in recent weeks, but the fact that Glamorgan have the momentum in the second half of the game will send them home on the motorway with a little warm glow, I think. Oh, it's a filthy full toss from Smith, and that's a joke appeal because that's hit him outside leg stump as Neser tried to hit it into the flats.
But it's the first aggressive shot we've seen in a few balls, so I like that. Bit of entertainment for the crowd.
Well, I think we've got to the point where the match will be over if a wicket falls.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you had to still change and then come out for one more over or something like that.
Don't believe so. Smith bowls, Neser on the back foot plays it straight back to Steve Smith.
I think he's asking him to hit it, isn't he? He's trying to fly it up and say, go on.
Yeah, go on, have a go. Have a go. There's That is cut away, pass slipped by Neser, and it'll run down towards the far boundary at third man. It'll be hauled up just inside the ropes, and it is 2 more runs for Michael Neser as he moves to 123 not out, and the total onto 737 for 9. 737, we have takeoff. So, yeah, Glamorgan, 1 win, 5 draws. Obviously, the weather has intervened in a couple of those. It's been a satisfactory first block of the season for the Welsh county, and now we will see if a change of coach in the white ball stuff can bring about a change in their fortunes. Gloucestershire away on Friday evening for Glamorgan. Smith bowls, and Neser plays it away at the leg side there. They're just taking the mick now.
At least they're having a bit of fun. Even the umpires are going along with it. It's one of those probably annoying rules where they have to play to a certain time, but at least we're getting to see Steve Smith have a bit of fun.
Smith bowled, flights it up, and Neser is bowled for 123, bowled by Steve Smith, and Glamorgan are 737 all out at the end of this epic marathon innings, and Neser marches off in mock disgust. He's out for 123. McIlroy is 11 not out, and it is match drawn here at Hove.
But they're not shaking hands.
I hope that we don't have to re-emerge for a couple of overs.
They're not shaking hands. I genuinely believe they have to come out and bat for 1 over.
There we are.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, they're not shaking hands.
They're not. Well, we got to 16:40, so we've got 10 minutes between innings. Oh, I suppose Sussex can't declare now because they'd lose the match if they did. Ah, well, there we go. Steve Smith gets his second victim. He finishes with 2 for 55. Glamorgan are all out for 737. And, well, yes, it would appear that we are going to have to go through some more cricket. But we'll take a brief break here on BBC Sport Online and tell you anything that happens in due course.
Well, welcome back to Hove. We think the scoreboard is showing there are 14 overs left to be bowled, but we think once we've got through an over here and we get to a stage where the captains can shake hands, that'll be the end of it. But we have got the slightly farcical situation with Glamorgan coming out into the field. Liam O'Brien is with me. I think Glamorgan went out for 737. We're told that's the highest second innings total ever recorded in England, which is quite extraordinary. And we've been here to witness it, Liam. So there you are. You've been part of history here this week.
Let's go. And it doesn't look like Tom Haynes is coming out to bat. It looks like Carveus.
It does look like Gary Carveus.
With Ali Orr.
With Ali Orr, yeah. So I think we just got the one over. So Michael Neser made 123.
Horton's keeping wicket.
Yeah.
And Horton's still keeping wicket as well.
So I think we're just going to we suspect we're probably just going to get the one over.
I think Labuschagne's going to bowl the over as well.
I think you're right.
Bit of seam.
And he's going to bowl to Ali Orr. So the lead is 379. Which is clearly totally academic. And it has been slightly farcical the last half hour, which is no fault of the players or the umpires, it's the rules. But Glamorgan are lining up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips for Marnus Labuschagne. I'm surprised. I thought they might have sort of 9 slips or whatever, but they are just going to have the 5 slips. And we'll just have to wait and see how many overs we're going to get. We think it just may be 1 or 2 as we go through the formalities of the rules and the regulations. And it is going to be Marnus Labuschagne who's going to run in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Ali Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr drives pleasantly to mid-off. And there is no run fielded by El Hassan, who he was, let's not forget his contribution to this game as well, because he soaked up a lot of pressure yesterday from Ollie Robinson. I thought he did very nicely, played very straight, and he may have given Matthew Maynard some food for thought when the county championship resumes in a few weeks' time. Labuschagne is in the bowls, or lets that go outside the off stump, taken by wicket keeper Horton, who is deputising for Chris Cooke. As he wanders back to the far end of the ground. It's a really grey, overcast day now here, and a few people have got a few coats I can see all around the ground. Very few spectators left, as you can imagine. Labuschagne in bowls. Oh, well, he beat Ali Orr then. That was quite a pacey delivery from Marnus Labuschagne. Ali Orr absolutely on a hiding to nothing here. He probably thinks the last thing he wants to be doing is out here facing a few balls in a game that's...
Yeah, he can't win it, can he, Ali Orr?
No, that sort of died to death, really. In comes Labuschagne. Bowls and Al drives nicely. Oh, really good stop by Al Hussain. Diving away and Ali Al gets a single. He is on his way. And it brings Ari Carvelos onto strike. So Sussex used a variety of bowlers in the end, didn't they? Ollie Robinson, Harry Carvelos, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Tom Haynes, Jack Carson, James Coles, Tom Alsop, and Steve Smith, who picked up a couple of wickets in the end.
If you guys are wondering, that he's 379 now, I think, to win Sussex.
Thank you.
Just in case you guys are interested.
Yeah, I think it's going to need... well, it's not going to happen, is it? Right. It's just the 4 slips in place now. As in comes Marnus Labuschagne. Down the hill, bowled, Carvelos defends into the offside, and there is no run. The next time we'll probably see Marnus Labuschagne, and Steve Smith will be in the World Test Championship, which is coming up at the Oval, starting in the next couple of weeks. And I think the game's pretty much sold out. I tried to get a ticket and couldn't get one.
Yeah.
So it should be a great occasion. I just hope the weather plays ball, because it should be a really good occasion. And then a couple of weeks after that, we're in full blown into the Ashes. Labuschagne is in bowls, and Carvelos plays edgily into the slip corner. It's fielded there by Ed Byron, who got the ball on the end of his finger. You don't want to hurt a finger in a game like this.
That's got to be the game, hasn't it?
I would have thought so, and there we are. That is the end of it. It's all over, so we had to go through that slightly farcical over. But the game is drawn, and the players make their way off of the field. I think we have to say, first of all, thank you to you, Liam. It's been great to have you here for 2 days. So thank you very much indeed. Thanks for your efforts, and we'll see you again during the season. I'm sorry that today, for the last couple of hours, was not quite what we'd have wanted to see. But they're the rules and the regs. But I think we have to say a massive well done to Glamorgan, because when you've got a deficit of 358, that is some performance to come back and draw the game. So the players shaking hands. A big thank you to Nick Webb from BBC Wales. It's always a great pleasure to work with Nick, and look forward to seeing him for a couple of days in Cardiff next month in the county championship, when battle will resume. So the players are making their way off the field. Thank you. That's the most important thing to the listeners. Thank you for listening around the ground. Those of you who have stuck with us over the last couple of hours here at home, for all your contributions, for all your texts, your tweets and your emails. And T20 starts, every ball of every game in the T20 with Nick and the team down in Cardiff, and myself and the people from BBC Radio Sussex over the next few weeks. Thank you to George Adams, thank you to Beth Harvey, from myself, Adrian Harms. Thanks for listening. Reaction online a little later on this evening, but tonight from Hove, thanks very much indeed.
Yeah, cheers guys.
Sorry. Let's just take that to Kevin's.